You are watching the Vodka stream.
Yo, what's happening, everybody? Welcome to the Vodka stream. Hopefully, you guys are doing good. All right, is my hat on okay? Huh? Am I good? Am I good? I think I'm good. Right? All right. Oh, let's see. Man, this sweater is hot. It's warm. Yeah, because California is still 80 degrees in California. California doesn't want to get to wintertime for some reason. We get wintertime in February. That's what's going to happen. Now we're supposed to get wintertime next week, I guess. We got storms coming in. It's just going to be wet and cold next week, but still 80 degrees this week. So, yeah, being in this thing, it's going to be rough. All right. Let's see. What do we got here? Is there any? Oh, there. Ooh. That. I don't think that's going to work. We don't have to have that playing the whole time. I thought I was like, oh, yeah, we could put some Christmas music on in the beginning. No, we ain't doing that. That's a little too much. All right, put the lights on. All right, how we doing here? All right, Merry Christmas, everybody. Now, usually when I do the Christmas vodka stream, I'm drinking eggnog. And it's always like the tradition was to, make some eggnog with some rum and everything. But I have to be up early tomorrow to go to Pop's Film Junkie's house because he's having a Christmas brunch kind of thing. And so I got to be up early, and I can't be. And let's face it, when it comes to eggnog, yeah, that's a hangover city right there. So I got to try to minimize the hangover and just stick with my normal vodka sodas. So cheers, everybody. Just chill with that. So we'll be all right. Anyways, what's going on, Monique? Good to see you. Let's see what we got here. Howdy. Fantastic Friday. It's man-pleasing chicken. Man-pleasing chicken. Interesting. Never heard that title before. With roasted veggies, sheet pan dinner kind of night. Nice. Sounds awesome. Clone Avenger for my fellow Century fans. Paul Jenkins, creator of Century, is coming back to write a limited comic book series. I'm finally hyped for a new Marvel comic book. Well, there you go. Hey, Redacted. Hope y'all redacted. Yeah, today Redacted. Yeah, they finally started releasing some of that Epstein stuff, right? And a lot of it was redacted. A lot of Bill Clinton, which I think nobody's shocked about that when it came to pictures. So yeah, pretty crazy. We got Ghoul right here. What's happening? See an Avatar in Dolby on Sunday morning at 9. There you go. Cool. Hopefully you enjoy it. Give my full review. Hey, Jason McKenzie. Cheers and happy holidays to you, sir. Thank you for helping out the pirate ship. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. I'm going to adjust the hat a little bit here. Let's see. Who else we got? Okay. Well, I had my earphones. Sorry about that. I guess I shouldn't have had it so loud. My bad. Where is that goon? Oh, man, I'm a goon now? Well, thank you, Mosh. My God. What's going on there, Music Man? Good to see you. I came because of the thumbnail. Who is talking shit about... Oh, yeah. Well, I'm going to get into that. That's for damn sure. Santa Davis here. Santa Davis here. Yeah, who wants to sit on my lap? Just kidding. Anyways, all right. We got Taladia. Happy Friday. Everybody has a good Christmas. What's going on, Lane? What's happening? Somebody needs to tell you because of puppy breaks. Yep. Jay, what's happening? I never had eggnog. Yeah, it's an all right drink. It's tasty. Put a little cinnamon, nutmeg on it. If you want to mix it with rum, or you just have it without alcohol, of course. Cheers, Black Mamba. Good to see you. Let's see who else we got. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay. Have you watched? I haven't watched season 2 yet. I think you'll enjoy it. I watched season 1, really enjoyed it. So, gives you a glimpse of how Netflix tackle. Yeah, hopefully, but they can't. Well, of course they cancel it because all that stuff. Yeah, eggnog's pretty good. It's not. For a while I didn't like eggnog, and then I finally had it, and I went, oh wow, this is actually pretty good. I like to have it with the rum. So, anyways, guys, cheers again. Let's have a good one tonight. And like I said, this is actually going to be the last vodka stream of the year. I'm not going to do a vodka stream next Friday. Essentially, I'm going to do a Film Junkie live on Monday, but then the following Monday I'm not. So essentially, I'll be taking a week off of streaming. And of course, there's not going to be any DC Fanimateds for the next 2 weeks because, those are on Wednesdays, which of course are the eves of Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. So yeah, so I'm going to be, just take a week. I do it every year. I try to take take a week off of streaming, take a little break. So there won't be a vodka stream next week. I decided I thought about having it because, it's like, it's on the 26th. We can still do it. But then I went, nah, just take a week off. Take a week off streaming. So there won't be a vodka stream next week, and then that following Monday there won't be a Film Junkie live, but then we'll have a vodka stream on the 2nd of January, the first vodka stream of 2026. So, anyways, yeah, I wish I was going on vacation. No, I'm not going anywhere. Sadly, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not flying away. I'm not flying away anywhere. But just take a little break right here. Well, yeah, I mean, hey, if anything drops, like the Lanterns trailer, if the Lanterns trailer does in fact drop, I'll still do videos. I'm still gonna probably do videos. I'm still gonna be home. I have 2 4-day weekends, 4.5-day weekends, basically. I'll be working half days on the eves, and then I'll have 4 days off from regular work. So I'm still gonna be doing some stuff, but I think I'll be doing some behind the scenes stuff that I need to do. Like I need to change my banner because things have changed when it comes to the scheduling of stuff. So I need to do that. And, I want to do some other things too, so just behind the scenes things. So, and then of course I'll be posting my best of all my best of movies. So when it comes to lists, I don't do worst anymore. I don't do the worst stuff. I've done the worst lists, but I don't do those anymore because I'm like, because I like to be more positive about movies and going to the movies and stuff. So sure, I could probably find some worst for sure. We're talking about you, Snow White. Just kidding. But I'm just like, you know what? I'm not going to do I don't do the worst list. I'll do my top 10 favorites. I'll do my top 10 anticipated movies of next year. And then I'll probably do I'll probably rank the comic book movies of this year. I'll probably rank those as well. It's usually what I do. And maybe I'll find another list or something like that. So I'll be doing my top 10 lists for everything. So we could have some fun with that. And then, put some more polls and everything out there. So there you go. But yeah. So yeah, this will be the last vodka stream of the year of 2025. So let's make it a pretty good one, even though we can't make it 5 hours long today because I got to get up early. You can blame Pop's Film Junkie for that one, like I said. Most disappointing list. I guess I could do something like that. I don't know. But let's start off right here before we start really diving into things here. Let me talk about a little bit more about Avatar, Fire, and Ass. Just kidding, it's Ash. And it's not Ass. No, it's not. I know some people are, I think we all kind of knew this was going to happen when it came to this franchise, was the fact that, it's going to start wearing thin a little bit, even though it's visually so fucking gorgeous. I swear, I just marvel. I'm like, I don't know how Jimmy Cams, how he does something like this. We can have movies that just have really just subpar visual effects, and then you have something like this, which is entirely, everything is digital. There's like barely any frames where you don't have some kind of digital effect in there, but it all looks so crisp and all so good. And like I said, when you've seen it in 3D IMAX, it's just amazing. And right when it opens, you just go, oh my God. It's like it literally, you almost feel like, the people in Gotham City in Batman Forever when they're watching the box. You almost feel like that. You're just like, oh wow, look at that. And sometimes you even get like startled because things are just like jumping all over the place. But when it comes to Fire and Ash, like I said, it is a little bit of it's the blue people versus the sky people. I mean, it essentially, that's always what it is. But at the same time, there's still a pretty good story in there, that's kind of interesting. Like when it comes to the whole, like the religious aspect and the mother thing. And like, you kind of get a little glimpse of, I can't remember the names of the certain things, but you kind of get a little glimpse of more like when it comes to, Pandora and what makes it all kind of work and how it's all connected. You get a little bit more of that. And there's more, when it comes to the Spider character, whose name's Spider, the human kid character that they introduced in the second one, you get more with him, and something happens with him that's very interesting. But again, but at the same time, what do we get? We get the sky people versus the blue people. But then of course the sky people get the fire tribe, and then they are led by somebody who's it's a pretty damn good villain. She's a really good villain. I can't remember her name right now. Like I said, the names are interesting. But yeah, it's so you get a lot of the same, but at the same time, it's still just so nice to look at. And some of the action sequences are just absolutely crazy. And then there is some good performances. There is some interesting concepts. But yeah, I just have a feeling that, this movie is probably not going to make, I don't know, maybe it'll make $1 billion. Probably it'll still make $1 billion. But it's definitely not going to make $2 billion. I don't know. We'll see what happens when it comes to this. My theater wasn't packed. It was definitely not packed, but I've seen other people take pictures where, their theaters are pretty packed when it comes to Avatar, but mine wasn't that much. But I went at 2:00 on Thursday. So, that could be part of it too. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But yeah, overall, I enjoyed it. I want to see what happens with the next one. Kind of curious. It's like, where do they go from here? And then I'm like, you have 3 movies where it's strictly this, and you're having some cool things right here, but you need to now change it up. With the 4th one, you're going to have to change it up a little bit. And I know James Cameron has said that they're actually going to they'll go back to Earth one of these days, one of these movies. So yeah. We'll see, but it's going to have a big opening for sure. Like the opening box office, I would not be surprised the opening box office is pretty close to $500 million already. I think it's going to make $1 billion. I just don't know if is it going to have that word of mouth? Because, I've noticed that people are not liking it as much. I'm seeing some more mixed reviews out there than usual. So, it's whatever. We'll see what happens. I could be wrong. And hey, never bet against James Cameron. Again, I don't know how he makes something like this. I mean, you forget. Sometimes you forget. You're like, oh yeah, shit, I forget. All the water, everything about what I'm looking at right now is made in a computer. It's not real. These are visual effects. Weta. It's crazy. But anyway, so there you go. There you go right there. Go check it out. All right. Let's pull out my pole. My North Pole. No, but let's look at some polls right here. Because, you guys know I've been running some polls lately, just to kind of, get a little more with the community, get a little more engagement, get a little more everything. So I was like, oh yeah, I should probably be doing some of that. And I was talking with, fellow creators. Yeah, run some more polls. I'm like, yeah, I should be doing that. And I heard I should be doing more of that. And they're actually pretty fun because I'm very interested in the results too when it comes to polls. And let me see. Let me get this certain one ready right here. Okay. Where are we at? All right. This one right here. Okay. Refresh. Make sure it's refreshed and up to date. All right. This one in particular poll that I ran was because this week we had that, Jimmy Guns was responding to the Superman and Lois scene where he tells Lois that he wants to go rescue Crypto. And basically, even though Crypto is a big pain in the ass, Superman has that, the heart of his knows that he's alone and scared. So then naturally somebody asks, okay, did you mean that Superman was he was like resonating with Crypto because he has felt scared and alone because, he's an alien and stuff? And Jimmy Gunn said, no, it's not that. It's just because, he's Superman. He'll move mountains even for the smallest of animals, which we see when it comes to squirrels. And then, of course, we get the whole thing, and then he responded again, which he didn't need to respond again. But, talking about if you do it solely because of your own experience, that's kind of narcissistic, which, some people, we understood that. I understood where he was coming from because I understood the scene. But, of course, naturally, it's James Gunn doesn't understand Superman. And that's just, deja vu, because I don't know how many times, and still here to this day, Zack Snyder doesn't understand Superman. It's like one of those things where it's like, okay, yeah, we're just repeating ourselves. It's deja vu. We're just in a cycle. Now it's just a different person. And now it's the opposite fans that are doing, it's just, yeah. Again, fucking deja vu. It's always what it is. So I ran the poll. Let's see. Hold on. Here we go. So I ran the poll and I decided, okay, we got the 4 Superman directors, live action Superman directors, movie directors. And I put out there, who understands Superman the most? And honestly, I was actually a little shocked of the results. And here we go right here. Share the screen. That it, yeah. So that's where we're at right now. I didn't put my background, of course. Hold on. I put my background. There's the background. All right. So here we go right here. So over 10,000 votes in 3 days. And we have Jimmy Guns, who's leading pretty significantly. I mean, I guess. But he's got half the votes at 50%. Zach is at 22%. Of course, Bryan Singer's at 2%. And then we got Richard Donner at 26%. Now, when I said that I did not expect these results, the reason why I said that is not because I'm a Zack Snyder fan, or that I think that, because I have a lot of Zack Snyder fans as my fans. I just thought because of the algorithm that YouTube is, it's not like Twitter, because when I run stuff on Twitter, it doesn't get out there as much. On YouTube, it's different, especially when you're using images and everything. They push those out there, which is what I like. But I actually thought that Richard Donner was going to be the leader of that poll. I honestly thought that it was going to be Richard Donner. And then I thought Gunn and Snyder were going to be pretty close behind him. And then I thought that Bryan Singer was going to be dead last. Of course, that totally makes sense. And I questioned some of you that voted for him. Just kidding. But is he on that list? Are there any Bryan Singer images from that the newly released images that came out tonight? I don't know. Somebody tell me. No. So I was actually pretty surprised by that. I was a little surprised. I was like, oh, wow. Interesting. So, and then naturally, of course, a day later, because I waited a day, and then I decided to bring it over to Twitter. I brought it over to Twitter, showed a screenshot, and put a little thing. And naturally, it was funny because I did this. I posted on Twitter about it right before I shut off my computer to drive out to go meet with my dad to go watch Avatar. And I knew I was lighting a match and throwing it out there. I knew. And sure enough, once I looked at the tweets, oh yeah, it blew up. It blew up, not like majorly, but it started blowing up. And naturally, you look underneath that tweet. Oh my God, it's so ridiculous. You got the Gunner people who are going, why is Zack Snyder even that high? And somebody actually made a funny joke. I will say this. I saw somebody has said, why is Zack Snyder that high? And somebody responded to him and said, well, he probably had a couple of blunts before he, and I was like, oh, that's pretty funny. So props to that joke right there. I did like that. But yeah, it was like a lot of things. And then naturally, if your guy is not winning, it's got to be bots. That's what everybody ends up saying. if my guy is not winning, well, it's got to be bots. That sounds a little narcissistic. I'm just saying, oh yeah, my guy's not winning, so it can't be because people actually like the other guy. It's got to be because there's bots. I hate that shit. It's like, stop it. It's just a poll. It doesn't mean anything because honestly, they all understand Superman. They all understand Superman in their own way. Okay? It's just pick your poison on who do you think understood him the most. And you're right. Nobody's wrong. It's an opinion. Crazy how that works. I know, right? It's crazy. I know. It's interesting. It's not an objective thing. I mean, the only thing that you can measure objectively is the box office, is streaming numbers or anything. That's all you can really measure objectively. But they all have it in their own ways. They all understand Superman in their own ways. And then some people are like, well, who is yours, Dave? Huh? Who would you pick? Huh, Dave? Who do you think understands Superman the most? Well, I think you guys know that I like Zack Snyder's take more because he took that more grounded approach and showed us something kind of different. They wanted Christopher Nolan to make a Superman movie, but Christopher Nolan goes, no, I don't think I can do that. But I know the guy who can. The guy who did Watchmen can do it. So I like his take. And I think he understood it for the time, to be honest. Like, the time is like, okay, we can't have the normal Superman kind of, let's just show the Boy Scouts and, hey, everybody's going to accept them. It's Superman. Hey, up. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. No, he understood that. No, this is the real, if we're going to try to base him in a real world, oh, yeah. How is the world going to react? So that's what I'm saying. And then when it comes to James Gunn, now that we're 12 years later after Man of Steel, it's like, okay, now this is a different kind of world. So then he had to approach it differently, bring the social media aspect into it more and everything. So, but again, I thought Donner was actually going to win this poll right here. And then of course, naturally I had people saying like, oh yeah, they said like, I had somebody who said, oh, don't worry, we'll take it here. We'll take it from here. Somebody actually literally wrote this underneath it. We'll take it from here. It was somebody from the Snyder fandom. And I'm going, we'll take it from here? What are you talking about? Again, stop sounding like a cult. When I get these responses, we'll take it from here. What? Okay, again, stop sounding like a cult. Don't do that. And then it's funny because it didn't move the needle. And then I just went, hey, you have to realize that I know you guys think that you're the majority. You are not. The general audience is the majority. The two different crazy sides of the fandom when it comes to Gunn and Snyder, you are the minorities. You are just the loud ones. But the middle ground, a lot of people who aren't loud, some people are just fans. And then of course I had somebody said like it's because I alienated fans. And I went, oh, here we go. I alienated fans, guys. Oh, boy, I'm sorry I alienated fans. Then I was like, no. I did not alienate fans. I just moved on to the next thing because I like to talk about movies. I like to talk about DC. And I loved what Zach did. And then it just kind of fell into the whole thing. And I became a voice in the Snyder fandom. Yes. And I was grateful for that. But then the Snyder Cut came out. And then I was like, all right. I'm still going to follow Zach, still going to talk about his movies, which I do. But when it comes to DC, I'm going to be able to see what happens next. I'm going to see what happens with the DCU. Nothing wrong with that. And I think a lot of you, my core fans that are out there, you guys a lot of you found me when it came to the Snyder Cut, and you stuck with me because guess what? You're not crazy. You're not obsessive. You like to talk about movies. You like to talk about other things besides 3 DC movies. You like to talk about more. It's good. But yeah, to all you gun nuts out there, though, why, when you were talking shit about Zack, it's like, hey, you guys, anytime you see Zack Snyder's name, you get all freaking triggered and twitchy too. So you're not out of the woods either when it comes to all this. You're just as bad. You're just as bad. Crazy. All right. Well, let's look at some of the other polls that I posted. Let's look at some of these other ones I posted too. All right, so let's stick on because these are fun. And let's see, we got almost 2,000 votes. This one jumped up pretty quick. because obviously Avatar is, the new movie this week. And of course, hopefully you guys watched my first reaction review too. It's pretty fun. But I asked if you're seeing Fire and Ash this weekend. 20% said yes. 15% said not this weekend. 14% said I'll wait for streaming. 51% said no desire. Ooh. Interesting. I did not think there was going to be I thought maybe, it would have a little bit, but yeah, there's like it's interesting. It's interesting, very, very interesting. And then of course I posted this right here because naturally with everything that's happened this week when it came to the trailer leaks from Disney, with Supergirl trailer releasing last week and the leaked trailers from Disney this week, what are you most hyped for? Supergirl got 24%, Avengers Doomsday 46%, Spider-Man Brand New Day 28%, and then Mandalorian Grogu only 3%. What's kind of interesting? What's kind of interesting about that is I saw the Supergirl trailer in IMAX, looked great, and I saw the Avengers Doomsday trailer in all its glory. And I was like, okay, there it is. Cool. I was like, hey, Dad, check. I was like telling him, I was like, Dad, there's going to be a big trailer, big teaser, and I finally was like, hey, here it is. I didn't think I was going to get it because it was like the last trailer, the last teaser, or last trailer that they played. But what's interesting about it is when I first started that poll, Spider-Man Brand New Day took a big leap forward, and then it just kind of went down, which is interesting. But I think I don't know. I didn't watch the Spider-Man Brand New Day leak. I saw it come across my feed, but it was like really crappy. It was really crappy. At least the Avengers one wasn't as crappy. It was pretty clear. And I'm just going to say it right now. Marvel Studios leaked it on purpose. They did. Fucking guys. 100%. 100%, Kevin Feige. Calling you out. Try to shut down my stream. I'm saying it right now. Marvel Studios purposefully leaked those trailers. You saw the Supergirl hype. There was Supergirl hype for a week, for the week of last week. Supergirl hype. People were talking about it. And then it came to this week, and the hype took a dive because, new week. Oh, we're supposed to be getting Avengers Doomsday. And then all of a sudden, when these leaks start coming out, and yeah, I know they're getting removed offline and stuff like that, but I don't know. You have somebody like Soups. Let's go. You have somebody like Soups posting a video reacting to the leaked trailer. Get the fuck out of here. This is John Campea going, hey, look at Tobey Maguire's dick. Remember that? Do we remember that? When those leaked images from Spider-Man No Way Home came out, he posted those images. But then he was like trying to be like, oh, yeah, I don't think these are real. And again, saying, look at Tobey Maguire's dick. I think it's the same shit. I see you, Marvel Studios. And I might have heard something too. I think they did it. Because what happened? Built up hype. I'm not saying it's wrong and they shouldn't have. No. Good on you. That's how you build up hype? Fine. It's interesting, but AI is going to be the problem when it comes to that, because now people don't even know what is real and what is not when it comes to AI. And what's really creepy is the fact that when the Avengers Doomsday, the Steve Rogers trailer teaser came out, and you saw it in really crappy bootleg form, somebody online got it into AI and said, hey, can you make a 4K version of this? And guess what? It looked almost like the real trailer. Holy shit. So AI, not only does AI just create random shit, that people wanted to create, but if we have leaked trailers, you could just pump it into AI and it's going to regenerate the trailer by taking what the footage is and make it into a crisp 4K AI trailer. But yeah, there's a lot of things where it's like, I don't even know what's real anymore. Pretty crazy. All right, back to more polls. All right, then there was this one right here because obviously we had, Zack Snyder and James Gunn with an Instagram post. Zach, of course, posted about Dawn of the Dead and then said it was written by the great James Gunn, which, of course, just makes this whole silly discourse with the fandoms ridiculous because, they respect each other. They're not best of friends, but they respect each other. So I asked, when it came to all that, what do you think they ever discussed something? And I only can really think about 3 choices because I keep on talking, and I have a video that I'm going to be posting this weekend where I went more in depth with this. So look forward to that. But yeah, I put like Snyder vs. Elseworlds Legacy sequel, which a lot of people are like in favor for. I think a lot of people are very much in favor for that. And then I said, do you think they discussed a DCU project, like Zach doing a DCU project? 16% said that. 30% said nothing at all. And it most likely nothing at all. Like that, again, these posts don't necessarily mean anything. We've talked about it many times before. We could speculate, and people definitely do speculate, but I think there's a lot of things where it just means absolutely nothing. And of course, the Brennan Sklenark thing, we already talked about that. And then I asked, and we have 9,000 votes right here. 4 days ago, I asked, are you excited for Steve Rogers' return in Avengers Doomsday? 59% said yes. 9% said no. 21%, I'm all right with it. And then 12% said, I don't care. So there you go. And then of course, when it came to the trailer coming out for Supergirl, everybody's just looking forward to Lobo. I love how everybody's looking forward to Lobo mainly. It's just funny. I love that. It's like, it's a Supergirl movie and a lot of people are just going, now we want to see the main man. It's because you guys are all freaking sexist. That's what it is. Do I have to say it? That's what it is. You guys are just freaking sexist. How dare you? How dare you when it comes to that? So Batman is boring, huh? No, he's not. He is not boring. What are we talking about? Batman is not boring. But hey, some people out there are going to make you think that James Gunn definitely thinks that he's boring. That's right. So this was getting passed around today, and I went, "Oh man, what is it?" I'm like, "What is it? Wait, what do I keep on seeing that James Gunn has said that Batman is boring? What am I seeing here? What am I seeing here?" And I went, "Oh, Geeks and Gamers. That's right. It's Geeks and Gamers. That's who it is." I'm like, "Oh yeah, they don't really like James Gunn. Yeah, they don't really like James Gunn. There's people out there that don't like James Gunn. I mean, there's people that love him, and then there's, again, majority of people in the middle that just kind of he looks at both of you like, hey, because, let's face it, James Gunn, when he's being interviewed, even when he's being interviewed, not just the social media stuff is good when he debunks and when when he's positive and he's interacting with fans. There's nothing wrong with that. But then, of course, when he goes in with the back and forth, that's where it's like, dude, you need to stop. Somebody, Jennifer, take his phone. But even when interviews, there's been times where it's like, it's like, oh yeah, I could see when James Gunn says certain things in an interview. Sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, the people who don't like him are going to take it this way. The people who love him are going to take this way. And then it's like, you got to find, you're like, well, I think he actually meant this. It's just the way it always is. But here's the article right here that was being passed around today. It was yesterday, but it was mainly being passed around today. James Gunn says Batman has become boring, claims there's a plan to fix him in the DCU. What? That's a headline. That's for damn sure. Not quite what is being said. And this is an interview. This is actually an interview from June. And I remember covering this too, which is what's funny. And let me pull this up right here. Okay. Let me pull up the quote. So here's the full quote right here. And for Geeks and Gamers, they do have the full quote within the article. But it's the headline. The headline is what's misleading. So this is the quote right here. He was talking to Rolling Stone magazine. he said right here, but yet he's not a campy Batman. I'm not interested in that. He's not interested in a campy Batman, which is good. I'm not interested in a funny, campy Batman, really. So we're dealing with that. Every single Batman story has been told. It seems like half the comics that have come out of DC over the past 30 years have Batman in them. He's the most famous superhero in the world and the most popular superhero in the world. And people love him because he's interesting, but also having so much of him out there can also make him boring. So how do you create that property that's fun to watch? Now throughout the whole interview, yes, he does emphasize boring, but it was kind of funny because he's not saying that Batman has become boring. He's just worried that, okay, if you just put any kind of Batman story out there, it can make him boring because he's been done to death. And I've emphasized this many times. I even talked about this quote back in June. I covered this on Film Junkie Live, and I didn't take it to where I was like, oh yeah, James Gunn thinks that Batman is boring or has become boring or something. No, I didn't take it from that. But it's just because they made the headline misleading. They were like, oh yeah, I found something from an interview from almost 6 months ago that, hey, James Gunn said this, let's run with it. And hey, it worked. It worked. It circulated. It got all over the place. And then, of course, it caused this crazy discourse. Now, did James Gunn need to word it like that? Not necessarily. But we know that he doesn't word things correctly sometimes. He doesn't really, when he's on the spot. But at the same time, I'm going, well, he still is the DC studio CEO. He's getting asked a question. Naturally, he's going to answer the questions. This is not him on social media this time. This is him during an interview. So, and he's absolutely correct because I've even said this many times because Batman has been done to death. There is a lot of pressure on trying to do Batman right in the DCU. Especially when you have another Batman in your Elseworlds category that's getting a sequel, possibly 2 sequels, from a popular version that came before DC Studios. So therein lies the challenge. And I always said that them announcing the Brave and the Bold movie to have the Damian Wayne element to that story was smart because we have not seen that in live action. I'm going, yes, that's there. You have it right there. You better not get rid of that Damian Wayne element because if you do, you're going to lose the fresh take because people are going to be curious to be like, wait a minute, Batman's a dad and he made his son Robin? What? People will go to see that. People will be interested to seeing that because there's never been a live action Batman, at least, cinematically, that's not had that aspect. I don't even think nothing in the TV shows or nothing either. So that's why I was like, hopefully they keep that Damian Wayne element to the story because that's going to make it a fresh take. But still, there is a lot of pressure on trying to create something fresh with Batman because, again, if you just have a story, where it's like, all right, Batman, bat signal goes out. Batman goes to the Batcave, puts on the suit, races out of the Batmobile and goes and fights, and then there's a villain aspect. Okay, you got to fight the villain. And, if you don't add like some kind of little something else, little flavor to it, yes, the story could just be like, nah, this again, what are we doing here? And that's what he's meaning. And yeah, maybe he used boring a little too much. And he was very hyperbolic. He used hyperbolic language when he said, every story has been told. I hate that. It's like, stop using hyperbole when it comes to all this. I hate that shit. So yeah, he was pretty hyperbolic when it came to that response. I'll give you that. That's what he does. That's just Jimmy Guns for you. So, all right. I didn't really get too ranty, but I knew what Gigs and Gamers were doing. I knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing. They needed something. Let's get something. They knew they wanted to get something. So they dug into an interview from almost 6 months ago. They'd be like, oh, James Gunn thinks Batman is boring. We got it. And somebody, whoever's the main person right there was like, Perry White, print it. Cigar in his mouth. Yeah. It's like, of course. But, it worked. It definitely did work. So what can he do, right? It worked. Yeah, those guys have a hate boner for him. So, but it's just funny when I was seeing that, I was like, why all of a sudden we getting like James Gunn thinks that Batman is boring? Why am I seeing a bunch of tweets? Why am I seeing a bunch of tweets about Batman is boring? And I'm like, no. I'm like, I don't remember hearing anything about him saying Batman is boring. James Gunn has said that Batman is his favorite DC character. I'm like, I think that's why he wants to make sure that they do something pretty fresh, which, I think they will do it. Oh, I had somebody in my mentions claim, and of course, when you look at the Twitter profile, what do you see? Nothing but Snyder stuff. It's and I'm like, yeah, there it is. I had somebody in my mentions say that, he was putting out an implication that it was directed at Snyder's Batman. It was directed at Batfleck. I went, oh my God, you guys, can we stop it? I mean, you guys think that, oh man. I mean, this person literally thought, and I was like, no, that's just your James Gunn derangement syndrome. That's all it is. That's your James Gunn derangement syndrome at play right there. He was not directing it at Batfleck. There's no directing at Batfleck. Don't worry. Jesus Christ. It's pretty crazy. People, what are we doing here, people? All right. What are we doing? Why does this thing do that now? So weird. All right, just sending some invites out now. We're not gonna have Balga. We're not gonna have Chris Balga on. He mentioned last week he's gonna be out of town visiting family and whatnot. So no Mr. Balga tonight. All right. What else? Who else? God, my mentions, or not my mentions, my inbox is just full of. Okay, we got all that. All right, we're good. All right, what are you guys talking about right now? Let's see. Let me just kind of go through some of the stuff you're saying. Yeah, 2 p.m.s. Love the sweater. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, my mom got me this hat like years ago, and I wear it every Christmas Vodka Stream episode. Gotta wear it. BVS is a good goddamn Batman movie. It 100% is a good. I mean, it's one of my favorites, for God's sakes. Gunn is out of his mind if he thinks Batman is boring, but morons like Peace. Yeah, but he didn't. He didn't think Batman was boring. Again, it's the context of what he said right there. That's the thing. He does not think Batman is boring. Let's see. What do we got? 100% who's okay. And I'm just kind of going through and see what you guys are talking about. Oh, yeah. And I want to talk about that with the panel too. Talk about Disclosure Day. Ooh. Oh, I watched that trailer a few times. And then I went down a rabbit hole because, I follow some of the UFO types out there. And some of those, they were like coming up with their own, hey, the clicking sound that Emily Blunt's character makes, that kind of sounds like, and there's like this dude that I've seen on my TikTok feed who like apparently can communicate. I mean, who knows? But he's got videos where he supposedly he communicates with like some kind of being, makes similar noises when he's doing that. It was like kind of like, oh shit, that guy. I hadn't seen his videos in a bit, and I went, oh. I'm like, Spielberg. I mean, again, who knows? I want to believe. I'm like Boulder, guys. I want to believe. But sometimes it can get a little ridiculous. I've seen some videos where some people are like, yeah, I've talked to the people on the 3i Atlas. Yeah, I've actually been on the ship. And I'm like, okay. I mean, that's supposed to, it was supposed to happen today. I don't know. Maybe the 3i Atlas has the fucking full Epstein files. I don't know. Maybe that's where it's at. They upload it to that ship. Is that where it's all at? Jesus. Ugh. Beamed it up there. I tell you. Can't let DC have their moment. I know. going on, Droga? I have a question. Will Kyle Ryder, do you mean Rayner, ever be in the, maybe, or is there a Kyle Ryder? I'm like totally like, I don't know. My brain's like mush. Oh, this is funny. I know that's what a lot of it looked like. That's good stuff, man. I tell you, I love that post. They definitely posted that because everyone is mad about which director is better. Yeah, they're homies, and like I said, pick your poison. I mean, that's the thing. No one's wrong. That's the thing. It's like no one's wrong. You know, you like Zach's take, you like Gunn's take. I like both their takes, but I just prefer Zach. I prefer Zach's take. Yeah, I liked his more grounded approach. I liked what he did. I thought he modernized Superman very well. You know, and Gunn did, like, I like what he did with his take. He brought it back to like that more, you know, a little bit more of a happier take, but at the same time, he added some crazy other elements that we've never seen in a Superman movie. Like, again, when I was watching with my uncle and he kept on looking at me going, this is not like any other Superman I've ever seen. And I'm like, absolutely. So, and you guys are going crazy with this. That's very interesting about, you guys are funny. You said it was, that's funny. I can't believe Matt Reeves cast. You said you should have blocked out the ED at Cassett though. I'm just kidding. I kid. Let's see. Disclosure Day was great. Yes. I doubt James said that. And if he did, it would be treated more. Oh yeah. If he actually flat out said that. I mean, I have a Brandon Sklenar video that I'm posting tomorrow, you know, because there's a whole thing that David Corn Sweat is following Sklenar, which most likely means nothing, means fuck all, but you know. But I did make a video that I wanted to comment about certain things that I was hearing. So look forward to that. I'm going to be posting that video sometime tomorrow. Probably when I get back from my my dad's lunch thing. So yeah. But yeah, so I'll be posting that tomorrow. Just, you know, and some of you guys in the, you know, if you guys watched like if you guys are on Patreon post show, the members only Film Junkie Live, you guys probably, you know, you've heard like what I've heard. I've already mentioned things right there. So have a good night, Ryan. Thanks for dropping by. Twin tinfoil hatter types. Yeah, gotta love that. Of course, they'll never stop. Nobody ever stops. What's going on? Hunter, Dave website, and articles are trying to make James Gunn look bad by saying Batman is boring. Yeah, I know. I just did a whole spiel on that. It is a sexy, suspenseful, and all-around great movie. I don't know which one you're talking about. You're talking about you're talking about Housemaid. Yeah. Well, we'll have somebody on the panel tonight who has actually seen it. I do want to see it, but I mean, Jesus Christ. I was talking about it with I was actually talking about it with Scott on Wednesday. I think we kind of talked about because our new thing with DC Fanimated, it's kind of fun. Our new thing is like, what movies are we seeing this week? So we kind of just do that at the end of DC Fanimated. It's now become a part of the stream of what movies we're going to be seeing. But yeah, Housemaid what's so interesting about, I mean, you also have, does SpongeBob come out this week or is it next week? I can't remember. Maybe it's next week. But, you know, we have Avatar coming out this week. It's like, yeah, that's the big blockbuster, but not everybody's going to want to go see it, or maybe they want to wait a couple of weeks for the crowds to die down. Then you got Housemaid. I mean, you got the four leads. They're all hot. They're all hot. Just sexy all around. You got two sexy dudes. You got two sexy women. It's all there. And you got twisty, turny, crazy plot. I've heard. I'm a friend of mine. She's read the book. She's, I actually might go see it with her. She actually asked her, like, "Hey, maybe you want to go see it?" I'm like, "Yeah, probably." So I actually might fit that in my 4-day weekend next week. I might try to fit Housemaid in. So maybe I'll go see it, and I definitely will do a reaction. All right. Time to take the sunglasses off. Good God. I don't know how long I'm going to last with this sweater on. I forgot how tight it is. My mom bought a size too small. Plus, I've been working out. No, but yeah, it's a little. I forgot how tight this thing is. I was gonna wear. I actually have a Deadpool Christmas sweater that my brother got me last year, but he wore it to the Christmas party we went to last weekend. So I was gonna have it with his stench on it. I don't think he washed it. I should have told him to wash it. But I thought it was fitting though, since all the Batman, boring talk. I figured, I'll wear all the Batman gear. But this thing is fucking itchy. And like I said, stupid California doesn't want to fully go to winter. I mean, it wasn't 90 degrees, but still in the mid 80s. Like, Jesus Christ, in this room. But I got the window open now, and I got there is a breeze coming through at least, so I won't die, hopefully. All right, let's start bringing some peeps in here. Let me see and make sure I got my stuff. Let's there we go.
Scott!
What's up, Scott?
I'm going to be pulling a U at the first part of the stream.
Okay.
First round of CFP playoffs is going on right now.
Oh, okay. So
Alabama's up 3 points right now, and we got 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter. So, yeah,
your eyes.
Trust me, my eyes will be like this for the next 10 minutes because we were down 17-0, then went 27 unanswered points, and
wow.
And Oklahoma just scored a touchdown, so now we're 27-24 with most of the fourth quarter.
So it's a game.
It's a game. I turned it off for the second quarter because it was not looking like a game. It looked like it was going to be a repeat of the SEC championship where Georgia just kicked our ass.
Yeah.
But then, we get a touchdown, we block a punt, we get a pick six, and I'm just like, okay, we're back in this, people.
Wait a minute. Yeah. I know sometimes with college games, they could be some pretty big blowouts. I know. It happens more frequently in college games, I would say. NFL, yeah. Where sometimes you're just looking, something happened.
Right, Oklahoma just got a false start, and they're already like, so I'm just like, and what you really, I'm not sure if you, because I don't do NFL. What's really fun in college games is when you watch all the coaches at the sidelines, and man, when calls go wrong, just the yelling and you just read their lips, and you're just looking at all the cussing they're doing.
Oh yeah, you could totally tell when they're dropping F-bombs.
Or all the words. Yes.
Yeah.
Speaking of Housemaid, yes, I did see it last night.
Yes.
Okay.
Talk about it.
That was a damn good movie.
Okay, there you go. I saw your tweet. Your tweet, so I knew.
For those of you who didn't see my tweet, my tweet was starts off suspensefully tense, then goes super horny, and then just gets fucked up at the end. It was
yes.
Okay, this is what. So I thought about tweeting this, but I wanted to say it. But if you're gonna write a thriller, you cannot rely on just one big twist. Because anytime a movie tries to do that, I'm just one of those people that I'm going to figure it out before it happens. I'm just. But what you need is, give me the big twist that I see coming, and then give me 3 or 4 more littler ones after that. Because then I'm going, I figured this out, and you go, oh no, and it keeps it going. So
well, the audience is a little bit more. We're smarter now because we've had our big twist movies that we talk about. We talk about Empire Strikes Back with Luke, I Am Your Father. We talk about The Usual Suspects. The Usual Suspects, Fight Club. So. The further along we get, you have to have more than one twist. You have to do that because odds are somebody in the audience is going to figure out at least the one of them, especially if you have the one main twist. But then
the one main twist, you're good. Yeah. I've gotten to this point now where I'm going to figure out the one main twist.
Yes, because
you're not going to fool me. I see what's coming.
Yeah,
but then you keep it going afterwards. And then it's and it keeps me interested. Like I said, I get the
Yeah.
You already got that. With the super horny part in the middle of the movie. So
yeah. Like I said, I mean, there's eye candy for
everyone. There is eye candy everyone in this movie.
I know, Jesus Christ.
And we talked Wednesday in our, like you said, in our now reoccurring what are we watching this week section of Batman Fan Animated. I intentionally didn't read the book
Yeah.
But I'm also interested now because I just saw a Vanity Fair article, I didn't read it, that said 5 major changes the movie made to the book. I'm like,
course.
okay, cool. So now I can go back and read the book, and it's going to be different enough that, you know, I can enjoy the books now too.
And that's what's going to be interesting too, to get your, you know, how you feel, because you might actually like, what happened?
Okay, okay, are we calling it a reception? I'm sorry, because if we possibly just had a amazing catch at the 5-yard line. Okay. This is what it's like when you're watching the.
Oh, I know. When I've been watching
when I
watch the playoffs or something like that, or something baseball. When we're streaming, yeah, because when on Wednesdays, obviously, because baseball is on. So yeah. There's been times we're doing, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see your reaction to the book. You know, because you're always the guy that usually reads the book first, but this time you haven't. So it's going to be interesting to see if you like the book more or if you like the movie.
And there's 3 books. So
there's 3 books. Holy
shit.
There's
3 books. Yeah, there's 3 books. And you can see this, the most spoilish thing I'll say is that the way the movie ends, you can see how there are sequels.
Oh, okay. So they do set it up for more.
I don't know. And I don't know if the movies will go that way.
Okay.
I shared with you that like the 8:30, I went to like a 10:15 screening, and the 8:30 screening was like sold out.
Yeah. So again, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, that's why when people go, why the fuck would you release anything against Avatar? It's like, no, why you wouldn't release another blockbuster with Avatar. You would release something that is the polar opposite.
And that's what's gotten me like the past. I went back and looked, like, I think about it, like I have historically, especially like against the Marvel movies, I've usually found myself going to the other movie, like Spider-Man No Way Home. I went and saw Nightmare Alley back in 2021. And then like The Whale, and like you get these alternate choices, and I find myself avoiding the crowd on that Thursday night in December, and I go to, you know, this other release. But even at the 10:15 showing, I started off and I was the only person there. But by the time the movie started, there were like 10-15 of us in that theater at like a 10 o'clock showing on a Thursday night.
I'm trying to remember. I can't remember what movie I went to go watch, but it was when one of the 50 Shades of Grey movies came out. This is like 10 years ago.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. And obviously, big ass freaking line, obviously, mainly of, you know, older women.
Older horny housewives. Yes,
exactly. And I remember like, I'm like, yeah, I'm seeing the other movie. And I was like, cool, because then my theater is not going to be crowded. And it wasn't. I just can't remember what movie it was. I think it was some kind of action movie. I just remember seeing like a couple walk into that same movie. And I'm like, I wanted to like say to the guy, she's a keeper. Because I'm like, she didn't drag you to this, and you're going to see this. Fucking put a ring on that girl. Right?
Put a ring on it. Yeah. But what's good? But that's what you need. You need the audience diversification. Give everyone a reason to go to the movies this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
and the SpongeBob movie does come out this weekend too.
It does come out this weekend. Okay, so, I wasn't sure if it was this week or Christmas.
So you got the big blockbuster, you got the horny housewife movie, and then you've got the kids movie. I mean, so really, You've got the variety. I was actually talking with Rob Keyes on X today, and we were kind of bemoaning, we were reacting to someone who was blaming concession stand prices, and I'm like, no, don't blame concession. Like, one, I understand the profit margin on concessions is how theaters actually make their money. Like, that's just the way it is. But then I start talking about, no, it's the lack of the respect for the communal experience. It's the lack of a variety of showtimes. It's too many movies at one time. There used to be fewer movies, but with more showtimes, so people could find that showtime that worked with them. You and I have talked about that, trying to go see movies, and like our problem's always been finding the showtime that works for our schedule, which I wanted to say thank you. I wanted to say thank you for the shout out you gave me last week in your Vodka stream rant. How you were like, Scott goes to the movies all the time. He finds the time.
Yeah, I know.
Because I make it a priority. Yeah. I look at my work schedule. I look at the available show times, and I look at, when my family won't yell at me, and I find, the Venn diagram of this is when I'm seeing that movie.
Yeah, I know. It was like that whole thing because, like I was saying, because people are saying it's like the same. Oh, they scored.
Touchdown.
There you go.
33-24. It'll be 34 after we make the extra point.
No,
Okay.
No, but I was just saying, like, when people say, like, obviously with the Supergirl trailer, oh, it just seems like the same. Hollywood's running out of ideas, and I hate that when I'm going. I'm like, go watch Eternity. That was such an original, cool, like, idea, and it's a freaking really good rom-com type of movie, and it's like, and
but
then
you see rom-com, like really good.
Yeah, it's not a shit. It's not like, no, it's like it doesn't have cheap jokes. Like I fucking thoroughly enjoy. I wasn't sure about Eternity, but I was like, oh, I like the concept, and it delivered more. It exceeded my expectations. Begonia was also another one, but then I found out somebody said, well, it's actually a remake of a Korean movie from 2003. I went, well, I didn't know that. And who knew that? But it's kind
of like how But you know what? Sometimes. But then that gets me to go back to the foreign film. Like, I never would have bought the Infernal Affairs trilogy box set for Criterion if it wasn't for the fact that I love The Departed so much. Like, it helps me go and find the other one. Like, so, the American remakes of foreign films, because sometimes they work, sometimes they don't work. But when they do work, you're at least intrigued enough to go and look at the international original. At least that's how I do. It's kind of like how a movie coming out will make me read a book that maybe I wasn't going to read originally. That being said, go check out Housemaid. Like, it's a good, Paul Feig directs it, and we were talking about this on Fanimated, where he directed A Simple Favor. And don't watch the second one on Amazon Prime. just watch the first one. But the first one with Blake Lively and Anna Kendrick was twisty, but in a quirky. It's dark, but it's like a dark comedy twisty kind of thing. Yeah. This one is just fucked up twisty, but horny, erotic, fucked up twisty.
That's awesome.
And I really enjoyed it. Like you could do I was thinking about this in the bathroom this morning. I was having shower thoughts, and I was like, I could see this being adapted. I do that. You think of a nice hot shower.
There's something about the shower where, man, thoughts.
Yeah. I could see a streaming service doing a really crappy version of this movie, like getting the rights to the book and do a really crappy version. But there's something about Lionsgate, because Lionsgate does swings. They don't always work, but at least they step up to the plate, and man, they swing at that ball. And
that's what's good. And we want studios to continue to do that. And like when people are like, sitting there for like freaking out, like, and they're always, putting out garbage, trying to be like, hey, let's try to make this character from the comic book world to try to, it's like, okay, yeah, we hate it when we see that. But anytime I get that complaint, and I was getting that complaint in my comments and mentions when it came to Supergirl, oh yeah, it's just Guardians of the Galaxy 4. It's the same shit. It's recycled shit. I'm like, okay, what was the last original movie you went to the movie theater to see? And that's what I started asking questions. And of course, when I ask those questions, I get met with, well, they of course they don't have,
right, because once you pose that to them, you can tell that their movie going experience is very superficial, very narrow.
Like, stop complaining about this recycled stuff and go support these movies. I'm like, they're all, you know what? There might be a time where you go see a movie and it's going to be a stinker. Okay.
Oh, no. And that's all this. And that's why, once again, I've talked about how I'm a part of the AMC A-list subscription. And I'm going to tell you, for 20, now, granted, they do a thing where the subscriptions vary based on which state you live in. But for me, I'm like in the 34 state, like I'm in the payment tier that's like most states in the US. I pay $21 and change a month, and I can see 4 movies in a week.
See, that's awesome.
And if you see one movie if you see one premium format film at nighttime, that $21 is like taken care of. That's awesome. If I see 2 movies in a month, I'm saving money, and then I get 4 a week.
Yeah.
It's like
there are ways.
there are ways to save money, and it works for the movie theater because they're making the money off the concessions. Well, if I'm spending all that money on my tickets, I'm more inclined to buy my overpriced popcorn and drink because I haven't been spending all that money on my movie tickets.
See?
So
you gotta find that balance, folks.
You gotta
find it right here.
Yeah, you gotta find that balance. And like I said, I've taken my kids to, I think, 2 movies this year. And like my oldest, like we left the little one at home because heaven forbid we're gonna take the 5-year-old. But like,
yeah, you're one of those good parents who doesn't do that. Thank you.
Yeah, because I took my 2 older boys to go see Superman, and then we took them for that IMAX release of Back to the Future. Yeah, like that's what we do. We took them to go. Well, we took our middle child to go see Minecraft. You know, it's kind of like that. You know, I don't go. It's me going to the movies. My wife goes every once in a while. My kids go twice a year. It's still a special experience for them. You know, and for me, it's my therapy. It's my mental health. It's the
Christ. And another thing too that I brought up is like I think people don't like going to movies by themselves, and I'm going, fuck, do it. I love going to movies by myself.
It's funny. My wife got married to me. Every time I went to a movie, she's like, "Who are you going with?" And I'm like, "Who do I always go with? Me, myself, and I." Like that's.
It's freaking I love going to movies by myself. But let's start bringing some other peeps in here. Hey, we got Taladio. What's happening, sir? How you doing?
What's up, man? Merry Christmas to both of you.
Yeah, Merry Christmas to you too. Then we got Ronan. He's got his tree up behind him.
I got the green light going. That was my
that's
thing.
Enough for your decoration.
Yeah, I can't go very late tonight either because I have my dad's family and I have to bake a couple of blackberry cobblers in the morning. Then take them to the party.
Ooh, blackberry, like it. No, but I got an early morning too. So this is probably going to be a shorter one. I mean, I've said that before, and sometimes they don't do that.
Right, you say that, and then 6 hours later.
I mean, even if it goes 4 hours, it'd still be at 11 o'clock, and that'd be fine. But it's not going to exceed 4 hours for sure. And, we'll see what happens. Yeah, but we'll see what happens. Of course. But
like I said, I'm too busy watching the football
we got
game,
William. So. What's happening, William?
Hey, William.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, Scott, you watching the game?
Oh, you've been watching the stream.
So what am I? War Eagle, right? War Eagle? Is that what I'm supposed to
Roll Tide. Fuck you, William. We're now up by 10 with 5:55 left to go in the game.
Is Nick Saban on the sidelines?
No, he is not.
Okay, hold on to that 10-point lead.
I know, right?
Happening this year.
The way we've been playing this year, especially the last 5 games, I'm watching this. But our defense has finally, decided to, sack the quarterback, and it's kind of nice.
That's always good. Always good. But see, like I said, I'm not into college football as much, but I mean, I get it. Like, I think
this time of year.
Well, I talk about this with Scott. It's like, in Alabama, you don't have a football team. Closest you have is the Falcons in the NFL. But, it's Atlanta, but Alabama, they're pretty notorious when it comes to college and everything. And I know they have their rivals and everything. So I get it. But anyways, Merry Christmas, guys. I know, like I said, this is the last Vodka stream of the year. I decided taking stream, a week off of streaming when it comes to next week, and then Film Junkie Live the following Monday. I'm like, all right, let's just take the last week off. So
Feliz Navidad.
Yeah, exactly.
I wish I could send you all some tamales that my grandmother made.
Oh God.
Sorry, Ronan, you almost triggered me there. I'm sorry. Everyone has like the 1 or 2 Christmas songs that they just can't stand.
Yeah, Feliz Navidad.
You can't
Feliz
stand
Navidad, and I don't like it. I inherited it from my father. My father didn't like it either. But the other one I don't like is Little Drummer Boy. Can't stand that song.
Which one? The David Bowie with David Bowie being Crosby one?
Any version of Little Drummer Boy. And like for my wife, it's Frosty the Snowman. She can't stand that song. So
I can't stand Mariah Carey, which a lot of people can't.
She made like $1 billion off of that song. Just every year, she just comes out of freezing.
And,
she collects her money. She collects her money and goes back into hibernation.
I mean,
Yeah.
she makes so much. She makes like millions every year from that.
Other people are singing it now, and it's kind of creepy hearing them sing
Oh
it.
God. And it's not, and I don't even consider it a Christmas song because it's just, it's just something she. But I mean, kudos to her. They figured out some kind of catchy Christmas song. I mean, but I also hate George Michael's Last
Oh, I
Christmas,
love Last
I
Christmas.
gave you my.
Well,
Yeah.
you
Hey,
know,
well, at least, hey, listen. As long as Mariah Carey is making money, Nick Cannon gets his alimony. He can keep his standard
Oh,
of
yeah.
living.
That's right.
hey, all I know is that I did not survive Whamageddon this Christmas. I got knocked off on the 3rd of December
Oh,
Wow,
I have
that's
not.
like immediate.
I've actually not heard it. I've not heard it.
because you
I'm
can listen.
like-
You can hear covers. But
Oh
you
yeah,
can't
people.
hear
Oh
the-
yeah.
But you can't hear the original. One year I made it the whole way, and then I
So
intentionally
far,
played
so
it.
good. But again, it's
No,
we
I was
still-
in
we still have-
Walmart returning a basketball, and it started playing, and I went, "Fuck!"
See, that's the thing. I have not really been in stores. I've done a lot of my Christmas shopping online. So yeah, I've avoided. I went to like the mall. There's a mall like over in the next town. It's a small mall, and I didn't really hear. Wasn't really. I was hearing the traditional Christmas music. So I did, but I didn't hear either Mariah Carey or Wham. Because that was Wham, right? That wasn't. Yeah.
I think it was
That
George.
That was Wham was Last Christmas.
Well, yeah,
I'm still waiting to hear Adam Sandler's
Yeah.
song. wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was his solo time when he did that, but yeah.
No, that was definitely Wham.
Oof. Yeah, Christmas me. I mean, I don't mind. Yeah, the traditional stuff, fine. It's funny because there's like this group of videos that I found on TikTok where I forgot what song it's. Well, I guess I forgot what Christmas song it was, but he has like this husky dog that when he hears it, he just like he starts doing the head tilt, and then he starts ooh when he hears. I forgot which song it is.
The human or the dog?
I would hope the dog.
Okay,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah, you never know. The dog might, maybe the dog is smarter than the human.
Take
but-
the wrong dosage, it could be anything you need.
Yeah, true. He could be on some kind of psychedelic or something,
It's weird
Very
because
true.
like these past ever since I remember the Guardians holiday special dropped, that
Yeah.
soundtrack, those Neil drops, like now it's incorporated to my Christmas playlist. I'm like, all right, I like those songs as well. And like even the one they came up with, what's it called? I don't know what Christmas is. Like I was like, all right, it's a cool jingle to like put in.
Hey, that was actually for me the Guardians Christmas special ranks just below the first Guardians movie, like in the Guardians.
It was a
Same.
good special.
It was a good Christmas special.
Same
I
here.
enjoyed that.
Yeah. I was actually pretty surprised. At first, jeez, I was like, first I went, okay. Well, I mean, obviously, like when you think of I mean, I don't know when was the last time you guys watched a Star Wars Christmas?
I
Last
seen
year.
parts of it.
I've seen it one time, and
Yeah.
it wasn't even the original. It was the
the Lego.
no, it was the Mystery Science Theater 3000 guys. With
Yeah. The
they
newest
did their
one?
commentary over it.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
that's
okay.
the version I've seen.
That's the version you want to see. I know. Maybe next year we should like.
I actually
do, like,
have
a watch along.
a
I'm down.
DVD of it
Yeah.
with that commentary on top of it, like stacked over with my Star Wars collection, because that's the only way I've seen the holiday special.
Yeah, like all I know is that like the first hour or so, just a ton of Wookiee sounds, and I'm like, listen, I love Chewie, I love the Wookiees, but like I need
It's Life
need
Day.
something
Come
to
on, Life
balance it.
Day.
I need something to balance it out because I don't want to just like be sober and just hear like Wookiee growls for like half an hour and be like, I get it, okay, cool, what's next? And like I know eventually what happens, but yeah, one day I'm gonna have to sit myself down and probably react to it and just be like, oh my gosh, okay, I did the pilgrimage, I watched the whole thing, I
Yeah.
get it, I fully get it, even though I know what happens.
Saw that when I was a kid.
Yeah,
You know, like, you
I
need-
barely
you know,
remember. I remember watching it as a kid too, but I don't really remember it. I every
You gotta remember,
every-
there was no Star Wars. I mean, you had to go. You went. How long had it been since the last movie? Or when was that released? Wasn't that released in the mid '80s, right?
That was
time?
78.
No, it was
That was
right
after
after
the
the
first
first
one.
movie. It was before.
Okay,
that.
cool. Because what is the one that happened in the mid '80s?
There was one in the mid '80s too.
Was it Droids Christmas or something?
That's
something.
probably right.
Or
Yeah,
an
'cause I know-
maybe maybe an Ewok movie. When
It
Ewok-
was something that was.
Remember
It
the
was
Ewok.
them, and it was. We had gone like after the trilogy and we're like, never going to get anything again, and they popped that one out there, so we all watched it.
Let me see. Star Wars.
Yeah,
I know there was something in the mid '80s. It's the '80s are a haze to me now, but still.
it's a haze for a lot of people. But Yeah, I know, but maybe we should do like a live watch or something one of these times. Like maybe
I'll
next
be
year.
down. Yeah.
Fire it up.
I'll be down for that.
That's a drinking game just waiting.
That'd be a
Mhm.
drinking game right there for sure. I know. Jeez, like how many times? Yeah, we probably get pretty because it's not that long, right? It was
Oh
only.
no, not
It's
at all.
2 hours.
No,
It's
not
2
the holiday
hours?
special. No, the holiday special is not 2 hours.
Really?
No,
It felt
no.
like 2 hours.
It felt
I was
like
gonna
2
say,
hours.
Yeah,
I've seen
No,
like-
I
they
don't
could do it at 2
remember
hours
it
on TV.
being long, but because they had it on, it had to be like an hour or something at least.
At the minimum
Oh,
hour. Yeah.
Yeah, but then again, it could have been with commercials, and maybe it is a little.
That's probably
long.
why. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I know I've heard Red Letter Media talk about it twice in both of their videos.
Okay,
and
it's
then
98 minutes. So
there
it's
you go,
Oh,
an hour and a
cool.
half.
Wow. So that is.
So with commercials,
lengthy.
it would be commercials would be.
Yeah.
So yeah, commercials. They made sure they had a 2 hour time slot for that thing.
Because I saw the Blind Wave do like their reaction to it. And I seen parts of it, and like even they were like struggling to be like, "Yo, what the fuck are we doing? Like watching this."
Oh man, it's just absolutely terrible. Have you guys done any Christmas movie watches yet?
I'm waiting till Monday to like start off doing that. Like It's a Wonderful Life and Die Hard are just necessaries, but like
You know what?
yeah,
Here we
adding
go,
stuff.
man.
Yeah.
So you got one down. All right.
Yeah, I know.
we go again with the
not,
Die Hard
William's
thing,
not
yeah.
a fan of the whole Die Hard being a Christmas
It's
movie.
yeah. I
I'm
remember that.
I'm gonna be doing like on William's channel the Harry Potter franchise because it's Christmas themed from Sorcerer's Stone.
Oh, so those are Christmas movies?
Well,
Yeah,
because there's always a Christmas section in it because they're always a whole school year.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So there's always Christmas break in the middle of like every book.
I think in Goblet of Fire, there's when the ball's happening is during Christmas.
Yeah.
if I'm not
Yes,
mistaken.
yeah.
That'll be
So,
about
yeah.
2:00 tomorrow afternoon Pacific time.
Is that where you okay? But do you don't consider those Christmas movies though, right? Of course not, right?
No, for me, it has to be about Christmas. So if you take Christmas out, the movie falls apart. It
Okay.
cannot be interchangeable if it is the topic movie. So
So
that's
Home Alone is neither Home Alones or Christmas movies then.
no.
I don't watch enough of those to care it, but yeah, they're leaving. Well, no, because they could be going anywhere. You see
Exactly.
what I mean? They
Right.
could be going to bar mitzvah. I mean, they could be going to anywhere.
Yeah.
You know, if you
Well,
can
that's why
interchange it, then
Yeah.
it's not a Christmas movie.
I
That's my
don't
point.
see. Because Macaulay Culkin, he got interviewed recently. He said that Die Hard's not a Christmas movie, but he also said that Home Alone is because you couldn't do that on Memorial Day. And I went, yeah, you can.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can.
you can,
Like,
leave
you
town for
can.
any reason.
Yeah,
You can leave town for any reason.
exactly. So I'm
know?
like, okay, so if we're gonna say that, but I think the Christmas element adds to both of those stories. to
And
me.
That's a
Houses,
setting.
I think.
There's a difference between
but it
setting
adds
and something
to
being a
it.
Christmas
Okay,
movie.
can we,
Christmas music in it.
I am so over this debate. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm
I'm
going to
just
watch.
saying.
I'm going to watch Die Hard. It's been a
Yes.
it's been a hot minute since I've watched Die Hard.
Yeah.
I want to watch it. I think I want to watch it with like my 12-year-old. Like I want him to.
Yeah,
Like,
introduce.
I want to
Yeah.
introduce him because at one of our church Wednesday night dinners, they did like the 10 most popular. Like it was like who are the 10 most popular Christmas Christmas characters, and on the list of 1 to 10, number 10 was John McClane.
Yes.
So
Nice.
so I wanted to
love it.
introduce him to that. And because last year my sister's church up in Kentucky did a sermon series leading up to Christmas that each sermon was based around a Christmas movie, and the pastor did a sermon on Die Hard.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
That's what I'm talking about. I
He
love it.
even came on. He actually came onto the stage of the church, crawling through a vent, and in the white beat up, and smoked a cigarette, and then put it out, grabbed his Bible, and started teaching the sermon.
Come
Yeah, I
out to the
love it.
coast, get together, help you laugh.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what's
TV
weird? Like,
dinner feels like.
oh, go ahead, Dave. Go ahead, Dave.
No, I said that's what a TV dinner. That's what a TV dinner feels like. That's what I was.
Mm.
Yeah.
I'm
Another
gonna be in LA for Christmas. So, and the New Beverly always almost on Christmas Day, they're always showing The Hateful Eight at midnight. So I'm like, do I want to watch
Really?
The Hateful Eight? Yeah.
Wow.
Like, do I
Wow,
want to watch The Hateful Eight during Christmas? I'm like,
Oh,
I'll
watch
think about
whatever
it.
you want. I mean, I've seen some very interesting. Like I was just talking about back in 2021, I watched Nightmare Alley. A week before Christmas.
I
love
remember 10 years ago today, I was in a theater. Well, because it was Christmas Eve. Well, no, not today, but on Christmas Eve, I was in a theater with people watching Force Awakens.
So was I.
Yep.
Yeah.
So was
I
I.
waited.
I already had seen it. It was like my second time. Yeah.
Yep.
I remember waiting until the Monday after Christmas and being there like at like 11 a.m.
Yeah.
And so it was that was fun. But that's what I love about this time.
That's what's great. I mean, I remember specifically we were like, it was Christmas Eve. It was me, my brother, my nephew, I think he was there. No, he might have been with his mom. And then my girlfriend at the time, and then we were at like Christmas Eve at my mom's, and then my mom hadn't seen it yet. She hadn't seen Force Awakens. You want to see? I'm like, and we were just like, well, let's just go now. Why not? What are we doing? Yeah, we're done with dinner. Let's just go. And we went. It was fun. It was great. It was like
last two movies for this year for me are going to be like the day after Christmas. I'm going to go see Marty Supreme.
Oh yeah, I want to see it.
And I have to wait until because of my work schedule. I have to wait until New Year's Day. But then I'm going to see Song Sung Blue, and then that's going to wrap up my. I think I'm going to hold off on my top 10 list. I'm seeing it on New Year's Day, but I think I'm going to rope that in there, and then can still consider it part of my 2025 watching, and then that's when I'll come out with my top 10 2025 list. But I can tell you all kinds of movies that I know are on the list somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
I just don't know what where they land. Yeah, what the rankings are.
Same.
But to your point earlier, I love the point about how so many of them, like, I don't think there's going to be any franchise movies on that. Like, it's all going to be like
original movies.
On my list for 2025.
Yeah,
because stuff on that, Sinners is going to be on there. Black Bag is going to be on there for me. There's just like as I go through the year, I can go, that's going to be one. That's going to be one. Hamnet's going to be on that list. I can tell you what's going to be on the list. I just need to
arrange it. The way I do it, I mean, what's good about having the YouTube channel is I just type in first reaction and I just go through my first reactions because I'm like, all right, here's that. But then I also have to remember I watch a streaming movie. I got to remember. Okay, I got to remember like which streaming movies I watch. But it's nice to have that, and I always just write them down. Either on a paper or like open up a little doc or something like that. And then it's just. It's one of those like, maybe that, and then I start just doing the whole, no, did I like this? That's where it gets hard.
That's why you got to use Letterboxd more, Dave.
Yeah,
because
I know. I opened a Letterboxd and then I haven't used it.
I know. And see, for me, Letterboxd is great because I'll go through my diary.
Yeah.
I'll look at everything for 2025. I'll have all my star ratings. So basically, I'll just go and find all my 5s, all my 4.5s.
Yeah.
If I need a 4 to round it out.
2026, I'm using my Letterboxd.
Please use your Letterboxd. I love using my Letterboxd.
It is fun and it can be helpful, especially when it comes to reviewing stuff and organizing things for sure. But no, it's always kind of fun to do that. And then I know there's like movies I missed. Like I don't think I'm gonna catch Hamnet by the time I get my list prepared, but I do want to see Marty Supreme. I might even catch Anaconda before. I don't think that's gonna end up being on the list, but I do want to see it.
But that just looks like fun. I mean, I'm not
fun.
It looks
about War of the Worlds.
Paul Rudd and Jack Black. I mean, and then Steve Zahn's in it. I'm like,
Kevin Hart.
So, yeah. So I don't know what I'm gonna. I know like a friend of mine was like, "Hey, I read the book. I read that Housemaid. We were talking about Housemaid. I read the book, and if I'm in town, do you want to go see it?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm down because I'm hearing good things." So I might see Housemaid before the end of the year. So who knows?
I really want you to see it, Dave, because I want to be able to. I want us to be able to talk about that. That was like I said, I had a great time watching that last night. Something I did not have a good time watching today was I finally watched Wake Up Dead Man, and
it wasn't good, huh?
Oh,
okay. First off, the Knives Out movies have never been. I was curious. I went through my Letterboxd and I looked up all my reviews of the night. And the Knives Out movies have been diminishing returns for me. Like every movie I've rated lower than
the previous one.
The previous one. So for me, the highest rank one, and it's still only at 3.5, And I wonder if I would go back and I rewatch it, how I would would I rank it even lower? Because like in my head, I feel like I've more congealed my star rate, like what gets, what I give a half star for and that kind of thing. Because I remember the first one going, this is entertaining, but it's not as clever as it thinks it is. Like that's, it's like, oh, I figured like almost at before the halfway mark, I was like, oh, I know how, like,
Who it is.
I know what this is. Like, I know how this turns out. It was kind of like what we were talking about at the beginning of the stream with Housemaid, how I love it because like, there's the one big twist. I figured it out. But they don't rely on just the one big one. Then they give you like 4 or 5 like smaller ones afterwards, and you go, oh, and then those are the ones that catch me off guard because you're not relying on, the one big one. Like, and I just remember Knives Out going, when it came to the whodunit, it was like, oh, I got this, and I got it right, and I'm just kind of like, oh, okay. And then the movie's like, no. I was talking to Arctic Paul actually on X, and I just want to go, what happened to the Ryan Johnson who did Brick and Looper? I want to go back to be able to watch movies like I love Brick and I love Looper, and that's pretty much the last time I've enjoyed a Ryan Johnson movie. And I'm just like, can we go back to?
Yeah, Looper was so freaking good, man.
I love
That's
Looper.
fascinating, man.
Have you seen Brick?
I haven't seen Brick. No.
No, I haven't.
Kino Lorber just did a 4K release of it.
Really?
And it's Joseph Gordon-Levitt in a Philip Marlowe detective role, but in high school.
That's right.
Oh,
I saw it a long time ago. I have to watch it again, but I did see it like a long time ago because it came out in what, mid 2000s?
Mid 2000s. It was a
right.
mid 2000 movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was still living with my parents.
Yeah, I
when
do
that
remember
movie came
seeing
out.
that movie, and I think I was watching with friends, and it wasn't fully, but I remember like the parts that I did watch enjoying, but so yeah, I had to revisit that movie. But yeah, I saw you guys actually talking about that on Twitter too. And I'm like, I haven't watched Dead Man, whatever yet.
Wake Up Dead Man.
Yeah, I do plan on watching that. I got to watch that and Frankenstein before I make my list.
Oh yeah, you got to watch Frankenstein.
Yeah, because that could end up being on the list. I know because
that's my top one for the year thus far. Yeah.
So I got some catching up to do when it comes to streaming movies. That I know that could possibly be on the list, but yeah, we'll see. But I do want to see Marty Supreme because I keep hearing, and it's interesting. And I don't think there's really anything else. Like it seems like when it comes to Christmas, there's not there's Anaconda and Marty Supreme, but I don't know anything else. Usually they have 5 movies that come out around that time, and I'm like, not really this year. Doesn't feel like
it's more re-releases because they're putting out in the UK re-release of Die Hard.
Right.
Of course. Yeah, so it's
I'd love to see that in the movie theater again.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome. The group of people and everybody just fucking having fun.
Yet, it's okay because we go back to our earlier conversation. We were just having Dave. But if you release fewer movies, you give an opportunity for more people to see things. So it's just, I don't know. I'll be curious because, like I said, I'll go see Song Sung Blue. That feels like it's gonna be like the feel. That's gonna be like the feel good movie of the season. So.
Yeah, usually right now it's all TV.
That's a movie I'll watch with my mom. That feels like a movie I'd watch with my mom.
Yes, well, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yes, it's that.
Yeah,
take Janice to go see that.
I'm like, you know what? My mom would like this movie, so I'll probably, either take her or if it shows up on streaming soon, we'll watch it or something like that. That's because I'm not. Yeah. Oh,
on Discord.
Oklahoma just missed 2 field goals in a row.
Oh no!
We are winning this game. A minute 13 left to go, and we're up by 10 points.
Yikes!
Now we'll get our asses kicked in the quarterfinal because
was that Indiana?
Indiana, yeah. Well, but you know what? We survived. We got the revenge against Oklahoma. So you know what?
But they're going to still be chasing DeBoer out of the stadium. They're going to be looking for his head at the end of the year.
No, they won't. We'll.
Are you serious? You really think with 4 losses he's just going to hang for another year?
We don't have 4 losses. We have 3.
Well, after Indiana, you'll have 4.
Well, after Indiana, but once again, but sometimes when you have those playoff losses, they don't matter as much as the regular season loss because Saban lost in those early seasons too. Let's
but once you've tasted steak, you don't want spam anymore.
Okay, William, whatever. I'm a writer. I lived through Shula and all the there's like the four coaches that I came from, Franchione, and like I was there in the dark days. I'm an Alabama.
No, I'm not
fan.
saying you. I'm just wondering. I'm just asking because every time I turn on Sports Center or listen to Sports Radio, they're looking to ride him out of town because he's not Nick Saban.
Well, but once again, that seems to be sports radio. That's not like you talk to. Okay, we just did victory formation. We just won.
Yes. Yay! Cheers.
Okay, I'm turning the TV off so I'm not.
You're good.
Distracted by that anymore. But I really didn't think we were going to win that game, so that's why I'm very happy right now.
Happy Friday for you, right there.
But no, that's not. I'll tell you this, William. In Alabama, that's not the feeling. Like that's not.
I mean, you're there. You're there on the ground. It just seems like he's always on anybody who.
But that's me. But for me, I feel like that's just media. Like that's once again that it's a story. It's a thing of, we're you generate more. It's that hate watch thing. It's that rage baiting. Like we gotta we're actually now we're in the college football playoffs, and now we have an 11-3 record going into the first ever quarterfinal. So there's no one in Alabama. We have our complaints, but it's not like we're saying ride the coach out in a rail. I mean, him coming out with that statement last week saying this is bullshit. I am not looking at the Michigan job. Don't even like the fact that he came out and said, I never have, nor will I ever. It's like, I'm not doing that right now. That helped. That helped a lot of the fandom because him and his staff saw the bullshit rumors online and then issued a public statement saying, this is bullshit.
Good.
I am not considering the Michigan job. I am staying in Tuscaloosa.
I was catching up on that Michigan.
Oh, that Michigan stuff was nasty.
Buddy. Wow.
Sorry, Ronan and Toledo are like, what the hell are these guys talking about?
Yeah, I know you guys talking about American football, so that's not
not just American football, American college football, which is a whole different animal. But just so you guys know, the University of Michigan coach was first fired, and then after he was fired, it came out, he was having an affair with a staffer who apparently he also convinced her to have an abortion and then raised her pay. And then right before he got fired, he's been arraigned on home invasion charges. Cause first he went after his wife with a knife. Then he went after this mistress with a knife.
Oh my God.
It was like soap opera shit going on.
Yeah. I was gonna say, yeah.
And then they were finding out that he was DMing OnlyFans models and all this kind of stuff. It was like nonstop. It was like just more things.
And in the world of college football, this was also this happened immediately after a very embarrassing loss to their rival. Because the weekend after American Thanksgiving is what's called rivalry weekend, where every college football team plays usually their in-state rival, and it's always like the big we all have nicknames for our games. It's like good old-fashioned hate, the Iron Bowl, Red River Showdown. Like we all have nicknames for our little rivalries, and Michigan lost massively to Ohio State. And then immediately after you heard he was fired, you're like, oh, he just got fired because he lost to Ohio State. And then all this other stuff came out and you're like, oh,
yeah, it was bad. It was like, geez, man. It's like,
yeah, just Google University of Michigan coach.
Oh yeah. You can find numerous videos. That's how I caught up on it. I just people doing commentary on it and just talking about it and all the new stuff that was coming out. And and then he just lost. He lost his fucking mind. He lost his fucking mind. And it's like, God, man, you had everything going for you, but sometimes that's what's so cute. That's what's so interesting about that when people have everything going for them, but then it's not enough. It's like, I still need that more of that dopamine. They're still their dopamine. You turn into a dopamine addict. Where it's like, okay, I've established myself. I have a good gig. All I have to do is just do that. I have a family. I have this and I have that. But then again, you don't know what's going on also behind the scenes. But still, to do something where you're just like, oh yeah, you're doing this, you're doing that.
Talking about Michigan?
Yeah, we're talking about Michigan.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
I'm sorry. There's no piece of ass worth what he just got.
No.
There never is.
It's not just a job; it's his everything. He's sitting in a cage right now.
Yeah, he's gonna be in jail.
He just had the affair with the staffer. I was talking about this with my father-in-law. If he had just the affair with the staffer, you resign, you leave Michigan, you go somewhere else, you start back off as a quarterback. Like you could eventually work your way back up. Like people,
you could have probably got out of this the affair with that's not the first time that's happened, been swept under the rug. But when you start stalking her and
then showing up and breaking in her house.
Oh, no, you've lost your damn mind after that. So.
That's a good gig. That's one of the best gigs in the country, man.
Of course,
Michigan.
Yeah, you had Harbaugh, right? Yeah, Harbaugh was there for a bit, right?
Yes, he was.
Yeah. He was there for a bit after he was in.
Ray isn't here, and this is just like.
Well, I know, and I sent him a link. But again, holidays. Who knows going to show up?
He's applying for the job. Maybe
it would be awesome.
I heard that, and I thought that was being, like I said, everything I saw in the last 2 weeks on the internet, I thought I was being spoofed because I got to be careful now. Because when I see stuff, I'm like, this can't be real. Going back to that Street Fighter, everything looks either fake or too good to be true, or just outright stupid. And when I saw that, I'm looking for the little onion thing. I'm like, well, why would they post that? And then it got worse as I heard it got worse, and I'm like, dude.
But everything, we are in a weird time right now because, well, first of all, did anybody else see Avatar here?
No. Christmas Day or Christmas Eve. That's the time I'm going to watch it.
See, that's the thing. I was like, I had a feeling that there was going to be a lack of Avatar, so I was like, kind of wondering.
I'll skim through it when it hits Disney Plus.
Yeah, when it's fine.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, you see an IMAX 3D. There's just something about it where it's like a drug. It's like you're hooking up your little tail thing to the fucking IMAX screen. You're just like, because it's just so freaking amazing. But now that when it came to these Avengers trailer leaks, dude, I was like going, I don't know what's real, I don't know what's not. I was seeing fake trailers, and then there was I got sent a few different ones, and then on my feed I was seeing different ones, and I'm going, I don't think that one's real. Is that the real one? I don't know which one's real. And then I did see the real one, and then I finally, of course, saw it in front of Avatar. I also saw the Odyssey prologue.
Oh, you saw the prologue?
Oh, I did not know I was going to see it. I didn't know they were going to play it in front of Avatar. And all of a sudden it started playing, and I went, oh shit. And it was funny too, because my dad and his wife, they're like, that was a long trailer. I'm like, it's a prologue, because it is just, dude. I mean, I know there's already people complaining about it because it's Christopher Nolan and he wants to, always do a grounded approach. But man, that dude, I tell you, even when it comes to this, that man just knows how to just take. I mean, it was almost like, just think of Dunkirk and think of how the tension was built through that movie, and just condense that in 6 minutes. It's literally just 6 minutes of the score and everything. It's just the score is getting faster and faster and faster.
Wow. And faster was it the Trojan horse?
Yes, the Trojan horse sequence, and it's just they're showing it, and the fucking beat of the score is just increasing.
That's what I've been hearing.
Increasing, and I'm just, in the whole time I'm just like, Jesus Christ! I'm like, oh, and yeah, I was like, whoa, it was just amazing. I mean, the visuals look good too. The only thing that sucked, okay, again, we were talking about the theater going experience, and the people who are running the things behind the scenes of the theater going experience, they have to help the theater going experience. We walked into the IMAX theater, it's pitch black except for the little lights everywhere.
And it
was like, what the fuck? I had to pull out my, my lights, my little flashlight thing on my phone, so then we could find our seats. And then when this prologue is playing, the theater lights are still on. I'm like, dude, I want the visuals are dark. Yeah. The visuals are dark. It takes place at night of what we're seeing. And I'm like, guys, turn down the fucking lights when you're showing this. So that was the only drawback, was the fucking theater lights were still on when the prologue was playing. I'm like, God damn it. Like, you guys are fucking up. Like, we get here and it's pitch black almost in the theater. We have to find our seats, but anybody who's walking in has got their fucking their phone flashlight on because it was so dark in there, and the screen wasn't even on. And like nothing was except for the little lights on the steps were lighting up the place. It was ridiculous. But I'm like, okay, you have a 6-minute prologue, which is essentially like a chunk of a movie that the visuals are all taking place at night. Turn down the fucking lights in the theater, because that's what ruined it. But I mean, it would still look great and everything, but it would have been so much better if the fucking lights weren't on. I'm like, God damn, man. So yeah, theater people.
Well, it's kind of like I actually saw somebody commenting about this online. And what happened to employees of the theater, like popping in and like checking to make sure that no one was talking, or like, because it's like, if you like, they encourage you to, in those little PSAs they
turn
play,
off your cell phone. Yeah.
Turn off your cell phones. No talking in the theater. Report any disruptive behavior. Yeah, but the problem is, if I want to report the disruptive behavior, I now have to leave the movie that I'm watching. Like, I have to miss the movie to go report it.
Yeah.
If you want me to be able to report this, which, trust me, I will do that. I will be a Karen about that, because, but you've got to give me a more convenient way to say, hey, I need someone to pop their head in here.
Well, do you get like the person that kind of shows up randomly, like in the middle of the movie? Like I get that in the theaters I go to around here, like a worker, like one of the supervisor types. So you could tell it's that just kind of walks in and walks like both sides of the theater and kind of just looks and then walks out.
I don't know, not at all.
You don't even get that. Okay,
I don't even get that.
I get that at least, where somebody just kind of like they just walk in and and they have like a headset and stuff like that, and they just kind of they walk to the front to one side and kind of look back and just kind of look around, then they go to the other side and do the same thing.
No, unless they're basically everyone's at the concession stand. There's either the ticket taker or the concession stand, and otherwise I don't see an employee anywhere unless it's a couple of guys coming to clean the place up after the show's over. There's no presence.
Nobody. No presence. Yeah, see, we get that here. So there should be more of like ushery type of people that, especially nowadays when you're hearing about people's bad experiences, it's like, no, I mean, you have to up your game. And again, like I said, I'm showing up to like arguably one of the biggest movies of the year, could be one of the biggest movies of the year, in IMAX, and you walk in, it's pitch black. And then, of course they show that prologue, which is a 6-minute prologue, and you have still like the fucking theater lights on. And it's like, come on, what are we doing here, man? I mean, you're not helping this whole gripe about the theater experience, but I didn't think I was like, oh shit. Cause I was telling my dad, I'm like, we went to the bathroom before everything started. I was like, oh, we're going to see a teaser for a big movie next year. And of course he was like, what is it? I'm like, well, I'm not going to tell you. I love that because, my dad's not online. He's not fucking scrolling through a bunch of shit.
Your dad's general audience.
Yes. Yeah. And that's what I love. That's why I love now he's retired. And I know like, when trailers are happening, I know he hasn't seen certain trailers, and when they pop up and I'm like, I'm giving him the elbow. And at first it was the very last one when it came to the teaser for Avengers Doomsday with Steve Rogers, and it was actually in 3D. It was like, oh, put your 3D glasses on, and it actually showed in 3D, and I was like, oh, here it is. And then of course he was like, what? He's returning, and it was great. I love it. Oh, you get that.
So what is the? I keep on reading about the teaser. I haven't seen anything. So like, what is it?
Okay,
man.
So it's Steve. You see him like, there's a shot of like a little windmill thing. He's riding his motorcycle. He returns home to the house that we see at Endgame.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see him pull out his, out of a drawer, his Captain America costume.
Or he's putting it, I think. Yeah.
And then he's kind of looking, and then we see a baby we don't see his face yet. We're just seeing people, like, even like when he like parks his bike, you see like somebody, you don't see his face. They're trying to like hide, like, oh, who is this?
Yeah.
And then you hear like a slight little ding, ding, ding. You know, you're
Yeah.
hearing like the Avengers theme, like with like a piano or whatever the hell. Which is it, and then you see this baby, and you're like, "What the hell?" And then it finally pans over, and you see who's holding it, and it's Steve. And then it just cuts to black, and it says, "Steve Rogers will return in Avengers Doomsday." And then they show the logo, the A, which looks like Doom-like, and then it shows the date, and then it turns into a countdown clock. Really cool. It's actually really cool because, you know, how many times did we see, like, at the end of every Marvel movie, so and so will return. So now they're doing that with trailers, and I'm like, that's cool. But this whole leaking shit online, it's just been ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's
and
ridiculous.
I think it's intentional. I don't know.
Well, they did that. They definitely did that on purpose.
Yeah.
Listen, this stuff doesn't get. I mean, other than maybe Sony, and even when No Way Home, it was Sony that did that.
Yeah.
They know their audience. They know the hype machine, and they know there's a gap in between when these movies. And when you have a year to go, you want to get the conversation going. This stuff doesn't happen by accident.
Yeah, I was really hoping that they would have at least released it officially, and like again, just
that's the one thing that I don't get, because guess what? I have no desire or intention to go see Avatar, and I'm not paying that kind of scratch just to go see a trailer. But guess what? I'm as much as your customer as the little people for the blue things with the tails on.
I'm sure they're going to release all the trailers, because I know there's the Thor one that got leaked.
Yeah,
I didn't really see that.
It should have been today. It should have been today. But you know,
yeah, they should. I think like after, because there's supposed to be like 4 of them. I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Apparently, I don't know who the other two. I don't know who the other. I think one of them is just going to be all about Doom. Maybe.
I think definitely one of them is going to be about Doom.
Yeah.
One of them is
the one
about
that I've heard people say that there's no leaks, and they're suspecting that either they're going to highlight either the new Avengers, the Sam Wilson's lineup, or it's going to be an X-Men focused one, which I'm just like,
ooh.
Which
I think it's going to be the Sam Wilson one, because I don't think it's going to be a new Avengers focus. I think they'll be there in some presence, but I don't think they're ever going to see a new Avengers movie. So I don't know why.
But you're actually, if they were to release one that's specifically on the X-Men, the old X-Men group, that would be smart.
That's gonna light some fire.
Yeah, I could see that happening, and then have the final one be about Doom. I don't know
why he's doing this, because I think there's a whole bunch. I think you're gonna have to go back to Loki, especially Loki season 2, for a lot of this.
Of course,
because
I think there are better, to be honest.
Yeah, I thought season 2 was great, but the whole variance issue and how he is, why he is, and then also Captain America, just going back, for a booty call and fucking up history, that's got to be addressed. So there's a lot of stuff.
It's not going to be addressed. You say it's got to be addressed, and yet
it's not got to be addressed, but
booty call.
I think they're going to, though. I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there. So
especially for general audiences, I'm like, I didn't see Loki. What is this? What is this about? And I just like, okay.
Yeah, look, dude. Look, the last season of Loki was. I love Loki.
I thought the last
I'm one of the people. I preferred season 1. Season 2 did not hold my interest.
Really?
The ending of season 1, that last episode, where he's like, in my other life, I wanted a jet ski. When he starts coming over to Loki's side, as far as him starting to believe about everything that Loki's been telling him, Morbius. I like their dynamic in both seasons. Yeah. But I really like the way it ended. But then there's been nothing to talk about on that lane. I got Secret Wars after our Secret Invasion after that, and that just left a bad taste in my mouth. So I still haven't watched that. So don't you're not missing shit.
But that's once again, that's the thing. I of all of these, like everything in 4, 5, and 6, I've only seen 4 movies. I was keep on forgetting how many movies I've actually seen theatrically. I saw No Way Home, I saw Multiverse of Madness, I saw Guardians 3, I saw Deadpool and Wolverine, and then I saw I kind of wrapped it up because I did see Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four. Right. But everything else that came out, I saw Wakanda Forever on Disney Plus, and I haven't seen and Black Widow. I'm with Ray on this one. Black Widow, I just am like, this is like a lost chapter of Phase 3. This isn't really a Phase 4 movie.
Totally was. I mean, I've seen them all in the theaters, but Yeah, I mean, some of them, Black Widow. I wish
Again, Secret Invasion.
No.
I don't want to spoil it for you if you want to like try it, but let's just say a character that has been there since what first Avengers movie, like it breaks your heart what they do to this character.
Oh,
Yeah, and I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Like the potential for this character could have gone.
Are you talking about
next.
Maria Hill?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, you know about it. Yeah.
Yeah. You know,
Oh, please.
first episode.
Oh, please. Is
By the
there,
way.
like, here's
First
the first episode. And I'm sorry. There's no way to actually avoid spoilers.
Yeah,
You
now
No.
with the
have to
internet.
get to a point with this stuff where I go, I don't like. I'm not invested anymore. I don't care. So when I hear things, it's like, oh, okay. And like I said, and the general reaction of what I saw from Secret Invasion and when I heard about it, it didn't inspire me. Like I have so little time to see what I see. Like I'm behind on things I actually want to catch up on. Like I still haven't watched the first episode of season 2 of Fallout, and that's something I actually
so
want to
good.
see. I know season 1 was great. I'm like,
Yeah,
I would
I still have to watch
like
season 1, and I saw the trailer for season 2 after I think they played it up the football game last night, and it was like an extended trailer. I'm like, Jesus Christ, it looks like a fucking movie. Obviously, they have the money just to
They got
pump
that
into
money.
it. I'm like,
well, you get
and I'm like, I
Jonathan
gotta
Nolan
watch
running the thing, and
Yeah.
it looks great.
And it's a weekly
Maria
release.
Hill's not dead, by the way. She's in the same casket as Foggy, and you know how that worked out. So there's no
Yeah,
such
nobody's
thing.
ever
Unless
dead.
it's Captain Marvel, unless it's Marvel from the Death of Captain Marvel, Marvel graphic novel #1. Everybody else can come back to life. He's the only one that can't come back. Everybody else, see you soon.
Yeah, and again, like, and I think I talked to my, me and Talali have spoken up to our other groups, be like, there should have been one Avengers movie before this one to like build up what Shang-Chi, what Sam Wilson, what potentially She-Hulk, what all these new characters are going to be like together before you lump them into a big like multiversal.
But I think the point was that the box office and the reaction, they basically went, wow. Their thought was, wow, no one cares about these new characters. So we might as well just jump to the next big one that brings everybody back that the general audience actually, gives a damn about.
Investing and all, yeah. Which breaks my heart for these characters and these actors because it's just like right now I shouldn't be just hoping to see something of the X-Men in some of these marketing. No, I should be looking forward to like wanting to see if Shang-Chi, what's he gonna look like in this one, or the new Falcon, how's he gonna look like? But like,
yeah, but those aren't anchor characters though. See, and one of them's a substitute character. That's not why his movie did. Listen, Captain America: New World Order wasn't a good movie.
Yeah,
that's not why it failed. It failed because it wasn't Steve Rogers.
It was even called Brave New World. Like they even changed the title like 3 times.
Yeah, so New World Order. But once you lose people when you build them up, and you put in a substitute as a feature character, that's always going to be a hard one. And all these characters.
But see, of course, everybody's like going like, oh, the disrespect to Sam Wilson. Oh, and then of course people like take it even further, like, oh, they're bringing out the white guy and doing all this. I'm like, guys, he's not coming back as Captain America. He's going to be coming back as Steve Rogers. I made that joke. I was like, and I put like
Steve Rogers will eventually take over as Captain America in some form.
Of course, but at the same time, I'm just
I have
saying,
a theory.
there's no replacing her. He's not coming. There's still going to be Sam Wilson's Captain America. He's not going to like just like all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, give me back my shield, or something like that. No,
well, he actually hands it back to him when he
probably.
I do have a theory though. I think there's going to be 2 Captain Americas, right, leading into Secret Wars. Because if you think about it, Secret Wars, there's going to be a multitude of characters.
Yeah. So
thinking of like having Steve Rogers come back, he brings back the mantle, and this all alludes, from Endgame. You remember that one line: "If you mess with time will."
Which I'm glad that they're going to be. I know like when people were saying like, oh, Steve Rogers had a perfect ending. I'm like, yeah, but still, like how they're bringing him back makes sense because he wasn't supposed to. There's a lot. I mean, he's the man out of time. I mean, that's what Loki even said to him in the first Avengers, the man out of time. It's like he was never supposed to ever be in present day. There was like a lot of things, and then he ended up there. I mean, like, yeah. after everything, he ended up there. Like, yeah, he got his happy ending, but that's not what was ever really supposed to.
He may be the cause of all this. Be honest with you, he may
That's
be
a big
one of
theory
the-
now.
Yeah.
That is a big theory that like this
Yeah.
this leads up after what he chose to do. Which, and here's the thing: the whole thing with Sam Wilson and Steve. Like, I get both sides. Where it's like yo, this doesn't really help the momentum of where Sam is going with this. And like, I get that, but I think if we're gonna deal with variants, it was kind of inevitable that we would visit Steve in some form or fashion. I would have thought they would have holded it to Secret Wars, to be quite frank. But I do hope that there's no like passing the torch back, just because it just happened like 5 minutes ago, and I want that to have a lasting thing. I think it should be a cool thing that if they do meet up again and be like, at this point, hopefully Sam has done some cool stuff beyond what we just seen out of the show and the movie, to be like, okay, I'm glad that like, yeah, I'm reassured that I did the right thing, that like, yeah, you are the person to take up the mantle. And
Give me my shit.
to be quite frank, I would rather see Captain Carter again, not that fucking cameo in Multiverse Madness that gets killed from a frisbee. Like, I'd rather see that, because there's the what if element that, to be quite frank, for me, hasn't been fully paid off. Like, Loki did Multiverse better than What If, and What If had like 3-4 seasons of animation. So I'd rather see that pan out better. But I'm very intrigued to see how the marketing is going to be over the next few months, because it's bound, something in the Super Bowl is bound to come out of this.
100%. There's no way that they don't.
Yeah,
and I'm sure there'll be a Supergirl something too, probably.
We also got Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. I mean, I saw the Supergirl trailer in IMAX, and I was like, "Oh, cool! I got to see it on a big, huge screen." And,
I want to see it on a big screen.
My dad hadn't seen it yet. My dad's, but my dad was like, "This." See, this is funny. It's like, my dad's kind of, he's a conservative dad, So and he was hearing about the Supergirl. He was like, "Oh yeah, I was watching Fox News, and they said they were like kind of talking trash on it because she was she's like drunk and stuff." And I'm like, it's based off a certain thing. She's not drunk through the whole story.
Women do get drunk sometimes. That's something.
But he actually thought the trailer was like, okay. Like when he saw the trailer, he was like, oh, okay. Like, my dad's not super conservative. I mean, but it's just funny when like he was like, when I talked to him before, I forgot where we were, but when we went, it was last weekend when I went to his house, he was mentioning that, and it was just kind of funny because it was just that he saw it on Fox News, and they were like, "Oh, we got a Supergirl now who's getting drunk and fucking." I'm like, guys, there's literally a story it's based off of.
It's also like, your entire planet just blew up. I might want to throw a couple back myself.
She's numbing the pain, and they're taking elements from that.
Your dad is going to be the majority of the people who are going to have to sit in judgment on this one. And this is I am looking forward to this one. I'm looking forward to this one more. And like I said, I endured Superman for whatever it was to get to programs like this and Lanterns. And once I heard what it was based on, the Uber geek, was 100% in. I still am. I didn't need a trailer.
William, is it because of Tom King?
There's Jared.
Yeah, we had a great discussion last week, with the panel and everything. But I mean,
where the money's going to be made is going to be in the people who know that emblem and these characters in the periphery. And that's where you're going to have your fight. That's where
marketing for Supergirl is going to be very interesting, because I think Millie Alcock is totally going to. I think she's going to nail the role.
Yeah.
But, obviously with the test screenings that happened, there was a test screening that happened this week, and people were talking about it. I mean, test screenings or whatever. I mean, again, it's all just opinion based and whatever.
Grain of salt. Yeah.
I think the biggest thing I took from that was they said Krem was a little underdeveloped and generic, and I went, I think everybody who's positive about the trailer was going, what the fuck did they do to Krem? It's like, they really just didn't. They went for that look. They could have just, but it's just like, okay, but maybe I don't know if they can. Is there any? We're still over 6 months away from it. I don't know. I think this could.
Momoa's going to be
the official trailer. The official trailer. Again, this is the first trailer. They're still working on the VFX. I mean, when you open up some of those panels in the book and you see some of those, cosmic backgrounds, those double panels, both pages, just like, whoa, look at that.
Acid trip.
I think we're gonna have elements of that, but those are just not polished, and they didn't want to show them yet. So I think when it comes to the official trailer that we're gonna get probably in March, we're probably gonna get like some slow motion shot of her riding Comet or something like that, and it's gonna be like, whoa, look at that! It's like, whoa, Supergirl riding a fucking horse in space.
Because I'm about 2 issues away from finishing Woman of Tomorrow, and
So good.
well, it's not. I'm not in love with it like other people are. That's the thing. Like, it's not bad. I think the art is beautiful. It's one of those things. It's interesting. So this is a great little comic book conversation to have, because sometimes a series is written, and it's being written for more of an issue to issue release, because it feels like an issue here, an issue there, an issue there. And sometimes it's written like they're all chapters in one big story, and it's more like a serialized graphic novel. It's been constructed to be published as a graphic novel on the back end.
Yeah.
And whether this is unpopular or not, I tend to fall more in I like the chapter feel versus if it's a limited series. I'm not talking about a monthly. I'm talking about a limited series. I prefer a chapter feel to I feel that these are separate issues that I know were released a month or so apart, because they're written that way, they feel that way. So there's a little bit more dissonance for me when I read it in a collected form. Because I've reached this point in my life where I just prefer the graphic novel, or a limited series that is intended to be a graphic novel on the back end. I personally have moved beyond the ongoing monthly format. I don't collect it anymore. I don't have the time to read it. But if you give me like one story and hand it to me, and I can read it, and it's like a book and I'm done with it, I have grown in my stage in life where that's more my thing.
That was me before Absolute.
What'd you say?
That was me before Absolute. I was the graphic novel bulk story. Once the Absolute DC came out, I went back to reading more on a month-to-month basis, but it's really the only series of books that I read on a month-to-month basis that I don't do in clusters. So I'm right where you're at, pretty much.
So it's interesting, and I'm curious about this, because like I said, I'm also coming onto Woman of Tomorrow after hearing all of this effusive praise, and I'm reading it, and I'm having that backlash of all this. I love this. I love this. I love this. And then I'm reading going, oh, it's fine. It's good. I mean, the art's beautiful, but like it's not striking me the way that like the feedback that I like its reputation has ruined it for me.
It tanked when it came out. This is why when he made this decision to do this, I was kind of shocked when I heard that. It didn't start moving off the shelf till he brought it up. When the story came out, it was one of the most divisive, not just Supergirl stories. It was one of the most divisive Kryptonian-based stories in all my years of collecting or selling. And now we were looking at it in retrospect, and it's, you're hearing the praise now because it's with him making this movie out of it. You're starting to hear those voices that weren't out there before. They got kind of drowned out, but it got panned when it first came out. And when I remember, now we're full circle though. And I think that those same issues that just normal geeks had with it, I think the general public is going to have those same issues. That doesn't mean it's not going to be good. I just think that especially after Superman and what he gave you a safe Superman that was safe from wherever periphery you were looking at. This is not a safe Supergirl story. No. So I think there's going to be people who look at they're expecting that traditional whatever, and this ain't it. And
the conservative types are going to be like, "Oh my god, I cannot,"
Don't paint it all with a.
Not even conservative. There's going to be liberal people that It's not the Supergirl that we've been seeing.
That's what I've been seeing, though. It's like, and like I said, my dad who saw like them talking about it on Fox News, and of course they were like,
But that tells you a lot about Fox News when like one of their main thing talking about is a fucking comic book. What the fuck are they doing to the Go-Go Boost?
And I'm going to push back and say that's just news. That's just news in general.
Sadly,
I could say the same. I could probably go over to MS now
you
and do the exact same thing with something else. Like, see, that's the thing. It's like it's just the landscape right now, and so for me,
politicized. Yeah,
it's like what kind of lens can we put it so we can make a story out of it. And so going back to Woman of Tomorrow, it's interesting too, is because just over the summer, I finally read nuts to bolts all of Up in the Sky, the Tom King Superman story that was published in those Walmart 100 page spectaculars. And I was interested in that. I saw a lot of similarities between Up in the Sky and Woman in Tomorrow in like the kind of story that's being told, the structure of it, and I think Woman of Tomorrow is better than Up in the Sky, but there's this sort of cosmic Kryptonian going off in deep space. Every chapter is very episodic, but there's still like an overall mission. Because like in Up in the Sky, it's about Superman saving the girl. In Woman of Tomorrow, it's about Supergirl going with Ruthie to find Krem. But yet there's like these episodic adventures along the way that seem to drag on, that seem to slow down. Like it's not focused on the actual. It's like the adventures we have along the way of getting to the ultimate end.
Like Hitchhiker's Guide.
Yeah. So it was interesting. I forgot what issue it hit me that I was just like, wow, this is kind of Tom King doing the same thing he did with Up in the Sky, but doing it better, in my opinion. And so that was just a realization that hit me today. I saw the literary parallel between two Kryptonian stories that Tom King wrote. Now, and this is not me bashing Tom King, because it's just a thing, because I enjoyed Tom King's Batman run. And at the time I was clearly in the minority of people who were enjoying the Tom King.
There are people that do not like Tom King. There's
his Wonder Woman has some issues, but you know what?
Yeah.
His body of work is I'm still in favor of it.
Yeah. I'm still in favor of it mostly. I mean, Mr. Miracle is
that's another one that
And they're basically the animated series off of his run, right?
Yes, they are. Yeah.
So he's got 2 DCU projects, man.
Yeah.
That tells you about like the impact this guy's been making.
You out there, Jared? No, I'm just kidding.
It's weird, Scott, because like because I also read Woman of Tomorrow in paperback style. It wasn't a monthly thing. To me, when we
read it collected.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, it was this book. It had been in my shelves since what's her name, Dave from the podcast,
Rebecca.
Rebecca.
Yeah. When she brought it up, I was like, okay.
She sent me a copy. She was like, she
Duned him. That she did to Dave like what I did with Dune, where I was like,
she was like, I have an extra copy. I'm sending it to you, and I was like, thank you, and I I didn't read it right at first, but then of course when I was like, oh man, I got to read this, and then of course I did a refresher, like as we were like, the Supergirl trailer. I was like, oh yeah, I was just like skimming through. I'm like, oh yeah, there was like, there's so many different things. Like I said, there's a big, huge journey that they go through. I'm like, what is going to be actually taken from that? What are they going to take elements out of? Because again, and I even saw when people were, obviously the reports from the test screenings were like, saying, people were getting more details. I didn't want to dive into like there's certain details that was like, okay, people love Amelia Alcock, like that was the positive, and of course Jason Momoa's Lobo. It's so funny because I ran 2 polls on YouTube when it came to like, and both times like everybody's just looking forward to Jason Momoa's Lobo, which is kind of funny, which he's not even part of Woman of Tomorrow, which is hilarious, which is also funny too. He's not even in the book, but it's just I don't know. It's like it's going to be very interesting when you see some of the certain things, certain aspects. When it comes to those reds, the pills. Is that going to be in there? Is there going to be like when you're on that planet where you have the blues and the
purples,
purples, and like you're going to have like certain? Is there going to be those aspects when it comes
I
to
think a
certain-
lot of that's going to get cut out.
I
not
do.
because
I feel the same way.
Yeah.
I'm
I think
reading the
there's not going to
book.
be those.
it
I'm
doesn't
reading the
flow with the movie.
I'm reading the book going, oh, yeah, they're not going to address this. They're not going to
Yeah.
address this. They might hint at this. You know, after watching the trailer, because I watched the trailer and then I started reading the book. So I'm reading the book with the trailer in mind going, okay, I see this part, but I can tell you this won't, that episodicness that I'm discussing about the series is something that the movie will not, you know, the
Go
movie
through.
will, I feel like the movie will be a little
It's like
bit
Watchmen. It's like Watchmen when he had to turn what he did for 2 hours and 45 minutes. It flowed like the Squid Monster flowed better on the series because you had context to bring it up and intertwine it with what the story that was being told. But in a 2 hour and 45-minute movie, there are just certain elements that aren't going to fit with the rolling premise. The rolling premise is going to be her being a Kryptonian who watched her world die, and now she's got this anger and this angst of this girl who's lost her everything, versus what you would see in Superman, who grew up on Kansas and sees home video of Krypton and his parents.
And that's the part like that, because you can tell that whole issue where they go over the destruction of Krypton and Argo and all of that.
Best issue of the series.
So far, William, I will agree with you completely. Like that was, the whole idea about, the yellow sun is what turned the planet into kryptonite,
the lead thing to put
the
in.
lead
Yeah,
thing.
I
Yeah,
heard it from old school like lore, which I was like,
yeah, it was
okay.
some old school. Yeah, that's like I recognize, and I can appreciate those authors like Tom King who it's like what Grant Morrison did during his Batman run, pulling some of these weird ass Silver Age things out, going, "Oh, that's a
remember
thing.
this?
You remember this?"
Yeah.
And so that's I'm like I said, Supergirl is something that I am looking forward to. Her cameo at the end of Superman is actually one of my favorite parts of that movie.
I do too.
When
Yeah.
she showed up and her peace out, bitches, and that kind of thing was like, I like that made me look at Millie Alcock and go, that Supergirl movie is going to be fun.
Yeah.
That was my reaction. Now the trailer, Dave and I discussed. I'm not sure if we discussed this on or during Fanimated or.
I think it was off.
It was offline
because I was telling you about last week when
talking about last week.
Yeah,
and my reaction to the trailer was, the trailer looked fine.
Fine.
It didn't blow me away, but it also looked like it's going to be an entertaining movie. But it also won't be the first time that I've seen a trailer that ruined a perfectly great movie for me.
Yeah.
My favorite one will go back to the travesty of what Paramount did with Transformers 1, going, that trailer did not do that movie any favors, and that movie was fabulous. And it deserved a better marketing campaign than what it got, because that trailer did not sell the movie that was actually being.
That's what I heard. Yeah.
I didn't even remember the trailer for that one.
Oh,
I remember the Cloverfield trailer that I saw when I went to go see Transformers more than I remember the Transformers trailer.
But again, I think sometimes when that happens, they don't want to show too much because they don't have the polished VFX, and I think that could be part of it.
And that could be part of it. But once again, it's also what they choose to show, which is versus what they choose not to show.
First impressions.
And it's only a teaser. So, once again, I have not. This is why nowadays I don't get, unless the trailer just sings and wins me over. If a trailer doesn't exactly grab me, I don't immediately condemn the entire movie.
No.
I just go,
all right.
I'm not feeling it. And sometimes that actually works in the movie's favor, because I come in without super expectations. And then if the movie is
fun,
that's the best. That is the best.
Good or even great.
Yeah.
If my expectations aren't that low, if I just have a good time, you're already going to get a better reaction of me coming out of the theater. The worst thing you can do is set my expectations too high or sell me on a different kind of movie and then don't deliver on it.
Yeah.
But because you'll hear me when I review a movie and I'll go, that wasn't the movie I was expecting.
not what I thought it was going to be. Yeah.
Right. And I don't mean that in a entitled fanboy way of this isn't the movie that I want. I literally mean I saw the trailer and you sold me one thing and then gave me another.
Right.
Like, and that's when I get upset because no, you did this to yourself. This wasn't me putting something on the movie because nothing pisses me off more than someone's criticism of a movie being, well, it's not what I wanted. Well, fuck you. So don't tell me about what you wanted it to be.
Yeah.
Tell me what you thought about what it was.
It's always my biggest gripe when I see like, oh, the studio owes us. I mean, we saw a lot of that in the Snyder fan. I'm like, no, studio doesn't owe you shit. They owe, like, especially when it came to the Snyder Cut stuff. I remember when like fans were like, the studio owes us. Like, no, they don't owe you. They owe Zach. Let's get this right. They owe him his movie, and then we could see that, but they don't owe you. We're a consumer. You paid for, we saw a shitty fucking Justice League movie that was a Frankenstein movie. Yeah, but sure, like, yeah, but I remember there was like that all thing. I'm like, no, they owe the director for giving him his vision, and then we could see that, and then that whole thing. But yeah, I know you're saying, Scott. It's like, like I wasn't wowed by the Supergirl trailer either, but I was like, all right, okay, we got the tone. I think the biggest thing I was like, how is Amelia Alcock? Perfect. She's great.
She won me. She won me over.
She won me over because I haven't seen her. Yeah.
No.
I didn't watch
Sirens on Netflix. That's what I need to watch.
Dude,
I've
seen
clips. Yeah, I've seen clips. I've seen clips of her and like
Heather watched that, and she did that thing.
Okay.
Heather did that thing where she starts watching something on Netflix, and I'm like, honey, I wanted to see that. We could have watched it together. And she's like, oh, well, do you want it? No, just finish it.
That's it.
Just finish it. I will catch up with it later.
There were scenes that I looked at it and I was like, visually, she looks like Kara with the blonde, gold like hair. And then I heard her accent. And I was just like, I think she could do it. Like what the vibe I got out of her of House of the Dragons and the look that she threw in that Netflix series. I'm like, just put her in the suit. Let me see the suit, and then I think it'll kick. And then it wasn't even the teaser. It was the promo of her listening to Call Me, putting on the headset. I was just like, oh, I think they're gonna do right by her as a character on that. The movie as a whole,
I have no complaints about her suit like I did for Corn Sweat Suit.
Yeah,
it's her suit, like her suit nails it.
If it's I think nobody really was like going, oh, because when we saw Corn Sweat, the first one, it was like, that's the first shot. Corn Sweat suit, I'm okay with it. I get it, but at the same time, her suit just kind of.
It feels like it's a one-to-one adaptation to the comics. If you look at the belt,
well, there's definitely going to be changes. There's definitely be, but and that's the thing. It's like I'm kind of curious. Like somebody like Rebecca, who was on last week, I'm kind of because she loves that story so much, and I'm so curious to see how she responds to the movie. But we're bringing somebody else on right now.
Phil, hey, Phil.
There you go, Phil.
Hello.
What's happening, buddy?
Oh, I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know. You got your ring on, apparently. It's a little green where you're at.
A little bit. Yeah. It's a nice sweater. It's cute.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's itchy. Yeah. I wore this last year too. But it's like my mom got me this like 3 years ago. She's like, hi, here we go. I was like, cool.
Hey, but by the way, respect. I was at the grocery store today picking up some toilet paper. Mm-hmm. The bagger called me Terry McGinnis, and I was just like, "Oh, good for you!
Nice,
good for you."
You wore that shirt, and yes, I love it when people point out, like when they say, like, "Nice shirt" when they get it. I'm like, hell yeah!
Well, I love it when they don't even say "nice shirt." I just like when they make some comment that goes,
"Yes,
we understand. Yeah. We have an understanding."
Yeah.
Phil, Callum would love your because Green Lantern is Callum's character. Right. And so he's super excited because that he's so frustrated because we can't find Green Lantern wrapping paper, and he's just like, no, I don't want Justice League. I want Green Lantern. I like Green Lantern. He's got we even made him a little. We got like a fuzzy green jumper sleeper, and then my mom put the emblem so it splits on the zipper. And so he actually has Green Lantern pajamas.
Oh, that's adorable.
Awesome. Totally adorable. And then, of course, we all got somebody else coming on as well.
Ray.
Hello, Ray.
We were just talking about you.
You missed all the Michigan talk there.
Yes.
Oh, what?
Yeah, it wasn't good.
And he didn't do anything else. He's still locked up.
No, go ahead. What is it? What were you saying?
We mentioned the coach.
We were mentioning the coach thing because I brought it because William was asking me about how we're feeling about DeBoer, because we started off the stream with me playing Dave. Like I had the CFP, I had the playoff game playing while I was on the stream.
Okay, so all right, you want me to lift the curtain for a second? Go for it.
Go for it. Why not?
Because I'm in, I'm in several different message boards, and obviously all week we've been circling this game because there's two high-profile targets that we have, and he was one of them. Not anymore, because we were looking. A lot of it, from what we've heard, hinged on whether or not he won tonight, because there were a lot of people thinking that he wouldn't, and in the first quarter didn't look like he was going to.
Oh, hell no. I turned the game off for the second quarter because of that.
Yeah, because and it's weird. I think people overplayed the reaction of your fan base, although I don't know. I mean, are you the perception is that you guys have been very unhappy with him, not only because of last year, but also, I mean, not just losing 3 games this year and not winning the SEC, but also getting dump trucked by Georgia in the title game. And it's like, okay. And 3 losses or not, it was just hilarious that Notre Dame missed the playoffs, and that they're so crybaby about it.
They're so petty.
They won't play a bowl game because, we didn't get to then play a schedule, join a damn conference, whatever. But
you sound like my father-in-law, who is a Georgia fan.
No, because they're crybabies. They are crybabies. Domers are crybabies. But anyway, so I think there was this perception that you guys, and look, you're never gonna following up Nick Saban is impossible. You can't do that. And I said, all right, well, I don't know how angry they are with him, but that was the thought process, was that if he lost tonight, you guys were going to run him out of town on a rail, and then he'd be free and clear to go wherever he wanted. And it's clearly not going to happen now.
In Alabama, I haven't been getting that feeling. Like,
I figured, because stuff like this gets overblown nationally, and it's like, unless you're there, boots on the ground in Tuscaloosa, to really hear whether or not he's getting, tar and feathered or yelled at like, hey, some fan bases are like that, but I hadn't heard anything like that. I'm like, I don't know. I don't think because if I were a Bama fan, I would accept some growing pains. After you're just not going to follow up the best coach, the greatest coach in college, the most successful coach in college football history, like that easily. So I was never like completely sold on the idea that he would even be free and clear, regardless of what happened tonight. And he's definitely not now, because he's got a game to prepare for on January 1st, and we cannot wait that long to find another head coach. So we got to go to plan B or plan C or whatever. So, yeah.
Well, it was funny because Ronan and Talati had no idea. So William, Dave, and I were filling them in about your previous coach and about all those shenanigans.
I'm not big on college football, but I saw like videos talking about all the stuff. I was like, whoa.
So I mean, what did you tell them?
Well, there was the affair. Okay, here's what I have followed, and hopefully and this is something I wanted to be able to talk to you about, because it's like, because once again, I'm reading stuff on the internet, and the problem is you got to be careful what's bullshit and what's not. So I can just give you a laundry list of the shit that I heard. Okay. So I heard he was having an affair with a staffer. There was one rumor that he maybe got her pregnant, and then when she got rid of it, he raised her salary. Then, of course, there was the getting fired. There was threatening his wife with a knife, and then there was the home invasion, which I think he just got arraigned on. That he went at, then he went nuts and went after the mistress. So that's kind of the big picture of what all I heard.
Okay, so the pregnancy thing has not been verified, but is definitely one of the rumors. Okay. I had not heard that she got rid of it. I hadn't heard that, but the salary thing is true.
Okay,
that's true.
I heard that too. She got her significant.
And from what I understand, it wasn't that he pulled the knife on his wife. It was that he went to the mistress and pulled the knife on himself.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Threatened to kill himself.
Okay, I think I had heard that. There's just been so much. It's all lost in the noise.
That's why the charges that he was arraigned on aren't more severe, because it's not attempted murder. It's not.
It's just the home invasion. Basically.
It's just the home invasion part, and then he
Yes.
put the knife on his own like neck or something like that.
Yeah. And really, like, it's the other thing that's happening is people are conflating the charges with why he got fired, and it's like, no, that happened after he got fired.
Right. It's like the firing is what put him into a spiral.
Yes.
That led to that.
Yes. And I will also say this, because this is something that I think also is getting misrepresented. Fair or not, we're not that broken up about it as a fan base. We just aren't. And the reason is because he wasn't that great in the first place. Like he was a rookie head coach. Yeah. And really the only reason that he was hired was to try and maintain the roster after Harbaugh went to the pros. Because the thought process was, if you don't keep some continuity with the next hire, you're going to get a bunch of guys transferring out. And so that's why he was retained. But he really wasn't that great. Did not make great decisions. And I mean, yeah, you lucked into beating Ohio State last year. They dump trucked us this year. It's like we were already on the fence about him as a head coach. So him being gone, we're not that upset about it at all.
So that was a question I wanted to ask you, because I got very confused because suddenly everything was coming out at the same time. Was it the dump truck loss to Ohio State that got him fired, and then all this stuff came out after? Or was there a affair discovered and then that's what got him fired? Or was it a combination of the two?
I personally, I would lean more towards the combination of the two. I feel like if somehow if they beat Ohio State, or even if they had beaten Oklahoma or USC earlier and they were 10-2 and they were in the playoff, like if we were in the playoff, I don't think the girl says anything and the story comes out. I think once he lost that third game, I am not verifying this. This is just this is Ray's speculation. I think she was encouraged to come forward so that they could force him out, because they fired him with cause, which means they don't have to pay the rest of his salary because he broke a clause.
There's no buyout for him. No, that one. Yeah,
right.
Exactly. And if you believe the other stuff that we're hearing, which is that there were people on the staff and players that had heard rumors about this since last year, that this really had been going on for a while, then that to me just further indicates to me that once he lost that third game and we missed the playoffs, that they were like, okay, we need a reason. And we've been sitting on this reason for the last year. Let's just go ahead and do it. Now, did they think he was going to pull what he pulled after he did it? No, certainly not. And our AD, Ward Manuel, apparently fired him without like any security or anyone else in the office. So who knows what could have happened there? The fact that he left the office and went and home invaded the house of his mistress is bad enough, but who knows what he could have done otherwise. So you're glad that nothing else horrible came out of that situation. But clearly he handled it as poorly as he could possibly handle it.
Mm-hmm.
And now he is in a very difficult situation that he put himself in, unfortunately. And yeah, I hope he gets help, because clearly he needs it, and hope that goes better for him down the road. But as a Michigan fan, I am ready for the next coach, whoever that is.
Go.
If only we could apply all of that to Snyder fans and moving on from.
So
you went there. Hey, Zach, he actually did do. He posted and posted a Dawn of the Dead, post, and said written by the great James Gunn, which I was like, oh, that's funny. I didn't even see it. I don't know what I was doing. I think I might have been. Was it during the day? No, it was like at night. I think I was watching something. I think I was watching Welcome to Derry. I'm still trying to catch up and finish that.
I'm still in episode 1, so no spoilers.
That show, no spoilers.
So
that show was amazing. That show was awesome. But
I'll tell you what I love about that picture.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll tell you what I love about that picture. When I saw it when it first came up on Instagram, it had the warning, like it was
Yeah.
blurred out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
If you go to
Content warning.
Instagram, it has
And-
a sensitive content
And,
warning.
and I'm like, what the hell is this? And so I click on it, and I'm like, oh, the most disturbing part of the movie.
Yes.
By far.
Because
Yeah.
you have a picture of Zach holding the zombie baby, but then
Right.
it's the picture where they have the actress and they have like the prosthetic of her womb that is open. So yeah, and then Zach's like smiling, which is so funny in the picture.
See how
But,
young he looks in that picture? It's crazy.
yeah,
Yeah.
He wasn't
so
even
young.
Like a
married to
baby
Debbie
face.
at the time. Debbie was a producer on that movie, and like, because it's funny because you listen to the commentary on Dawn of the Dead, and he talks about, and with this great producer Debbie Johnson, and I'm just like,
Oh yeah, that's before they were married. Yeah.
before they were married. Okay, that was
Yeah.
yeah. Because I just got my Shout Factory just released a steel book of the 4K of Dawn of the Dead, and I just picked that up because it's the image of the lead in the car with all the zombies.
Sarah Powley. Yep.
Yes,
Sarah Powley.
on the car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Who
And then
was
it was
in-
cool because I saw a video from Comic-Con back then. It was from Snyder Film on Twitter. It's like a panel. I don't know what the panel was for, but it had Zack Snyder and Judd Apatow on it. And it's so freaking cool because Judd Apatow, he was making Anchorman at the time because this is like 2004, 2003,
Yeah.
2004. And he was saying like that him and I forgot who he said it was. I don't know if it was like a name or maybe it was just like a buddy of his. They're like, oh yeah, they had some free time. They're like, yeah, we decided to go see Dawn of the Dead. And like, oh no, it was Adam McKay who directed Anchorman. Him and Adam McKay go to see Dawn of the Dead in the theater, and he's going, and like he said 10 minutes or 5-10 minutes in, they're looking at each other and they're like, this might be one of the fucking greatest things ever. Like he was like, and then Judd Apatow goes, I could never make anything like this. I'm like, I'm making movies about somebody who can't get laid. And I'm like, this guy over here is just like making like this fucking crazy zombie movie. And I'm like, yeah, it was like a really cool, like I never seen that before, but he gave like this ultimate praise to a young Judd Apatow and a young Zack Snyder at Comic-Con. And Judd Apatow was just giving ultimate praise to Dawn of the Dead. It was awesome.
My buddy Brian, that I've mentioned many times, he's a huge zombie fan. And I remember earlier that week, he showed me the original Dawn of the Dead, the 70s version.
Yeah.
And then we went to the Imagine Palladium Friday night, opening night, and saw it in a sold out theater. And that movie, if I ever got as lucky as you guys and ever got to talk to Zach in person, I would tell him that he scared the shit out of me off of zombie movies for 5 years. I wouldn't touch a zombie movie for 5 fucking years after watching that movie. That movie scared the fuck out of me.
See, I fucked up. I didn't tell him I met George Romero.
Oh
Because
yeah. I remember
I
you were
fucked
telling
up.
me about that. Yeah.
I totally fucked up. So one April of 2015, I'm in San Jose hanging out with my family, and there's like this. We're in like downtown San Jose. There's like some small convention happening. It's like a horror convention, and then on the other side in this other like auditorium, the small space, like half of Metallica is playing this show. They never said which members, but me and my cousin, my uncle, and my cousin's wife, we're all hanging out. And I'm walking around and see a bunch of horror props, a bunch of people fucking talking, people in costumes and shit in the middle of April. And it's like, all right, fine, whatever. Still my kind of bag because I love horror movies and shit like that. And I walk over and I see all these posters on a table, and I see a fucking tall dude, white hair, thick glasses. And I walk over and I see a fucking Dawn of the Dead poster. And I was like, man, I just finished watching this in film class a couple months ago. It was fabulous, right? Guy looks up and he goes, yeah, I remember when I made it. And I was like,
oh,
you're George Romero. And he goes, nice to meet you. And I was like, fucking out of town. What? A couple years, like decade or so later, 2023, go to Pasadena. I'm like starstruck because I'm standing in front of Zack Snyder. He's signing that fucking poster. And I'm just like, dude, thank you. You made the best movies in my mind. And I didn't even think to be like, I've met you. I've met George Romero. I'm probably one of the only few people on the fucking planet who can say that.
And it's funny too, because when you watch the original Dawn of the Dead, I mean, yeah, it's it's one of those movies where, like, yeah, you watch it now, you kind of go, oh, okay. I mean, they're all, it's still enjoyable if you're a zombie lover. You like the slow zombies.
I prefer the slow
Yeah.
zombies. We have a chance. The fast
Yeah,
ones.
you have a chance.
No.
But the thing is like, I think like a year before, or maybe less than a year before, 28 Days Later came out. So
Yep.
technically, that beat Dawn of the Dead to the punch of the running zombies. But that's the thing. We got 2 running zombie movies within a year of each other. And that totally reinvigorated the zombie genre, where it was like, oh, yeah, let's just have them fucking run, because they weren't scary enough. Let's just have them where they actually are like pumped up, full of like
track
rage.
stars. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why it's like, I mean, I think, it's just funny because, and that's what's so great is like, they're both so, Danny Boyle, Zack Snyder, different flavors. When you watch both those movies, 2 different, even though they have the concept of that aspect that revolutionized that evolved the zombie genre, just 2 entirely different stories, entirely different ways to approach it. Because, Zack, let's face it, Zack is Zack. There's like the things that happen in that movie. I mean, I still remember like seeing that shot where they're like in the bus, and they set off the bomb or the grenade or whatever. And it's that overhead shot, and you see all like a bunch of zombies just as it's blowing up. And I'm like, oh, it's cool. But then of course you have 28 Days Later, a little more subtle, more contained story, but it's still equally as fucking frightening.
Well, it's like you go back to like talking again about the opening, the first 5 to 10 minutes of Dawn of the Dead is like, Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like seriously, by the time the credits start rolling, you're like, what, the movie's starting? Like just from the whole, I mean, like from the point that the girl is standing there in the doorway. And I remember they had that shot was in the trailer, but it wasn't close up. And when you see the close up of her and she's just like, okay.
Yeah.
And then it just turned, then she attacks the husband. And then the husband, like within seconds, is now chasing her. And I remember the part where like he's chasing her, and then I think she got in the car, and then he started chasing somebody else.
Yes.
It was like, oh my, it was like, and then the zoom out, like that pan shot of just everything blowing up, everything going nuts, and then opening credits. It's like,
yeah.
Okay.
That's the signature Zack Snyder shot of the character in center frame, and it's panning
over the back shoulder,
and you're seeing like her neighborhood, and it's just pure madness. And then of course we got that shot in Man of Steel where it's, you're seeing, and he's looking at all the madness that's happening in Krypton. I think he had that even kind of in BVS.
It's a BVS. It's
Batman looking at the craziness, so it's like, that's shot that Zack, and it's such a beautiful shot.
I'm going to tell you what, and it just reminds me, there was a time from 2004 to maybe about 2012, 2013. There was a time where there were no Zack Snyder haters.
Oh yeah,
they did not exist because
when it came to Dawn of the Dead and 300,
people like Dawn of the Dead, people loved 300.
Yeah.
And then even Watchmen, even though people didn't really go see it, no one said bad about it.
No.
Right? Like they praised the movie.
I can remember a time where, and this is because I grew up with someone who has fits the bill of what it means to be a toxic fan online constantly, because I can remember back in the time when I was in high school and my cousin told me verbatim, I shit you not, he was like, that movie's great, but the ending fucking sucks. And it's like, oh, where have I seen that before? On every fucking message board that hates on Zack Snyder, or every fucking Twitter post that hates on Zack Snyder. If you're a comic book fan, if you've got some fucking hero in your profile picture or whatever, that's probably where it came from. And I've been hearing that for, well, let's see, 2009. We're coming up on.
I mean, that's the thing, is you start touching, the DC universe. Yeah, that's where everybody's going to start pulling out their
Superman. I've said for years, Superman. And I would argue, seriously, I'll go to my grave on this one. If he starts with any other hero, if he starts with Batman, if he starts with anybody else, we're not where we're at now. The fact that it was Superman is what it was. The fact that it was Superman. If he chose
Superman's
any
the one,
other
man.
character, we all the last 9-10 years hasn't happened. Superman is what did it.
After PBS, people kept saying, "Well, Batman fits him way more perfectly than Superman and whatnot." And like I've always said that, like I like BVS and Man of Steel, but I see them more as Elseworlds. I wouldn't have started my universe like that, but that's just me. But I remember just being like, the first time I felt any hate or animosity towards him, I remember being shocked because I remember seeing Sucker Punch. I'm like, I like Sucker Punch.
Sucker
And
Punch
people
is
were
good.
like,
See, I remember the PG-13 cut. I fell asleep in the first 10 minutes, and I never
Sucker Punch.
Sucker Punch.
Yeah,
and then I never finished it, and then I never watched it again until I saw the extended cut. So I and that wasn't even hit. That was just like it was a long day at work. I come home, I'm watching a movie with my wife. It's not grabbing me, and I fall asleep on the couch. Like that's about as that. But you know what? I still have to stand here and go, but I own the Owls movie and I've watched it many times. So you know what? I've redeemed myself because I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed Gahul.
I still haven't seen that. I think
I know
that's
that's
the only one I haven't seen.
That's usually the one. Like I'm usually the one going.
That's the one that people have not seen the most.
Yeah. And it's like, but I got the blue.
Like I've seen Snow, Steam, Iron more than I've seen the Owls movie.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, do people even remember? I know you guys remember.
Oh, I know. Yeah, we remember that. Yeah.
But I remember like until he went to Netflix, I heard about that. And I was like, wait, what? And then I saw it and I was like, yo, that's dope. That's dope.
Shot it all with an iPhone. Just that little short film that I was like, how the fuck do you shoot that with a phone? I mean, it just doesn't even make sense.
I mean, at the time it was crazy. Like now there's like so much put into smartphones that you can do that very easily now. But at the time, it was insane because because now they make gimbals for cell phones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
he didn't have that when he did it.
That's true.
So
he didn't.
He was pioneering shit.
It's actually the mark. His phone wanted to leave because I remember as a kid going to the theater. I don't remember what movie I was watching, but I remember seeing like not even standees, but just posters and pillars of the Watchmen characters, posters wrapped around. And I was like, what is that? That looks like a superhero movie. I don't want to see that someday. And then I remember for a while, there was a reason why my dad and my uncles probably never showed it to me. Like, yeah, this is for us. This superhero movie is for us. Not for you yet. Not for you yet. And I was like, okay. And then I remember reading the book and watching it. And it was the first time that I remember telling myself, I could like both and both do different things with the ending, even though it's similar. But I could like both. I'm like, why would I want to not have Jackie Earle Haley's voice when I read Rorschach? Or why would I not want to hear Jeffrey Dean Morgan's voice when I'm reading Comedian?
It is one of the only times that I read the book before seeing the movie because I read these lists that said like The Dark Knight Returns and Watchmen were like the top two like comic books of all time, right? So I bought a Watchmen one summer and I read that book like 8 or 9 times, and I was totally in the group of people that said it's unfilmable. You can't possibly do this on screen. And so when they said he was going to do it, I was like, okay, here we go. Let's see what happens. And I remember the first bout of confidence I had in it before seeing it was that he wasn't changing the time period. He was keeping it in the 80s. He was keeping it when it was. It's like, okay, all right. And so then I go into the movie and I'm like, wow, there was a lot that I thought I was expecting things to not be there from the book. And there was way more in it. Like when I was not expecting the Mars sequence to be in there. I really wasn't. And when it was there, I was just like, okay,
he did it.
All right. Okay. And then the bastard puts in Jimi Hendrix all along the Watchtower.
Yes.
For the last book. I'm like, oh, you son of a bitch.
No, he did everything from that book that you could. And if you watch the fucking Ultimate Cut with the Tales of the Black Freighter stuff, it is arguably one of the greatest adaptations ever.
It was kind of like for me, and this will be my parting thought because I do have to go. I have a family thing. Like I said at the beginning, I have a family thing to go to, and I have to bake a blackberry cobbler in the morning. So
bastard!
I know, right?
You fucking bastard! Love it. Happy holidays.
But I was one of those people that when I saw the theatrical cut, I was hard on it the first time because of the 2-hour 45-minute runtime and how much got cut out. And then I saw it the second time and I was a little I took my dad to go see it. First time my dad and I saw a Zack Snyder movie together was me taking him to go see Watchmen. And then I gave him a copy of the book saying, you need to read the book. My dad, to his credit, read the book. And, but I remember then reading like in an Entertainment Weekly saying, hey, this ultimate cut is coming. It's like, there's going to be this director's cut, and then there's going to be this ultimate cut. I remember I didn't buy the movie on physical until the ultimate cut came out. And that's the version I've watched since. I even bought the DVD that came out separately when the theatrical cut came out that had Tales of Black Freighter and the Under the Hood like mockumentary thing.
I love that mockumentary. Yeah,
that was a great mockumentary. So, but you know, I was there going, I don't like the stuff that's cut out. And then I was like, oh, but he filmed it. Kind of like this there. Oh, but he filmed it all. It just, you know, like he explained at the first Snyder Con, you know, the IMAX, all he had was 2 hours and 45 minutes. So he had to make choices.
What do
I bought that as it came out. I bought it as it came out. So I bought issue 1 as it came out, issue 2 all the way through 12 as they came out. So that's the very first time I had absorbed the story. It was one at a time.
Yeah, Watchmen and the Owl movie were the only two I have Zack Snyder movies I didn't see in the movie theaters.
I wish I would have seen the movie theaters.
I totally wish I did. I totally wish I did. But I remember watching Watchmen and like, yeah, me and like a group of friends, we just sat down and watched it, and we were like, "What the fuck is this?
Yeah.
This is like that kind of is like Batman. That's kind of
right. That's what I said as a kid.
Yeah, well, and technically it's not because technically it's like Blue Beetle and
it's find that out like a little bit later. Yeah, but I remember just like I was like, damn, I wish I would have watched. But both of those two movies, that was the only ones I hadn't seen in the movie theater. I remember, I saw Dawn of the Dead, saw 300. I saw 300 a couple of times actually, and then of course everything else that was in theaters. Well, actually, I did see.
I wanted to see Watchmen, but I couldn't because Watchmen came out in March of 2009. I was 17. However, my parents didn't want to take me to the DMV to get my ID.
Small correction. It was May of 2009.
Was it? I thought it was March.
It was May because I got married in July.
I'm pretty sure it was March. 369.
Hold on.
What? Okay. Maybe I'm wrong
I
here.
think Phil may be right. I think it is.
March 2009.
Okay. Hey, I for some reason I remember being close to my wedding.
Your wife's gonna be pissed, Scott.
My wife I have to tell my wife how many years we've been married. Okay.
According to quick facts, it says March 6th.
Okay.
March 6th.
Yeah,
it's 2 months.
The 2 M months. Yeah.
It's 2 M months.
Yeah, I was gonna say I remember it not being summer because I forget what came out that summer, but
I wanted to see it so bad, but I couldn't.
I saw it at the movie theater over here because once again, my weird superpower is name a movie. I can tell you which theater I saw it in. That's my weird superpower. So so this is gonna be my sign off, guys.
All right,
Phil, Ray, I'm sorry that I didn't get to stay longer with you guys.
I did the same thing last week. You're fine.
We'll talk about Criterion being heroic with Killers of the Flower Moon later.
Yes. Now, if they could just give me like Tragedy of Macbeth with Denzel Washington, then I will be.
I still gotta watch that.
Well, I mean, clearly it's a Marty thing that they have with it now, which I'm glad. So I know I don't have to pay $200 for an Italian steelbook. The fucking movie, but like no, hopefully at some point, yes, they will keep doing this with Apple releases.
Yeah. So of course, follow me on X at ScottDC27, on Vero at Scott McClellan, on Letterbox at Scott McClellan at ScottDC27. Check out my review of The Housemaid and go see it because, like I said, it's tense, then it's horny, then it's fucked up. So enjoy yourselves, and then look forward to my reviews of Marty Supreme, Song Sung Blue. And I'll have seen those because Is This Thing On will be after the return of DC Fanimated, which we are taking a 2-week break. So that first full Wednesday in January, come see us when we talk about what I said was maybe my favorite Batman Beyond episode of all time. Ooh. It's definitely top 2, but we are discussing The Egg Baby. And so
okay.
Emmy award-winning episode of Batman Beyond.
I had no idea it was Emmy award.
It won an Emmy. So
I remember what that one was about.
It's the home ec class where he has to have the baby. He has to take care of the baby, and he has to take it on patrol with him.
which
Okay.
is a trope in these kind of high school type of. shows.
Yes.
But,
Yeah.
but this is This is Batman.
But this is
Beyond.
Batman when he's got a little bit, and it's and he has to do it because he got like the computer sensors that's like registering how well he takes care of it. It's part of his grade. Yeah. I love that episode.
At some point, I need to rewatch that show. I own it.
I own it.
It's been so fun
twice
rewatching it. Yeah.
because I bought the DVD set and then I bought the Blu-ray set.
Of course, yeah,
I've done that. I
love Batman Beyond. Dude.
I love Batman Beyond. Yes. So, y'all, it's great. And hey, check out our backlog. Remember, if you haven't seen it, we finally finished Superman the animated series. So you've got the playlist there on the Film Junkie YouTube channel that has the complete Batman the animated series, the complete Superman the animated series, and now we are more than halfway through the second season of Batman Beyond. I'm telling you, in 2026, things are going to get crazy because we're going to be doing Batman Beyond, Static Shock, the Zeta Project, and maybe we'll get into the first season of Justice League. 2026 is going to be a crazy ass year for Dave and me. So you know what? Get caught up because we ain't letting off yet.
I need to watch most of that for the first time.
Oh yeah.
Guess what? So do Dave and me.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. It's gonna not just be us revisiting things. Like I didn't watch the Zeta Project.
I didn't watch Zeta Project. I didn't watch Static Shock.
Neither did I. So
I watched Static Shock. That's funny.
Yeah. I might have watched maybe a couple of episodes. I don't know. But all right. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you guys. You have a
Take
great
care,
night.
Scott.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Take care.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I know. It's gonna get crazy over there. But yeah, we're taking a little 2-week break because they're on Wednesdays and the Eves are next week. So when it comes to those streams, but if Ray, since you're here, what did you think of the Supergirl trailer since you weren't here last week?
So I dig it. I do like it, but I saw some people blown away by it. But it's funny, Phil, did you listen to my episode like about a week or so ago, like after it came out?
About the trailer?
Yes.
Homie, I barely remember what the fuck I had for breakfast.
I referenced you specifically.
Oh,
because
okay.
because I really like your reaction. Because to me, your reaction to that trailer signifies what I really hope this franchise turns into. You don't like Superman. You don't like that movie, and you were not a fan of James Gunn's work.
Well, I broke down the trailer today during my show.
Well, your post the day of, you were like far more excited than I was.
Oh, I still am.
Right.
I even today when I was breaking down the trailer, because I brought my show back Friday, Phil, every Friday, drink whatever. Anyway,
I'm glad
I really did like the trailer, and I'm looking forward to the movie. And Ray's not wrong. I didn't like Superman. I even brought that up. Like, I'm not a fan of what that version of Superman is. That movie just kind of exists and it's fine. It is the pillar of the DCU. That's fucking whatever. No, this movie looks cool. Like, and based on what I do remember from the comic, because I haven't read Woman of Tomorrow since 22, since he announced his slate. Since it might even be January of 23 was when I read it. But it's been a few years. But based on everything I remember, the movie feels very close to that. And that's what excites me. And I do like Gillespie as a director. I really like Cruella. I thought that movie was fucking fabulous. I need to watch I, Tonya.
I, Tonya was great.
But
I need to watch all of his movies. I don't think I've
talk about
seen
perspective. That movie has perspective. Like, yo, what happened? Like, it's
same with Cruella.
I, Tonya is
same exact thing with Cruella.
But no, that's the thing is, like, I watched it a couple of times and I'm like, okay, I like this, but I'm not like, I'm not like over the moon about it. I'm like, oh my goodness, I gotta see it. Like, I'm gonna see it. Obviously, there was nothing in it that bothered me or anything like that. But what I appreciate is that I really do want this franchise to be different flavors.
Yes.
What many of us were kind of, and people still argue that the MCU is different flavors, but a lot of us have argued not really. It's really like the same flavor, kind of redone.
It depends on what movie you're talking about.
Yeah, if you bring in Sam Raimi to Multiverse of Madness, that's
not even that.
So I'm speaking not Phase 4, Phase 1 through 3.
Yeah.
And so I like the fact that we are getting different reactions to this trailer than we got to Superman, and it's not just because it's Supergirl and not Superman. It's because this tone is different. This tone is very, it's a space adventure. It's, I don't want to say grittier or like grimier, but just
True
no,
Grit.
you're
It's based on
not
that.
wrong. Yes, it is loosely inspired by True Grit.
Okay, so I didn't. Stu Little, one of my listeners, who also listened to our Squadcast Media stuff, he pointed that out, and I was like, "Oh, I've seen True Grit. That's a good point. Okay, so it's like that, right? Because I haven't read Woman of Tomorrow, but if that's if Kara is
Loosely.
basically
Loosely.
Jeff Bridges' character in that movie,
Yes, Brewster Cogburn.
Pretty
Yeah.
much.
then okay, all right,
Yeah.
then no, because I like True Grit. That was a good
And
movie. but-
I can last week, I think Danny was the one who mentioned
Yeah.
the look of Krem, right? Like a lot of I've seen some
Well, a
people-
lot of us had an issue with like the fact that it's like, oh wow, you really changed the look.
He's
of
not
it.
bearded and he doesn't look like an elf. Yeah.
and that's the thing, like, and that's one of those things that just kind of falls in the category of liberties are going to get taken no matter what.
Yeah, of course.
No matter what. And it's really striking that they did that because the guy they cast looks like a dead ringer for
Yeah,
what
like
Krem
all
looks
you
like
had to
in
do
the
was
comics.
just make the beard and hair red,
Yeah.
and perfect. Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like a friend of mine asked me when we were watching the Welcome to Derry finale about Aquaman: The Lost Kingdom, and trust me, that the point will come. You guys will get it. Here's what she asked me. She asked me, did you see the second movie? And I said yes, and I kind of hung my head with shame. And she said, did they cut the baby dying? And I said, it's funny you mentioned that. I said, according to what the internet says, take that what you will. If you believe what rumors are to be said about, the amount of reshoots that movie went through and the amount of test screenings that movie went through, yes, at one point there was a point where this movie had a cut where the child did in fact die, but that led to a very poor test screening, right? So why would they change that? Well, to accommodate, the general audience masses who could potentially go and see this movie and provide more box office profit, blah, 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 blah. So how does this factor into Supergirl? Well, the plain answer is, do you really have some debonair dude as your main antagonist as hassling these two young ladies throughout the course of this movie? You can, sure, but I think someone at some point through development went, what if we just made him like a hulking, we don't know what he sounds like or what he's gonna be like. We only just got a few shots of it.
Yeah, we got a shot of him like walking in, and then
But you're basically saying to avoid him being creepy. Yeah, I get it. That makes sense.
They made him, kind of a luggish, gruntish looking mofo, and they've also got Jason.
I see what you're saying. I totally see what you're saying, because it's like one of those like, oh yeah, if we just have him like show up with red, red hair and a red beard.
Not only red hair, red beard, shirtless.
Yeah, shirtless.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work.
So if we're gonna like do something, we got to put some like some armor on him, and make him look a little bit more,
You got to make it obvious that he's the bad guy.
Yeah,
and really,
he looks like one of the villains from Road Warrior.
Oh yeah, he totally looks
honestly,
like it's something from fucking.
He kind of looked like one of the Ravagers from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for saying that, because I do want to talk about that for a second, because
And it's important that we do, because tonally, like if you read the Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow book, newsflash, folks, it's a lot like fucking Guardians of the Galaxy modern comics.
Oh, I know.
Okay,
I was so tired of hearing that.
so here's the thing. So I was talking to, because at first, the first day, like those, I was blocking people left and right. They were saying that, and then last weekend, my sister Rachel, she was graduating. She just got her master's at OU, and so I was talking with a boyfriend, Kelly, who was like, I found out years ago that he was listening to Squadcast Media and didn't tell me. I'm like,
wow.
You've been fucking listening to my show? It's like, oh, okay, all right, cool. So he is definitely one of us. He's very initiated into stuff. And I was talking to him about the Guardians of the Galaxy comparison and how it was irritating me. And he said, well, okay, the thing is, like, from a general audience standpoint, that's like the closest frame of reference to get them to buy a ticket.
That's what I said, dude.
So and I said that's a damn good point. It really is. So really, what it is it isn't like, if you're gonna make Guardians of the Galaxy comparisons, like if it's a general audience person or if it's somebody that is using it as like either a neutral or a positive mention, cool. The people that are using it like derogatorily, fuck them. Like that's
Talking points.
That's the
Yeah.
problem.
That's the
I
thing.
will
I
say-
brought up that point too. I was like, if people are doing that, it's because I'm sorry to tell you this, guys, but that Guardians of the Galaxy trilogy made $2.5 billion,
Yes.
and it made a stamp into that. So if people are comparing it to it, maybe it's like, yeah, because James Gunn nailed it. I mean, yeah, you can have your different opinions on, like, you know, a lot of people don't like the second one. I'm with there. I'm like, yeah, the second one's the weaker one. But at the same time, I'm like, yeah, and I get it. He can be like kind of like a one-trick pony, but at the same time, this is somebody else. And I think a lot of us knew that, we know what this is based off of. There's gonna be those comparisons no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but you know what we can also hope for is like, yeah, Craig Gillespie is going to put his flavor onto it, and I think very much he is. But no matter what, whoever was directing this, it doesn't even matter. It was always going to be compared to Guardians of the Galaxy, because yeah, space adventure, superhero.
No,
no matter what.
Like what Phil just said, Ravagers. Those are my first.
Yeah.
The shot where they're all the lasers pointers are at their head.
Mhm.
Ravagers, absolutely. And part of me was expecting someone to look like Yondu.
Well, I
Certainly.
mean,
It's
what we're seeing now is just a wash rinse of what happened fucking almost 10 years ago. Like, I can remember very, very, very clearly when Wonder Woman was getting ready to come out. I distinctly remember the online conversation being, oh man, I hope it's nothing like BVS.
Damn, good point, dude. Because I remember seeing that shit too, and people were like, "Oh yeah, it's like trying to be like Zach's." Damn, I didn't even think about
the
that.
slow-mo,
There were
right?
people that were comparing it to like, oh, it's like with Zack Snyder. Look at some of these shots, slow motion. She's
And it's like
she's walking up that ladder and walking into no man's land. And it's like a Zack Snyder movie. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Good point.
And to that point, he was an EP on that film. He was, he was the architect of the time at the universe at the time. And what position is James Gunn in right now?
Right.
He may not be directing Supergirl, but he's an executive producer on it.
And to further that,
wow.
and to further that point, nobody would call Wonder Woman a Zack Snyder movie now.
No.
After
But at the time, they were
right?
saying that it felt like a Zack Snyder movie.
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't even
look
think
at
about that.
the teaser of Supergirl. The camera doesn't move like the way James's movies has been moving for the past few years. Like ever since maybe Suicide Squad, he's had this way of moving his camera that
He's
is
used
his
the
own
same
now.
cinematographer. He's used
Yeah.
Henry Bram for the last 3 movies, and honestly, I think he kind of needs to use a different one because Henry
Yeah,
Bram-
I think it's time to change it up.
Yeah, and like I look at it now, and it's not moving that way. And I'm very interested to see how if all that sticks out more than just.
Well, remember, Ronan, the person who shot this shot Alex Garland's Civil War. It's that same cinematographer.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. I
Exactly.
forgot about that too.
You talked about this, but I'm sure you probably forgot about this. You talked about this way back when it got
I
announced.
did. Okay, then I probably did forget. Yeah.
But you know what's also interesting is that we also got to see like Kandor getting bottled up.
Yeah,
It's not Canada, it's Argo City.
It's not
Argo
Argo
City.
City. Argo City. Sorry.
Yeah.
But
And
we
that's
gotta
not
see
Brainiac
that.
doing it either. It's
not
that happens in the book, and it's not because of Brainiac.
I still need to read the book. And I'm going to read that damn book before
It looks
seeing the movie.
like if it follows the book, her father has a lot to do with what that is.
And it's very the
It's
stuff that goes
tragic.
down. It's sad.
It's fucking tragic.
Well, and so the two things that the 2 lines that stuck out to me were probably the same 2 lines that stuck out to most people. Was first when she says Krypton didn't die in a day, the gods aren't that kind.
Right out of the book.
Jesus.
Right out of the book.
Okay.
Right out of the book.
And then the other one where the girl asks her about Superman, he sees the good in everyone and I see the truth.
Yeah.
Again, distinction.
Okay.
Like
Good
and
line.
like
Good line.
Ruthie. Like
And that was the part of the trailer or the teaser where it was like, okay, this is clearly defining what kind of car we're going to get. Because seriously, I'm on an island. Am I on the island of? All right, I need to be careful how I word this. I'm on the island of. I have not seen a bad live action portrayal of Supergirl. That does not mean the 1984 movie was good. It just means Helen Slater wasn't the problem.
No,
I agree with you.
Right.
Oh,
So I've seen that interpretation, and obviously I've watched Brent and I watched the CW show religiously.
Yeah.
And so like that's my last reference point. Well, really, Sasha Calle's version is the last reference point, and I really like that version in the
Yeah.
Flash. So the idea is like, okay, where are we framing this version of the character? And I think it's very clear in this teaser that we're going to get a heavy, emotionally loaded story for whatever is informing her. Because that was the biggest thing that I took out of the trailer is like she's very damaged. Very, very damaged, and that is
her whole world die.
And that's why the whole thing with crypto that people were like fake pissed off about in the newspaper. I'm like, no, we already knew he was badly behaved, and that comment comes straight from the end of Superman, and this is just furthering like when you see how she is, when you see her drunk in the fortress, you're like, okay. You've got some demons, you've got some baggage, and this movie's like, here they are, and it's like, this is gonna hurt at some point. This story's gonna hurt.
And then there's people that think she's gonna be like drunk the whole time. It's like, no, that's not the story.
She wasn't even drunk in the whole teaser.
No,
there were clearly points where she wasn't drunk.
It looks hopeful at the end.
The story is basically Kara Zor-El 12 Steps to Recovery.
Yeah. She's numbing the pain of losing, everything.
And I'm not even trying to be an asshole when I say it. Like, the book is kind of laid out in a way that Tom King kind of writes her sobering up from this.
And you get that vibe with how this teaser's cut, because she's clearly on a bender at the beginning. And by the time you get to the end of it, she's in costume, and it's like, okay, all right. So
because the thing is about this story is not only does like Ruthie come in and kind of shake the foundation, because by way of Ruthie coming in, Krem gets brought into the equation. When Krem gets brought into the equation, something happens to Crypto, and when something happens to Crypto, that's when all hell breaks loose.
And they show that in the trailer.
And the thing is Kara and Ruthie. They show a scene where Kara is kind of looking at Crypto, and he's just
is that okay? Something happened. Okay, don't.
Oh yeah. Oh, read the book.
There is something that drives the plot of the movie.
Yes.
Okay, and so let me. So I mean, all right. So all right, you're suggesting. I'll ask this question.
Okay.
Because I know you guys probably. I don't know if you've talked about this whole test screening bullshit yet.
Oh yeah.
But if you're suggesting, again, without spoilers, that we're talking a kind of a pseudo John Wick situation here. Could that possibly affect test screenings?
No,
I don't think so.
Not in this specific case.
Matter of fact,
we're talking about a superhuman or a super canine or not a normal dog.
No, William. It doesn't matter. Dogs. People do not like dogs or children being harmed.
Getting hurt.
That is a problem. Right?
No,
that's
a driving factor. That's a driving factor. Yes.
In this case, John Wick actually
test screenings are worthless, by the way. Test screenings are
worthless. No,
I'm not. When I talked about the test screenings, I was like, "Here's what I heard. Here's what's been told."
Yeah,
who cares?
I'm not putting faith in test screenings. I'm not saying that. I'm just asking. So, what were you saying, Phil? About
I was just saying that I don't even fucking remember.
In this particular case, you don't think that?
In the particular case of Supergirl, in regards to like seeing an animal like harmed on screen or something, John Wick would actually be more beneficial to Supergirl, because spoilers, Crypto doesn't fucking die in the book. No, I can assure you.
But he gets hurt.
He gets fucking hurt. And as you're reading the book, it's like, will he? Won't he? It's very
okay. I got you. All right. Okay.
I'll tell you this, Ray. Gotcha. When you read the book, there's a moment, and the boys will know what I'm talking about. There's a moment where like Supergirl goes to check something out and tells Ruthie stay behind, and the look on Supergirl's face when Ruthie goes what for confirmation, and Supergirl's like and like there's moments like that they haven't showed yet that I'm hoping they wait till the movie's out that are going to be brutal to watch, because it's such a beautiful story, but it does give new context and new flavor to Kara that I had never experienced before. And I'll be really shocked if people still think that this story and what we got out of Superman are similar. Like, no, they're completely different stories.
No, I don't think. I can already say, Ronan, I don't think that's going to happen. I think
Yeah.
I think it's already clear this is going to be very different.
Yeah.
That, you know, not Peacemaker different, but still very different.
Yeah.
Than
I think it's going to
Superman.
be
No, it's going to be very different than Peacemaker.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Man. And that's what's going to be.
Lantern's
I
gonna
mean,
be different
the
than that,
marketing, the marketing for this is what I'm intrigued about, and they're already doing a pretty good job because before the trailer came out, and they had like, you know, those digital billboards in like Times Square and whatever, and they were like, hey, something's coming, and they were already doing that, and then they were just live polling people reacting to the trailer on TikTok. And I'm like, good, that's what you should do. This could be something for the TikTok audience for sure. It's like, you know, and I don't know, is it going to work? Is it not? No, nobody can know whether it's going to do well or not. But at the same time, I'm like, you know, I think with this kind of style of Supergirl, like it was like, okay, yeah, this is going to be something big time different. I mean, Jason Momoa is a drawing factor too. For some reason, it's so funny because that guy is just like, that guy's living his best life. Jason Momoa, I mean, what do you say? Like, you know, over a decade ago, he was almost like broke and just kind of like whatever, you know, things weren't really working out the way he was. And then, you know, things with Game of Thrones and then Zach casting him as Aquaman really just like helped his career. And he's like such a weird thing because like, I know, you know, when it comes to the ladies out there, they either go, oh, no, that guy, but then there's some that are like swoon. But it's so funny because he's like that balance of like a big teddy bear. And then, but if you see his mad face, you go, oh, Jesus Christ, I'm pissing myself because this guy. And then, of course, he's got 2 movies coming out next year. He probably has, I think he has another one with Dave Bautista. That one that's also coming out where they're like brothers or whatever, which I'm sure that's going to be fucking awesome. Yeah. But I even like on Twitter, I said like, I don't know, guys, just as a joke. I'm like, I think Jason Momoa is being typecast because he's Blanca in Street Fighter. And it's like, he's like this beastly, you know, different color skin, you know, long hair and a beard character. I'm like, but he is that dude where it's like, yeah, you are that dude. I mean, like, you're just like that, like what they say in Aquaman. It's like you are like a blunt object. And my favorite scene in Aquaman is when that bell is falling and is going to fall on a kid. And he literally like, he like runs and puts his shoulder into it and he goes, ding. And I'm like, that's it. That's it. Like, that's the blunt. He's just like that big blunt object.
I'm not going to catch the bell.
I'm
going to push. I'm going to throw it out of the way. Basically, yeah.
I love that because it wasn't like a normal superhero save where it's like, oh, I'm going to stop it with my hands. No, he ran and put his shoulder into it, and you see it just go boom. And I'm like, I love that's my favorite shot in scene of Aquaman because it showed him that as that big blunt object.
Well, yeah, because that's
supposed to be
Black Manta fight, right?
Yes, that's during the Black Manta fight.
That's the best action sequence in the movie.
Yes. And I love that James Wan was like, oh yeah, he is like, and I think they mentioned that in interviews, like, yeah, he's not a perfect superhero, but he's like a big blunt object. And I just love that shot because the way that it's crafted and everything, it's like, oh yeah, he could have just did the whole thing where he either swoops the kid up or he stops the bell with his hands. No, he just fucking he puts his shoulder into it to knock it off its course to save the kid. I'm like, that's so cool. It's so fucking cool. But I mean, that's what Jason Momoa, when you look at him, it's like, yeah, he is that kind of like character. I mean, he made Fast 10 watchable.
Yeah,
his villain, the way he was a villain in that.
He would be the only reason.
I have not seen that one. The last one I saw was F9, where they went into space.
I only want to see Minecraft because he's in it.
He was great. Him and Jack Black were great. I mean, they were they were funny with each other. I mean, it's a stupid movie, yes. Yeah. I didn't play Minecraft, but I was entertained by their back and forth. Yeah. And I'm like, there's just something, there's a likability with Jason Momoa that is just, it's crazy. But you know, it's funny because I didn't tell my dad, when we saw the Supergirl trailer, I was wondering if he was going to point out, like, because you only see him for what, like 1.2 seconds.
I missed him the first time.
Yeah,
everybody's like,
Yeah,
he's
it
in
was
it.
like
I'm
a
like,
can you miss it
I'm like, where the fuck is
Immediately
he?
caught him.
Wait,
When I saw it, I paused it. I was like, it's the main man.
I saw that cigar. Yeah.
But
he had the cigar in his mouth. He's walking in. I mean, people have done their, due diligence and lighting it up and done all the stuff where it's like, oh yeah, he's looking pretty perfect. But good. I mean, good on them with that with that teaser, because that's a tease. Because like I said, I've run 2 polls when it comes to all that. I'm like, what are you looking forward to when it comes to the trailer? People are like, mainly people are like Lobo. And I was like, and then I ran another poll that said, now that you've seen the trailer, what are you looking most to when it comes to the movie? Lobo. I mean, it's so funny, and he's not going to be in it all that much. I mean,
no, but he could be. That's
scenery.
He's going to be the Wonder Woman of that movie,
I was thinking,
or like Spider-Man in Civil War, kind of.
Yes,
I was thinking he like Momoa could be like this movie's X Factor potentially, considering that he's been a box office draw before, especially with the first Aquaman movie. And look, to be honest with you, even though it was the swan song of the DCEU, he's probably the only reason the second one made as much as it did.
True.
It was the highest grossing of the 4 disasters that came out that year, financially speaking. So, and I liked it.
He's just got that likability. He's got that draw, like a little bit to him. Like there's just, like I said, he's got the, when he smiles, you're like, oh my God, he's just a big teddy bear. But then when he shows you his mad face, you're scared for your fucking life. It's like, it's crazy. But Talati, I know you got to take off. And I didn't get your full review of the Supergirl trailer. I think you liked it.
I really it's a different to Superman. Yeah. And what really interests me the most is the dynamic between Ruthie and Supergirl. Yeah, that's what I'm really invested in. And obviously that's going to be like the biggest thing for me, is to see their dynamic between Millie Alcock and Ruthie is the actor. So
it's going to be interesting. Because
it's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, because that is the heart of the story, is those two. And when you're reading that story, I mean, it's told from the point of Ruthie. I don't know if the movie is going to be told from this. It doesn't look like it. It's going to be told from her perspective. And I was kind of hoping that they would do that, because it's her narration throughout the whole story in the book. And it would have been kind of cool to see it like that. But, when you're seeing Crypto pissing on the paper and then she's like waking up, I'm like, it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case, unless, it seems like she meets Ruthie, of course, later. But I don't know. We'll see. But yeah. But thank you for joining, Taladia. Always great.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
And I hope you have a great Christmas.
Yeah, for sure. You too.
Feliz Navidad, Taladia. Take care, brother.
Yeah.
Take care, guys.
See
you tomorrow, William.
See ya.
Yeah, no, Dave, I wouldn't assume off the teaser that they're not going to do that. They still well could.
Yeah, there still could be that. I mean, that's the thing. Yeah. It's a teaser.
Because the thing is, for a teaser, you're not going to not lead off with the main character, especially since she was in the end of Superman, so she's the direct connector. Yeah. Which and again, I've said this before. That's something that I really hope this franchise does. Instead of giving us the tease to the next movie and a credit scene, just do it at the end of the movie.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct, because
maybe not the next thing, but a new thing.
Sure.
We don't know what after Man of Tomorrow. We don't know what the next project is. True. It would be nice to know what is coming after that. And I think, like I said earlier, Lobo is essentially going to be the Wonder Woman of this movie, in that I think there's a high chance that if this movie is successful, and I think it could be, Lobo is for sure probably going to get some kind of spin-off of his own. I don't doubt that one.
Directed by Zack Snyder.
That'd be fun.
That'd be insane. How crazy would that be if Zach was like, if James was like, hey, we want to do
Lobo with Momoa
movie, and then of course Jason, who loves Zach, we know that he loves Zach so much. We've seen the videos, and Zach was like, fuck it, let's do this. And I could see Zach doing something pretty fucking
awesome. People would melt the minds. I'd be like, welcome back.
If the DCU, I firmly believe that if the DCU goes the way that Gunn and Safran hopes it does, even with Netflix, I firmly believe that at some point Zack Snyder will direct a DCU film. If it goes the way they want it to.
Here's what I think, though, about that in particular. I think it's interesting that the door is open, and I never say never, obviously. I think if he were to come back, I think he would probably pull up Matt Reeves and maybe do The Dark Knight Returns. I think that's what he really wants to do.
Elseworlds, yeah.
However, anything is possible, and I think if you were to, because there was that talk of, who could do The Authority? Everyone immediately thought Zack Snyder.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Okay, so let me amend my statement and say not a DCU movie, a DC Studios.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go. Beautiful.
Better.
Very beautiful. Beautiful.
Because so that's a very valid point. If Elseworlds is still on the table with these guys, then yes, certainly.
Here's the thing. Thanks to this gentleman up here, Ronan, he sent me the clip of Jason Fuchs talking to Horowitz about Lobo, because apparently Jason Fuchs wrote a Lobo script that Michael Bay was eyeing to direct, and I remember a long time ago
that got announced. I remember that got announced and being.
I wish that would have happened. I wish that would have happened.
Here's the funny thing:
is get all the Bay haters upset.
When I mentioned to Ronan that Jason Fuchs was the one who handled the writing of the first Wonder Woman movie, and that was the one Zach was like, "We're making your movie." Jason Fuchs also executive produces and writes episodes. Welcome to Derry, works with Andy Muschietti. My bottom line is let Jason Fuchs write a fucking DC project, because he clearly has an understanding of these characters.
Oh yeah.
He wanted to put Kalibak in Wonder Woman at one point. Did you see that? He said at one point when he was writing the Wonder, there was a Wonder Woman script. One version had a post-credit scene where Kalibak, Darkseid's son, was gonna make an appearance. So,
damn it, that would have been awesome.
That would have been awesome.
I know who Kalibak is.
Yeah,
because of the animated series, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
that's where I know him from. Yeah.
The animated series plus, I've done I haven't read. I've read maybe a smattering of Jack Kirby's Fourth World, a smattering of the early issues, but I've also done some of my own research on the Fourth World stuff because Cosmic Odyssey introduced me to it.
Yeah.
And when it became clear that was a big deal, because that's the thing. I didn't know, as a kid, I didn't know that Darkseid and Highfather and New Genesis and Apocalypse were that big of a deal. I get older and it's
they're a big deal.
This is a big deal. Let me see. Let me just poke around and Google some things and see what goes on. So yes, I loosely know some knowledge, but there's a lot of the Jack Kirby stuff that I still need to read.
Ray, go read Female Furies from Cecil Castellucci. I think that's
is Barda in that? Is Barda in that?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That and that's one of those talking about all the unrealized projects in the DCEU. The one that I still wish had happened,
Duvernay,
was Duvernay, because when she told Seth Meyers that Barda was her favorite superhero, I was like, oh god.
And Tom King had written that script, and even I remember trying to milk out something out of him, and he was like, "Kid, NDA." I'm like, okay, I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think even in the Lobo script, there was a lantern.
There was a lantern, yes.
I forget the name of him, but Buke kept saying it was more Legionnaire stuff, and then I'm like, yo, nobody is talking about the Legionnaire outside of the main nerds like he is. Apparently, like nobody is writing them into these projects. And I'm like, somewhere in DC Studios in a vault, they have that script and they have the Del Toro Justice League Dark script. And if I was them, I would dust off those scripts and take a look at it again and be like, yo, we should
get Del Toro back. Get Del Toro back. I mean, and then I'm just like, now all of a sudden I'm like going, man,
he was on Horowitz
Lobo movie. Zack Snyder Lobo movie would be.
Well, I tell you what, I mean, how's Frankenstein doing for Netflix?
Good, very good.
Because that could
it's getting nominated for awards.
That could open the door.
Has,
right? That could open the door further.
Yes.
Think about who Netflix is working with, right? Del Toro, right? You've got Del Toro, David Fincher, Zack Snyder, effectively, because we still technically don't know if his first look.
Yeah,
deal
we're
is-
trying to be optimistic about future stuff, you know.
And I don't think there's a reason to not be optimistic
No.
about it. Just because Rebel Moon didn't work out doesn't mean that his other projects didn't work out. It's so funny to me to see online people say, "Oh, he's nothing
He's
but a hack.
done.
His shit on Netflix failed." I'm like,
They
Army of the
canceled
Dead
everything.
and Twilight of the Gods are so successful.
Twilight of the Gods.
Fucking clue
Yeah.
what
Yeah. It's like Rebel Moon was like one of those things where it's like they try to
was an
capture the
experiment.
Snyder Cut stuff,
It was
and
absolutely
it
an
didn't quite
experiment,
work
yes.
out. But
It
at
was
the
an
same time, it didn't cost as much as it looks.
No,
It cost
no,
less
didn't.
than 200 million to make essentially 4 fucking movies.
Yes.
Right. 168 total, wasn't it? 168.
166.
Yeah, well,
And Phil, that's the one thing. See it is intriguing to me how complicated all this studio bullshit is.
yeah,
Because
really.
I can spend the last several weeks being called MAGA,
Mhm.
pro-Israel,
Mhm.
and on the Jared Kushner's payroll for saying that Netflix is the worst case scenario more than Paramount, right? And by the same, and I still stand by that because they're going to destroy theaters. But by the same token, you just listed all of the A-list creators that they're working with. So on some level, it's like, fuck you. You want to get rid of theaters, but you're working with all the good people.
Yeah,
Like you're working with Fincher, you're working with Del Toro. It's like, damn it.
If they really want to go to
Scorsese with
PR,
Irishman, you know?
yeah, with Scorsese, yeah. If you really want to, they want a good PR stunt for the next year and change. You say no, we're still going to keep the theater experience. We're going to just
Which is what
try
he's
rolling
doing.
out because again, they said that the big thing was that for the Cliff Booth movie that they're going to push a lot more than they have done past for any other film.
well, they have
I'm
to
like-
now. I mean, they
Yeah,
really
I-
have to.
You kind of figure they kind of have to because number one, David Fincher's making that. Number two, it's written by Quentin Tarantino. Number three, what was the last David Fincher movie that came out on Netflix? Mank. Did anyone really give a shit about that movie?
No, I didn't even see it.
No.
We all wanted Mindhunter.
The Killer.
Everyone
Yeah,
wanted
that's one
Mindhunter.
people need to watch more.
Well, here's
now,
the thing.
Killer. Yeah.
To William's point, like the Killer's great too. The Killer's
Killer is fantastic.
The Killer is fucking beautiful.
Yeah,
But I think what happened with Mank, and then of course with obviously getting the Killer had the limited release, I think, in theaters. It had a very limited one, but I remember that one getting a lot of buzz because people were like, "Yeah, this may be on Netflix, but go see it in the fucking theater because it's worth it." Why? Oh, gee, I don't know. Because David Fincher made the fucking movie, number one, but number two, because Ted, people still like going to the fucking movie theater, whether you want to admit that or not.
Mm-hmm. And that's what kills me is all the people that are just that either don't know or forgot what he said in April about movie theaters being outdated. And to be clear, it's like, are movie theaters 100% going to go away? No, they're not going to 100% go away. Netflix owns a couple of theaters in like Paris, New York, or whatever. What it's going to do though is it's going to usher in the era of select theaters, and you're not going to see, like, everybody remember like how in like after the pandemic, remember how every studio had their own way of coping with it and they all had different plans, right? We know what Warner Brothers did with the day and date. That's how they lost Nolan. That's why he ditched them, went over to Universal, right?
It cost Warner Brothers $55 million, but yeah.
Yep.
Disney stayed quiet.
William, it cost them more than that because Barbenheimer could have been all Warner Brothers, and it wasn't.
That's true. Yeah,
So
that's very true.
But Disney, their whole shit with ScarJo and Black Widow and the Premier Access thing, right? Then they had to settle out of court for that. Paramount did a 45-day release window. They were doing 45-day release windows for like, I want to say A Quiet Place 2 or yeah.
And you're right. Quiet Place 2.
That sounds right. That was the first one we saw.
And I think Clifford and a couple of others as well that they released. It was the same thing.
Wow.
Yeah,
I forgot about
and
that.
then Universal was doing 17 days, and then it would be available VOD, not on Peacock, but like to buy digitally.
But how much of this stuff is going to happen with or without Netflix, though? Because to be honest with you, that is the way of the market. 82% of people who go see movies see them in the first 2 weeks. So now you're dealing with competing screens. You're dealing with a whole lot of dynamics that really don't have to do anything with Netflix, but more so the consumer. And when he said, and Ted Sarandos is an asshole, I know, but when he said what he said, we weren't talking about a complete company that included Warner Brothers with a distributor and with lots of revenue streams that you would kind of really kill yourself with when you start to pare things down. You have a value chain there that is already in place. So greed, and I'm not saying that it couldn't happen, but I don't think it's an instant or an automatic. Greed speaks louder than a lot of these fears.
The reason that I think it's closer to automatic than you think is because I have to look at the fact that unlike every other studio, Netflix is the only one over the last decade plus that has built themselves up to this model without any wide theatrical releases. None.
That's without Warner Brothers.
Okay, but my point is
reality that's in the past.
Okay, but by themselves, without Warner Brothers, they don't need theaters. Why would they now suddenly need them by adding Warner Brothers? Are they going to lose 301 million
That's actually a
subscribers?
prestige that you're purchasing a company that already has distribution. You have a lot of money that you can make. There's so many ways to make money. It doesn't make sense for them to do this. It doesn't make
it sure it does, because it's cost cutting. Now you don't have to pay exhibitors.
But you're
Now
cutting
you don't have to
revenue.
pay
You're cutting your
revenue
nose off.
that you don't need because you have 301 million subscribers and you haven't done.
That's just
No, they don't. I'm saying, like, they have to decide for themselves, and this is a decision that they will make. They have to decide for themselves if it costs more to keep it or to get rid of it. And when your CEO months earlier this year literally said movie theaters are outdated and we want to bring our experience to the consumer, and he said a variant of this as well. He used the word compromise just a few weeks ago with respect to this deal. When he talks about that is not somebody that believes
he talked about the Cruise's
100-day release window.
I mean, he did.
That window is not going to be 90 days anyway, no matter if Netflix owns anything. You're probably going to come down to the same exact window that you would with or without Netflix.
It's going to be.
But he did say Barbenheimer would have worked on Netflix on streaming as well. Did you remember seeing that quote? Like,
I think I'm hearing that.
God, I remember seeing that.
Barbenheimer probably would have worked just as well on a streaming service. I'm like, what the fuck?
Right.
Like, I mean,
that's $2 billion of profit, William. So what are we talking about here?
Yeah.
But you're also talking about an entire studio and when the revenue that it can generate, and you have ancillary. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Forget about what he says. I'm just following.
But he's the CEO, William, and that's the thing.
Yeah, I can't go with a new reality.
But I can't go with my feelings. I can't go with what I think is logical. I have to go with evidence. I have to go with behavior, and everything that Netflix has done says the end is coming. The end is.
I'm going to go with greed.
And I hope, and again, I know how Phil feels about this show. I hope the Stranger Things finale makes like people go out and road to be like, yo, they came out for a fucking TV show's finale.
Yeah, I'm hoping for that too, because I would actually like to watch the finale.
That will not sway Ted Sarandos' opinion.
I know.
I think the only thing that could. I think our saving hope, our saving grace, our hope really is the unions. Because I think if SAG and I think if they pitch a fit and cause another strike over this, that'll change shit. I think that's our only hope, truthfully, as far as that.
I honestly, I think I said this last week or maybe even the week before. On paper, you can see David Zaslav, Ted Sarandos, Greg Peters doing the whole fucking happy dance, being like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna make so much fucking money off the." And it's like, you dumb motherfuckers. You are so, to William's point, greedy. Absolutely fucking
They want to become billionaires. They already have enough money, but they want to become billionaires.
Yes. And you want to talk about bringing this shit to the consumer. It's like, okay, yeah, that's fine. But the thing is just like, I saw a post today from, I think it was Jeff Keighley from IMAX. And he posted a picture about how this new camera was utilized in the filming of the Odyssey and how the Odyssey was filmed entirely in IMAX. I think this is the first time I'm actually going to go see a Nolan film in IMAX. I didn't do it for Oppenheimer because, number one, I really don't like driving downtown or fucking 45 minutes the other way to go to an IMAX screen.
Okay.
That said,
you're talking the 70 millimeter.
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yes. It's the 35. One or the other.
70.
Yeah.
But yeah, the closest IMAX to me is downtown.
Okay.
The last IMAX movie I saw, sadly, was The Flash, but I'm going to rectify that with the Odyssey. Wow. But the thing is like here, that is right there the most important thing that Ted Sarandos fails to understand is that it's not just about the box office. And yes, it is an art, it is a business. Let's not misconstrue that in any way. But it is also about the presentation, and ultimately it is about when people are respectful, the shared experience.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That is why
Yes.
movies like fucking as much as I despise it, the Titanic are as well regarded as they are and made as much money as they did.
You despise that movie?
I don't fucking like that movie. I think
He
it's
doesn't like
boring
James
as
Cameron too.
shit. That's not true.
you,
That is
Yeah.
not true. I love James Cameron. He's one of my favorite
Oh.
filmmakers. That's why I'm very critical of him.
He
Okay.
sold out. Bro.
Like the Avatar.
okay, wait, just briefly. Which Cameron movies do you like?
Terminator, The
Okay.
Abyss, Terminator 2,
All right.
True Lies. Like
Okay.
Avatar, no thanks.
What about Aliens?
Aliens.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
That one, no, not so
Okay.
much.
The Bug Hunt, man.
That's interesting. You like True Lies, but not Aliens. I don't. That's unique. That's a very unique.
Oh,
I like
no,
a scene in
love-
True Lies
I love
that I recall.
the original
Like
from
that.
Ridley Scott, and that's why. Because to me,
Okay, I got you. You
that's
wanted horror. You didn't want action.
not even so much as what I wanted. It's so much as like, James, I see what you're doing. I'm just not a fan of it because I like it in other places. Because, what did you do? You added more aliens and then you added a bigger one.
He essentially did like
The first movie, he said as such. He
I-
said, I want to do the first movie, but with more and more action.
Well, and that's, I feel like in many ways I've said this for years. I feel like what he did with Aliens is similar to what he did with Terminator 2.
Yeah.
I feel like the upping of the ante is the same in both of those cases. And I hear what you're saying in terms of numbers and whatnot. But when you're blowing up a computer factory and going into a steel mill, I mean, you went way above and beyond in the second film.
Well, what's funny is
in
like
the first film.
he wanted to. I think he's even said in an interview he had the idea of the T-1000 already in his head, and he wanted that to be the main antagonist in the first Terminator, but they didn't have the technology. So therefore, what does he do? He makes the Abyss, creates the technology, and then what happens after that? That's so cool.
It's not only that, but it's a combination of the Abyss. It's a combination of ILM also working on Jurassic Park because some of the T-1000's model and movement is literally based on the movement used that was created for the Tyrannosaurus Rex and Jurassic
It's so
Park.
cool too,
Oh, that's
because like
fantastic.
originally, like
Alright.
when you watch the behind the scenes of Jurassic Park, they were going to do the claymation shit,
Mhm.
but then there was like, hey, ILM, they're cooking over here.
You know what?
Hey,
It's funny that we can call it the claymation shit now, but back then we would have loved it.
oh yeah,
I still
we-
love
yeah,
claymation. I
yeah.
still, like
Yeah,
it's-
we would still
Yeah.
enjoyed it, but the fact that and it's so funny too because when you watch Jurassic Park now, you go, it still holds out.
Oh God, yes.
You watch
Yes,
The
it
Abyss, you go, holy fuck! Like how would like some
does. Mhm.
there are modern movies that don't look as good as this. Why is that the case? It's so crazy.
Because
It's
it's how the person who has the tool uses it instead
Yes.
of just like looking at the time and looking at the release date. It's like, no, it's gonna
Great
be good
example.
when it gets there.
Like
whatnot.
bullet camp.
Here's a great
Yeah.
example. Using the volume technology. It
Yeah.
looks fantastic in episodes of The Mandalorian, and it looks fucking atrocious in Thor: Love and Thunder.
And
It's
then look
so
at the
weird.
Batman.
Mhm.
Like the Batman uses the volume, and it's like, whew, like it looks
Right.
like
The
Oh, yeah.
Batman
Who
uses the
would have
volume.
known that when they're looking over at Gotham City that's not real?
volume.
That's
Or
screen.
when the Riddler is peeking in on the mayor's house.
Yeah.
That's the volume
Yes.
tech.
That's
Yeah.
volume
Volume
tech.
too.
Star Trek: Strange New Worlds also uses volume tech, and
That's
it's
fine, I
funny.
heard about that, yeah.
Jonathan Frakes was on the Decon Lounge last year, and he said that once the Mandalorian used it, Star Trek had to have it. I was like,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
you're right. That had to have like you can't let the other Star franchise use
No.
it and not have it,
Oh,
especially
sure.
with what they were doing for a lot of it.
I mean,
And it's gorgeous in that show.
But one
It
of the
really
things
is.
about James Cameron is like, I mean, watching Avatar yesterday, I mean, yeah, I'm not saying it was like, the story was more so the same. It's like, okay, there's going to be, 4 better be not just sky people versus blue people. I mean, we're kind of, we're rehashing
The
that.
next one is Sky People.
Huh?
Is that what the next one is? Sky People?
Well, no, they call the humans sky people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because
See, that's how far removed I am from this
humans are
franchise.
the aliens. Humans are the aliens, so they always call them the sky people.
I have seen only the first one, and it was when it first came out. I really haven't gone back to rewatch it, even though
Well,
I
that's
did
the thing.
enjoy the
They
experience.
don't have the rewatchability because when I've watched all 3 of them in IMAX 3D, and it is truly amazing. And even like now that it was a shorter window between Way of the Water and this one, it still was like as soon as the first frame came on and like it was like a flying sequence and it was just like Jesus Christ. And then the whole time I'm watching and I'm going, how do you make something like this? And I catch myself going, oh yeah, I got to remember none of the nature right here is real. The water flowing, the rocks, the fucking trees, it's all digitally made. Like the only thing that is real is the fucking kid, whose name's Spider. Yeah. He's the only one that's real. And even like when the action is happening, and yes, again, it's more of the same thing. We're just having the same battles, but it's so unique. And then I'm just watching, I'm like going, how do you make this? Because everybody who's, part of the Na'vi or a part of whatever tribe and doing the mocap thing, I'm like, it is so clean. It is so like, and meanwhile, you can have some fucking movies out here with like big budgets and the VFX look like ass. And I'm just going, but this right here is like, you're so immersed in it, and the 3D, everything looks so goddamn good. And I'm like, this is because James Cameron is just that filmmaker.
But I really think most of it is pursuant to what Ronan is saying is like those movies with the lesser VFX, lesser CGI are under the gun and they're watching the clock and they've got this release date. You're not telling James Cameron to hurry up. Because he will take however long he needs.
Hey, $1 billion, $2 billion.
Oh, $2 billion, exactly. Because of Titanic,
yes,
he has placed himself in a position where he tells you to jump and you say how high. Yeah, so if he needs 10 years to finish a movie, you will give him 10 years because it's going to make $1 billion.
I'm just ready for a fucking low budget James Cameron movie. I'm ready for
that movie about the Ghost of Nagasaki.
Oh yeah. He's supposed to do one. The book. Yeah, he wants to do that.
Am I the only one that would still love to see some continuation of Alita Battle Angel?
Yes.
No, you're not alone.
He wants to do that too. He wants to do that too, but he's going to produce that, and Robert Rodriguez is
directing it.
Because he didn't direct. He did not direct the first one.
No,
I think that was Robert Rodriguez who did all that.
Yes,
yeah, and he even said in recent interviews that they're really trying to get that going, and those visual effects were fucking fantastic.
Okay,
that's when I knew. Avatar 2 can happen. When Alita like drops in on the water to her ship, I was like, yo, if he wants to go water with avatars, I think they could do it. Like it is.
Yeah. And then even with the third one, there's water because they still, it's and I'm just like going like, I'm like, how the fuck did you make that? Like, that's the thing. And I was even talking to him like my dad and everything. I'm like, it's just crazy. I'm like, I don't know how you make something like that because it just doesn't even make sense. Like, how do you, like, when I've seen other movies that just have shoddy visual effects and everything about this, I didn't find anything that looked twitchy. I mean, maybe there's like a couple of times it could look a little twitchy, but for the most part, I'm like going, hey, it's just everything is so fucking clean, It's like, I don't know. It's like, it's crazy what that guy can accomplish. But I'm like, but when he said in an interview, he's like, yeah, I'm ready to tell other stories. I'm like, yeah.
Good.
A lot of us are. We've been waiting for over 20 years for you to tell another story, dude. Like you've told great stories, and you've like every story you've you've told us. Terminator, Aliens. I'm a fan of it. The Abyss, Terminator 2, True Lies, and then Titanic, and all. I'm like you push the boundaries every time. I'm like, just tell a regular story, but put your spin on it. I'm all for it.
I love James Cameron.
Produce Del Toro's Adults of Madness movie. So like imagine Cameron as your producer to tell the studio to like, hey, fuck off, leave us alone until we finish making a movie. And
that guy has so much power. I mean, he's now a billionaire. He's a billionaire now.
Yeah. I mean, he's James fucking Cameron. And listen, he said some shit.
Yeah,
I absolutely disagree with. He said some dumb shit, especially about Wonder Woman. It's like, brother, you made Aliens and Terminator. You were the last person who should be like trying to really talk shit about what is and is not a strong female character. But besides the point, like the man has made some of my favorite movies of all time, and I have no desire to fucking watch the Avatar movies. I really don't, because after that first one, I'm just like, yeah, I get it. It's all about spectacle, and it's all about everything that I listed about sharing the experience and, presentation. It's all about that. Everything I said applies to that. And the irony is I have no desire to even watch that movie. But take that logic and apply it to other movies that I do want to go see. Like case in point, The Long Walk. Oh my God. I needed to watch that in the theater. I needed to see that, right?
Who directed that again?
Francis Lawrence.
Yeah.
Hunger Games. Yes.
Yes.
And also thank you, Constantine. That's
Yes,
really.
and
I mean,
yeah.
It's a good movie. You're gonna like it, Ray.
Okay.
You're gonna
Well,
like
because Lawrence, yes, you're right about Hunger Games, but to me, Constantine. Oh my God,
Stephen King.
No,
So
like I was very going because I never read the book, of course, when it came to Long Walk, and I'm like, how do they okay? How is this movie gonna? That movie, I was like, the chemistry between Hoffman's kid and then Johnson,
Garrity and McVries.
Yeah, there you go. Like the two leads, obviously, and Johnson was he was the android in Romulus.
Mm-hmm.
Their chemistry is just so fucking good. Like
it's sad. It's sad. It's a sad movie.
Oh, bro.
Yeah, and then it's just
by
like,
Me meets Hunger Games.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh wow. Okay.
Pretty much. It's like you nailed it, Phil. Yeah, it's Stand by Me.
And
Hunger Games kind of combined. And
I haven't seen Romulus yet either.
And
it's a blast.
Speaking of Stand by Me, rest in peace, Rob Reiner.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Jesus Christ.
I thank you for bringing that up, Phil, because like, look at his filmography, and like,
it's insane.
It's insanely diverse. Like, it's not a long filmography, but it's insanely diverse.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, wait a minute, the guy who would have ever thought? If I told you that the guy that did A Few Good Men also did When Harry Met Sally, like
Also
what?
be like, you're crazy.
Also did Stand by Me.
Right. Stand by, yeah. But like,
and then of course Princess Bride was like his.
Yeah.
That's
arguably the movie.
I mean, there's so many people that put that like as their favorite movie of all time. It's kind of crazy. Like, I mean, and I get it. It is a really good movie, and I've watched it so many times, especially as a kid. It's because it was. I think what made that movie so special was if you didn't have the aspect of Grandpa telling the story to his grandson who is sick. That's what made that movie work. You have Fred Savage, and I can't remember what his name was. The
guy that played Columbo.
Yeah, Columbo. Peter Falk.
Yeah, Peter Falk. Yeah.
That's the thing is like, that's what makes that movie that works so well. I mean, not to mention everything else. That movie is just so fucking good, and that's the thing. It's like that's why people put it at the top because it's literally storytelling. I mean,
we were at work talking about like Rob Reiner's movies and the sentiments. I think somebody did ask like, what was a bigger movie for him than When Harry Met Sally? And I just said Princess Bride, and they all went, "Yeah, you're right."
Yeah, that is his number one.
100%.
That's an objective thing because I know it's like everything's, but I mean it's on the top
from a popularity standpoint. Yes. Absolutely, yes. There's no question.
And that's the thing. It's like, it might not, people might be
popularity you can measure objectively.
Yes.
You can measure that objectively.
Popularity.
Certainly,
and I've seen that on. I don't know how many times I've seen people say like, "Oh yeah, Princess Bride." It's like it's crazy, but it's so funny too because I remember like when I was doing Film Junkie Live and I was talking about it, people were like, some people were in the chat were asking like, yeah, he really didn't make much in the 2000s. And I'm like, the only movie that stood out was The Bucket List. Like he brought Morgan Freeman and Jack Nicholson together.
He actually just released the Spinal Tap sequel this
year.
Yes.
And I didn't see it. I love Spinal Tap, the original one. I was nervous about the second one. I was like, I don't know. It's been a long time, but now I have to watch that. It just in honor of him as a filmmaker. Yeah.
Whenever they do something like that, and you're right, it's like I don't know how many decades in between movies. The first thing I look for is how many of the original cast and crew are returning, and when it was him,
the whole group,
right? I think like Shearer and McKean. I'm like, okay, they're good because I at least have that. Like when
they have the core,
right? Or like when remember Matrix Resurrections?
Yes.
When they announced that, my first question was, okay, are they both coming back, or is at least one of them coming back? And when it was like, no, Lana's directing it, I was like, okay, fine, I'm good. As long as one of them is directing it with Keanu and Carrie Ann Moss. Like, okay, cool. I'm in.
About that.
So
and we got somebody that's, Morpheus, who.
That whole thing was the weirdest part of the movie.
Yeah.
Even weirder than not see, like, I wasn't expecting Niobe to come back. I was like, oh, all right. Older Jada Pinkett. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And the fighting, I wasn't like
that movie hurt my eyes. That movie really sucked the soul out of me. We promoted that movie.
Jonathan Groff taking over Agent Smith.
So I'm on that. I guess I'm on the island of three people that think it's the second best movie in the franchise.
Second, I don't know about second, but to me,
it's all subjective.
Yeah.
Well,
to me, I don't think there's a bad Matrix movie like
Resurrections.
Okay, I'm glad that you say.
I don't think it's a bad movie.
I'm glad that you say that, Dave, because back in the day when Reloaded and Revolutions came out, everybody liked Reloaded but hated Revolutions.
Yep.
Or vice versa. I knew people that didn't like Reloaded but liked Revolutions.
I loved Reloaded. I like Reloaded more than Revolutions.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, because Reloaded just like up the ante. I mean, that fucking freeway sequence.
The freeway sequence, the fight on top of the truck. I mean,
it was so fucking crazy.
Well,
we hadn't seen anything like that. I mean, the shots that they did. I mean, there's like a shot where, like, where Morpheus and an agent are on top of the truck, and they do this far shot where it's just like you see like overpasses and cars and everything, and it's like doing this
free drone technology,
and then it zooms in right as Morpheus does a punch, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And then of course the ending of that, where literally like him and the key maker, they're like, oh shit, and they're like the two trucks collide, the agents collide the trucks with each other, and it gets in slow motion, and then everything's in slow motion, rotating around, and Neo just comes in and grabs him. Like, what the fuck?
That is, and I love how that scene manipulates your emotions, because you completely forget he's been on the way there the whole fucking time.
Yes,
you saw him launch. You know he's headed there, and you completely forget. And then they show you that one POV shot where they remind you, oh, he's there. But you're expecting a cut.
Yeah,
you're expecting a cut where he's going to swoop in. No, they just decide we're going to do bullet time around and show it in slow motion. And then when we get to the other end of the camera, oh, there he is, bing, and
around the
flies up.
The courtyard fight with all the Smiths too. That was another one.
The detail on that shot though, where it's like you see the collision, and you see all the ripples of of everything, and then all of a sudden it's like explosion, and you're seeing Morpheus and the Keymaker just flying in the air, like going and then all of a sudden Neo just just grabs him and then just flies off in the air, and I'm like. And then, of course, you see what's his name, who, I forgot his name.
Harold Perrineau. He was Locke. Or Link.
Yeah. And then he's just like, yes. I remember being in the theater. People were cheering.
Yes,
just like he was.
That's what I mean about manipulating emotions, because he made you feel exactly how Link felt.
Yes.
At that point. Because normally in a shot like that, I feel like there'd be another shot showing Neo coming down, or the camera would move up to show Neo. The camera kept rotating, and it just moved to a point where, he's in the shot.
Yes.
He was just there because he was always headed there the whole time. And then just because there's a point where you're like, how the hell are they not gonna die?
Yes.
And it's like, he's right there, boom, and then flies up.
And he's like, moving so fast that he's moving kind of in real time while everybody else is still like in slow motion. So he's just like, he just swoops in and just grabs them by their shirts and then just flies off while everything's exploding. And I'm like, I mean, I remember people were cheering in my movie theater when that was happening. And we were just like Link, we were just like, yes. And then it was just kind of like, oh fuck, like what the fuck?
Yeah,
that one had a lot of cheer moments in it, but that was a special era from 1999 to 2003. That's when those movies needed to exist.
Yeah,
when they did Resurrection, it was like you going into that bag you found to your old clothes when you were in junior high.
I get what you're saying.
So here's why I disagree with that, because the reason I disagree with it, subjectively speaking, is because I think what they really did with that movie was like, you can do that. Like if you be 20 some odd years and you just like, okay, let's rehash the past. Lana Wachowski actually decided to update the movie for like today.
Yeah.
Like and update the story, especially like the thing that hit me was like when he starts talking to Neo about Warner Brothers and about the movie. I was like, okay, this is meta. She's doing the meta thing.
It was a very meta movie.
It's like the Julia Roberts joke in Ocean's 12,
Yeah,
right?
pretty much.
It's like,
Didn't she not want to do it at first?
I forget.
And then they said they were going to do it without her, and that's when she got involved.
I think
talking
so.
about Oceans, or are you talking
No,
about
no, Matrix. I
the
think so.
Matrix Resurrection. I believe she did not want to do that.
Oh yeah,
movie.
yeah, yeah.
Because
You're
they
right.
were,
You're right. They
she
were
was
going
like-
to do it without any of the Wachowski.
Right.
Yeah, the
Because they
Wachowski.
were developing a movie
That's
about
right.
young Morpheus. They were
They
developing.
were going to do a Morpheus prequel that was going to be
Yes.
written by Drew Goddard, right?
Yes.
Or no, it was written by the original.
Goddard is
right?
doing one now.
Yeah, he's doing one now.
Goddard is doing.
He was
That's right.
what's
Yes,
his
Goddard
name
is
who
doing
wrote
one now.
the
Yes, that's
X-Men,
right.
Who wrote like X2 and I forgot his name. But yeah, somebody was going to do a Morpheus prequel, like origin kind of, which I still would
Something
like
that.
to
Yeah.
see. I would still like to
then
see that. And maybe
there was
Drew
some-
Goddard's going to do something. with that.
There's a lot of different stories you could do in that universe. I do. I hear the point about like the timing of it, because that period, late 90s, early 2000s, was like the height of like, the whole like the digital age and the
Right.
and computers and not just the CGI, but just the cyberpunk aspect of that story was like at a height at that point. Because remember that movie, the Wachowskis were inspired by Ghost in the Shell. They've said this,
Very inspired by
and
anime.
various anime, like in that
Yeah.
regard. So yeah, that was a perfect time.
Well,
to
I
release
mean,
that.
I said it before, and I'll say it again. It was like it's so hard to adapt anime, and we've seen it try to attempt it over and over again. But the Wachowskis adapted anime without adapting a certain anime. They just did a fucking new anime essentially,
Mhm.
and they were like, they nailed it. And it was like, okay, you guys have the blueprint right here. Why is it that when like there were certain anime movies that came out after this that didn't nail it? It's like, you have the blueprint right there. Like these guys created their own original thing, but it is very much an anime wrapped in flesh. So
Well,
why didn't you guys? Yeah,
Because I think as a filmmaker, you have to understand that, and I don't think other filmmakers get
Yeah.
that that's what the Matrix is.
that's
And they did
true.
Speed Racer, right? Could be
They
wrong.
did.
but-
They did do Speed Racer.
And,
Yes.
and you know
Those
what?
are
It didn't do well at the box office. You watch that movie, they fucking nailed it.
It lasts.
Yes.
It's following.
If you've seen the show, then you know the movie is
Dude,
fucking perfect.
That
Serious.
movie is insane. Yeah, I mean, some of the castings, yeah, they probably, I know some people are like, hey, maybe you shouldn't have cast so many white people. But hey, at the same time, I'm like, still, look at the visuals. When I put on that movie and I'm going, this movie was insane. And they
It's funny
nailed
you
it.
mention that, because more often than not, when it comes to any anime specific adaptation, that is always a point of contention, whether or not the main characters are played by white people or traditional.
That's what happened with
Asian-
the live action Ghost in the Shell.
Yeah.
Show.
But
Because,
but
but at the same time, it's like, okay, but I remember like they would say like, well, she's, there was never like a distinct
the character with the major never had a set designated.
Yeah.
Several different
Right.
but it was drawn like that because it was anime.
Correct.
Yeah, there was like
And
there's
the-
all many
and the
things
same-
with characters.
The same argument applies to Dragon Ball, because
Yeah.
a lot of people are like,
Oh
well, well, if they made a Dragon Ball movie, then Goku would be Japanese. And to that point, I would say, no, he doesn't have to be, because technically Goku is Saiyan, as is Vegeta. They technically aren't human. So you could cast anyone of
Yeah.
light-skinned ethnicity to play them if you really wanted to go down that route.
But that's the thing. But then everybody, yeah, I know. Oh god,
And I think
I've
it just
I've
it would
I've
feel-
never watched that Dragon Ball Z movie, but I see
Evolution?
clips online.
Oh, it's abysmal.
It's-
As a Dragon
I've
Ball
seen
fan, it
clips
is
online, and I go, oh my god,
the
Yeah,
Super Saiyan.
it's so bad.
I think I think people, and this is why I hate lazy arguments, because I feel like people argue that and they use that point about anime to like as kind of a lazy, easy button to argue the bigger problem about diversity in these movies. Because yes, there is an issue with diversity in these movies, but there are definitely like it's more complicated than that. Like it's not just simply like, okay, you see a movie that was based off of a Japanese cartoon, everybody should be Japanese, otherwise you're being racist. No, that's not how it's supposed to. It's not addressing the problem. The problem, and this is why for years I was like, when the whole Oscar so white thing, because people were incensed that there aren't that many minority candidates in the Oscars, and I said, well, that's the surface level. By the time you get to the award ceremony in March, that's way too late. The problem is not the amount of nominees. The problem is the membership of your academy. That's where you have to that's where you have to solve that problem. You don't need more nominees. You need more Ryan Cooglers to exist. You need more of Ava DuVernays to exist. You need more of that in the academy.
It's like it's not the nom. Yeah, and you're nailing it. It's like when that whole thing was like, no, you don't have to like nominate just like no, we need more like, hey, original stories, and we need more of these filmmakers that are out there. And yeah, you're absolutely correct on that.
Well, I mean,
the source of the problem is like get some more marketing for like some of these stories, and and greenlight some of these stories.
I don't want to say it's just original stories, because they can do adaptations. I mean, Black Panther. But I'm just saying, like, the issue isn't the Oscars or the Golden Globes. The issue is the Academy itself.
Yeah,
the makeup of the membership of the Academy itself. So I
feel like they're looking around the world.
Problematic on a lot of levels. The Academy's membership.
Oh, certainly. That is true. But that's why when something like this comes up, it's always more complicated. People just want to hit the easy button one way or the other, either to say that there is no problem or to say that this is the problem. It's like, no,
you're right. It's like, no, everybody wants to be like, hey, it has to be like it's there. Like, no, there's a deeper issue. What led us to here? What led us to here?
Yeah.
That's why with anime adaptations,
like the Matrix. Sorry.
Yeah, that's why with anime adaptations, like I'm not saying everybody should be Japanese, but when I remember like seeing the Ghost in the Shell movie with ScarJo, I'm like, I love Scarlett Johansson, but I'm pretty sure, and I could be wrong, that this movie only got greenlit because she was starring in it.
Yeah, there's that whole aspect, star power.
And people probably didn't believe on the source material that the source material is enough to like warrant something. There's a reason why people rave about that initial 95 animated movie.
See, this is it. And I want to get back to the going back to Zack Snyder. You have a 300 movie. You watch that movie, look at how good it looks. But he was given like a $40 million budget, and he had to come up with certain concepts, and that's based on a comic book. And he literally was like, hey, I'm going to take those panels and put them on the screen. And he did. It really just takes a combination. It's ingredients. It really is. Like the star power thing doesn't work anymore. I was like with you, like Ronan, like the same thing. I even said, like, when it came to Ghost in the Shell, I was like, oh, well, the reason why is, and it's true, it's because Scarlett Johansson was attached to it. But the fact of the matter is, in 2025, you just don't have that anymore. I
agree with that.
You had Dwayne Johnson in something that he's never done before, and he did a great job. Great performance. He got nominated for a Golden Globe, which he should have. He did a good job, and I'm so glad. I've given Dwayne Johnson some shit in the past on my shows and stuff like that, when it came to like the DC stuff and stuff, like, but I'm like going, thank God he didn't get the DC gig. He needs to fucking do something different.
Refresh.
And he did something different when it came to the Smashing Machine. And yeah, it didn't blow up the box office, but it's still getting recognized. And people are probably going to be watching that movie a lot in the next coming years going, holy shit, that's Dwayne Johnson? He did this? Holy shit. And because it's a good fucking movie and he did a great performance, it just didn't blow. The star power is no longer there. Now we just have to have the right ingredients, like we had, like, in going back to Zach, when it came to that 300 movie, where it's like there was no star power. Nobody knew who Gerard Butler was, or what's his name was also in it too, who ended up becoming a star, who played Magneto.
David,
Fassbender.
He was also in there. a young Fassbender was in there.
Lenny Headey.
No,
is
you
in
know
there.
what the funny
Yeah,
part
Heaney,
about
there we
that
go. That
too
was the
is like I feel like people like we didn't know. I don't think we knew, like us as my group of people, we didn't know who Fassbender was until Inglorious Bastards.
Pretty
Same.
much.
Like we
I didn't know until First Class.
I don't
Well,
know.
that's
Yeah,
the-
it was
that-
First
that-
Class, and then I went back to Inglorious. Yeah,
right.
yeah,
That,
yeah.
I feel like for a lot of people it's First Class, but we saw him in Inglorious Bastards, and then we're like, oh, he's going to be Magneto now. We still hadn't even thought of him being in 300. Like I completely forget that
Yeah.
he's in that movie.
He's in that movie. And that's the thing. Is like we need more of those kind of movies where it's like where you have the right ingredients, you have the right director, you have the right, team that's going to make something pop. And I think when it comes to some of these adaptations, like when it comes to anime, they try to like, oh yeah, we have the star power, we have this and have that. And then it just, turns out, this omelet is dry. I don't know. It's fuck, you overcook the eggs,
So like Oppenheimer. Who's the star power in Oppenheimer?
There's so much in there.
No, but
Yeah.
but is it really star power?
It doesn't
Was
have
Robert
star
Downey
power.
Jr. really star
No.
power for a
No.
movie like that?
Or Cillian Murphy. He's not.
Or do they drive the narrative? No, but they are. I mean, you can't always get away with nobodies. It has to be a balance of stars and story. I think that's the main thing. Is
right, but I think it starts with trusting the director.
Yes.
Or it starts with trusting the director and the
It's
writer,
the cook.
right?
It's the cook.
Exactly. Because
That's what I mean by story.
Because I guarantee Nolan didn't go to Universal and say, I'm putting the guy from Peaky Blinders and Iron Man in my movie, give me the money. He just said, I'm Christopher Nolan. And they gave him money.
That's star power in a way.
Because I remember Yeah,
But,
and then I remember
but not in front of the camera, obviously. Like
not as
behind
in
the
track.
camera.
I got it.
Right,
Behind
right,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
and then
Spielberg
I
has
remember
name.
when Oppenheimer was like announced and it was like I was like, how is Christopher Nolan going to pull this off? And then I watched the movie and I remember me and my girlfriend at the time were walking out of this and we're going feeling like shit because it ends on kind of a downer. But at the same time, I'm like, and I remember when we got in the car and I was like, turn on the car and I was like, and I looked at her, I was like, wow, that was like the way that ended. It was kind of shitty. And she was like, yeah, but I'm like, but Chris, and I told her, I was like, but Christopher Nolan pulled it off.
Mm-hmm.
He pulled off a 3-hour movie about making an atomic bomb. I don't know how he did it, but he fucking did it. I'm like,
Here's a
that
hot
doesn't even
take.
make sense how he did it, but he did it.
Here's one.
Yeah.
Christopher Nolan's Oppenheimer is this generation's Titanic.
Yeah, you're
I
right.
can see that. Yeah.
You're absolutely
and-
correct. on
and-
that.
and-
Winslet, DiCaprio, all of them. Yeah. I can see that.
Now is Oppenheimer a superior film? Yes.
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 I think so.
Yes. I love Cameron.
I
but
would. I don't
Oppenheimer's
want
the
to
better
watch
movie.
Titanic ever again.
You don't want to hear that song? You don't want to hear Celine Dion?
No.
That song.
I don't need to see
I'll
his
watch-
name
I'll watch
being
the new
campy as
thing
shit either.
many times, but
Hey, real quick, I forgot when we were talking about Rob Reiner. I talked about this on our show the other night. The single most important thing he ever did was not something he directed. It was something that he did for me. Was All in the Family.
Oh,
His
yeah.
presence on All in the Family when I was that age was something that was life changing because they were having, Norman and Lear, not the entire family, were having conversations other people were afraid to have. They were saying things and using words that people were not using,
And
even if
Elizabeth
you were watching Jeffersons and Jeffersons.
And Maud.
And
Yep.
It was
We
uncomfortable.
mustn't forget that Rob Reiner was also a great comedic actor.
Yeah,
Great actor.
and Archie Bunker would just be saying the most vile things, but he was bringing a conversation to the surface that started a conversation in people's households.
Yeah.
And to me, no matter what he did, Princess Bride, Few Good Men, all that, culturally for me, that's the most important thing he ever was a part of.
I was saying the other day about how like he was a hilarious actor because for me, like I remember he had like Throw Mama from the Train is like one of my favorite movies, and he has like this 5-minute sequence as like Billy Crystal's agent. And he is just like lambasting him, like Larry, for 7 years, I've given you assignments, I've made your deals. And for 7 years, you didn't want to compromise your art. And it was hilarious. He like stole the show for like 5 minutes in that movie. And it's the only time he's in the movie. And then like later on, what was it?
Wolf of Wall Street.
Well, no, it definitely Wolf of Wall Street. Yes.
Yeah, he was
He was Max, Jordan's father.
Jordan's father. Yeah.
$26,000. Yeah.
$26,000 for signs, but these signs cure cancer. No, listen, it's okay. The IRS allows for TNA, TNE.
Yeah.
But there's this rom-com movie in the mid-90s called Bye Bye Love with Paul Reiser, Randy Quaid, and Matthew Modine, and it's a movie about 3 divorced dads and like they're navigating life.
Yeah.
Right? And throughout the movie, Rob Reiner is playing this asshole radio host, this doctor that is talking about divorce, and they all hate him. And he's just every now and then he will pop in with more nonsense about divorce until finally Randy Quaid, similar to how he turned out in real life, stormed the radio station to go fight him. And it turned into this whole thing like at the end of the movie, because like in the middle of the struggle they go back on the air and he's just like, we're back and we've got a guest, as he's being strangled, and then he turns it into the show and then he starts co-hosting the show, and that's like part of like the funny like heartwarming end to the movie. But even there it was like he was strong enough of an actor to like steal the movie every 5 or 10 minutes and then be a massive part of the end of it. So, and then I had seen all of those before even realizing that he was Meathead in All in the Family, because he looked that different. Like he
had hair.
Right.
Because he had hair. Yeah. And Skeptic right here said, panel, if will Cameron's Hiroshima, the one that we were talking about that he wants to do, film top Oppenheimer. Apparently Cameron said he's not going to hold back.
I remember that quote.
I mean,
okay.
Didn't he say that he was kind of disappointed in Oppenheimer not showing?
So here's my problem with, again, Phil, this goes
Thank
into
you for the $5 super chat.
This goes into stupid shit James Cameron has said.
Yeah.
Because the movie is called Oppenheimer, motherfucker.
Yeah, it's not about.
You're not supposed to. Hiroshima and Nagasaki are not part of the fucking story. They're not supposed to be part of the fucking story. We don't even get to that.
It's the creation of the fucking thing.
Remember the James Wan thing, the big dick measuring contest thing he did? He's like, call me when you reach 2 billion or twice or something like that. I was just like, God damn.
Oh, yeah, of course. He's got an ego. Of course he's got an ego.
I think he a little bit earned, but it still tastes. It's like Quentin Tarantino.
It is.
You're part of a brotherhood. Why are you guys doing that?
Yeah, because I think James Cameron has sat atop the hill for the longest time, and Christopher Nolan is probably the only person right now who could challenge that.
What about Spielberg?
And the funny part about that,
Spielberg is in his own fucking category at this point.
Spielberg doesn't give a shit.
But you don't ever hear him saying some of the shit that you've heard.
Because he doesn't give a shit. He doesn't need to.
Yeah, right? he's very old school.
He's Steven Spielberg.
Spielberg doesn't need to, because we all saw that. We all saw that teaser, right?
Before
yeah,
but we saw that. We saw that Spielberg.
I know that it's out there. I still just need to.
I love
Spielberg does whatever he wants, and Nolan doesn't give a shit either. Like Nolan could challenge Cameron, but that's not what he's doing it for.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't give a shit about that. So that's like
each one of them is right where they need to be, because James Cameron is pioneering the special effects industry as it is with the Avatar films. Christopher Nolan is the head of the Directors Guild of America, and Steven Spielberg is comfortably moving his way to retirement as the greatest filmmaker of our time.
He'll never retire though.
He's probably going to die making a movie. Like, let's be real. He will die.
The one who's really going to die making a movie, who's going to die in the chair, is Scorsese.
Him or Mel Brooks.
Ridley Scott. And I hope none of them do. To be honest.
Okay, Ridley Scott.
I want to shake their hands before they depart.
I'm not rooting for any of their devices.
No. They would even say that. I mean,
David Lynch did to an extent.
Yeah.
To an extent, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like when you have a passion. I mean, these guys, they've said many times, even Spielberg in an interview said, like, no, he's not going to retire. Scorsese, not going to retire. These guys are not going to retire. Ridley Scott is not going to retire. None of these guys are going to retire. They aren't. This is what they do. This is what
keeps them alive.
Going.
Charge them short.
If they retire, they die.
No, that's it exactly. Like they like it literally it's their careers literally sustain them, and it's not because they're workaholics, it's because it's literally what they love to do.
Yeah.
It's literally what
life
drives
force.
their life force,
Yeah.
if you will. That's why they're so fucking good at what they do.
You know what's
Yeah.
weird? Is like last time Nolan was at Comic-Con, he was promoting Interstellar. He wasn't promoting the Dark Knight trilogy. He was promoting Interstellar.
Yeah.
That's
And I'm like,
awesome.
I hope one day he can come back and like promote a weird movie, not weird, but like a non-comic related film. But like, Nolan, this is your home too. Like, come here and promote your nuclear bomb movie that you're gonna do.
Maybe
like,
the Odyssey will show up.
Oh, that'd be sweet.
Who knows? It's
I mean,
got
he
a
made
comic.
Batman
It's got
cool
comic.
again.
It's a story that's comic book elements. You know, it's like. But I know there's already people that are already going like, I've seen it online where like, oh, Nolan should have never fucking directed this. But I'm like, when I saw that prologue, I was like I said, the tension. It literally like my heart was like pounding like the way that prologue was put out. And like I said, the way, and he's mathematical. That's how Nolan is. He approaches it at a very mathematical approach. And I know there was like, I remember seeing like clips where like people have like broken down like how he approaches his movie using score and using sound. It is a very mathematical approach. Even like when he explains Memento, my favorite movie of his, he uses like a geometry kind of, you know, using the paperclip like thing. When he explains it, it's like a teacher explaining something, and it's like, I'm like, I don't know how the fuck you like explained it like that. That doesn't even make sense to me almost. But but when I watch the prologue, I'm like, literally like the score, just the tempo, just built, and I'm like going, Jesus Christ! I'm like, okay.
For you, it's Memento. For me, it was him explaining the different like numerical tempo changes that he does using the same piece of music for Inception.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like you hear 3 or 4 different pieces and you're like, no, these are just variants of the same piece of music.
The dude
like,
is on a different level. He's on a different plane when he's filmmaking, where it's just like he sees things, you know, and that's why it's like, oh my God.
Well, and to Phil's point, like all these filmmakers are great at what they do. The thing that Nolan is still the king of probably is practicality.
Oh, yeah.
I will never get over the fact that he said, okay, here's what we're going to do. We need Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Stunt Guy to fight in a hotel hallway that moves and plays with gravity. So what we're going to do is we're going to build a 100-foot hotel hallway on a rotisserie. And we're going to lock the camera down and we're going to hook them with wires and we're going to do it practically. We're going to have them rotate. Oh, and not only that, there's also another point before then where a bunch of people are sitting in a restaurant in a hotel and we need them to move. We need them to slide at nearly a 45-degree angle, like while they're eating. But Chris, people are getting sick. Okay. People got sick. A third of the fucking crew got sick.
Yeah,
because that platform was moving.
Yeah,
and it was like that. Right.
And then,
well, even like when it came to the dream sequence, when like at first when like the explosions were happening, some people would be like, "Oh, yeah,
God.
it's VFX." Right. Nope, that was not VFX. Like when those when Leo and
Ariadne.
Yeah. But it was like you know, it was like those explosions. They because they're still. While the explosions were like, pew, pew, pew. It was like, oh, that was all practical. It's like, what? That there was no VFX? What? Jesus.
Or like
Christ.
when it came to Tenet,
yeah,
and he blew up a fucking plane.
I remember hearing the news.
He actually was like, hey, we're actually blowing up this plane.
Because he already blew up a candy factory that he dressed up as a hospital in The Dark Knight.
Yeah.
And I love the fact because I've seen the behind the scenes footage of this too, because like when the whole thing where like he hits the detonator and then a couple of the bombs go off and he turns around and in character does like the shrug thing and then he presses the button again.
Bridge part didn't go off.
Right. And then the rest of it starts blowing up and you see the oh shit look on his face as he jumps into the bus. That's a real oh shit look.
Yeah.
Because it's really fucking blowing up.
Because Heath Ledger was so immersed in that role, like he literally was like, what the hell? And he started tapping the thing, and then all of a sudden it blew up, and he was like, no shit. And then he jumped right into the bus, and I'm like, and the fact that it was like, I mean, I'm sure Christopher Nolan was like, oh fuck, keep rolling. Don't. He was just like, keep going. And then it ended up being better than probably what if it would have went off perfectly, wouldn't have been as good.
The urban legend
didn't go off perfectly, made it better. That's
felt more Jokerish.
The urban legend is that he didn't tell Ledger there was a delay, which I doubt that was the case. But that's the story I've heard for years, is that that Nolan knew and Ledger didn't.
That's amazing.
I would love to believe that, but I doubt it.
One of my absolute favorite behind the scenes anything of any movie is that movie. And it's a picture of fucking Heath Ledger doing a kickflip over Christian Bale.
Yeah.
Man, I will never
thing that's so crazy.
not love that, because Heath Ledger used to skate. He was in a movie.
Yeah,
called
Lords of Dogtown, baby.
I fucking love Lords of Dog. I used to skate.
Yeah.
I used to be a pretty
So did I.
skater.
So did
oh
I.
god, dude,
Great
I used
movie.
to skate all the time.
Great movie. Yeah.
But seeing that picture, I'll never forget. Like being a kid and being a Batman fan and seeing a fucking picture of the Joker doing a kickflip over Batman.
I'm gonna tell you, and I remember like there was so much, like initially there was so much secrecy in terms of what he looked like, because they were building it into that big, huge interactive marketing with 42 Entertainment, and
I remember,
and there was so much speculation on like what was his hair going to look like? Was it makeup or was it acid? Like even like there was so much behind, there was so much build up to how he looked, and then when the reveal finally happened, it was just like, oh my god!
They released an image of him first, and I
They
remember
did, but it wasn't like a full image.
It was
the perfect teaser.
It was for me the teaser. Yeah,
it was the perfect teaser image, because it was the image, and it was a poster they used. It was an image of the Joker, but you saw it was him behind glass and was fogged. But where his smile was why so serious? And I will never forget that. I also remember very, very distinctly in December of 2007 when that online campaign was happening, and I'll never forget when the teaser reveal. And it showed that image. That was the big surprise of everything, was that. Then in January of 2008, he passed away. Not too long after that is when they released like the full first trailer of The Dark Knight.
Yeah, I remember the teaser one where you heard the laugh at first.
Before, there's no going back. He's changed things forever.
Yeah, when Batman's riding the bat cycle through the city, and all you hear is Heath Ledger's voice.
Yeah,
that's what sold me on that.
Like me.
Movie.
Yeah.
So the viral marketing, I remember part of it like closer to when the movie came out.
I was still
the Dentmobile was driving.
This was the first.
Yes, that one.
Yeah, that's what it was.
This was the first one they released.
One of the first puzzles that you could solve revealed that image as part of the marketing. And then there was that 800 number that you called and got the message for another clue. Like it was really well done. But like the Dentmobile went around because they were because they were treating it all in real time. Like Harvey Dent was running for district attorney, and so the Dentmobile came here, like to Michigan, but it wasn't close to where I live. It was in Ann Arbor, so we had to drive down to Ann Arbor. And originally they were set up in the mall, and apparently the crowd was too big. The mall kicked them out, and so they had to leave. And I guess they hopped a couple of different parking lots. We got down there. We're like, we were chasing around, like, where the fuck is this thing? And we found them in the parking lot of a Lazy Boy store. And when we met up with them, they were like in character. Like the guys running the whole thing were like, they're campaigning for Harvey Dent, trying to get the word out, take back Gotham, yada yada yada. They didn't act like they were part of a movie at all. It was like they were cast members, essentially acting like, yes, here, sign our petition to get Harvey Dent signed up. Here, take some buttons and some campaign materials. I got that. I got a shirt. I got all of it in a, like my stuff. I still wear the shirt sometimes. I wore the shirt to the premiere because it's just, I believe in Harvey Dent, take back Gotham. And I have like the Gotham, was it the Gazette? Or was it the Free Press? I forget which one it was.
Or the Gazette, I think. I could be wrong.
But that's right, because I think it was I think it's Gotham Free Press in BVS, specifically because here in Detroit, we have a paper called the Detroit Free Press. So I think he did that for like regional significance, if I'm not mistaken. But I have copies of that with like Harvey Dent like headlines and stuff like that. I still have all that swag, but that was awesome. That marketing,
that was a good marketing campaign.
So unbelievable,
for sure. But I'm gonna have to end the stream right now because I do have to get up early tomorrow. So as much as I would not like to and continue some awesome conversations, but yes, I do have to get up early tomorrow because I'm going to a Christmas brunch. So gotta do it. Yeah.
Sounds delicious.
My dad is hosting like a little thing. So
I'm going shopping with my dad tomorrow.
Nice. I got done with my Christmas shopping early. I was proud of myself. Like, thank God. Got all that done. And so been great. And like I said, no vodka stream next week. This is the last one of 2025. So, good times. But yeah, I'll be taking a little bit of a week off when it comes to the last week of the year. And then we'll be back, of course, on the 2nd. So
perfect.
Should be good. Yeah. All right. So let's go around the horn and promote whatever you guys have to promote. We'll start with you, Ronan.
You can follow me at Ronan Chain on YouTube on all the socials. What do I have out? I recorded my reaction of the Avengers Doomsday teaser, but I'm wondering where and when I should drop it.
I know, right? Well, if you're Soups, you're paid by Marvel Studios, you could drop it very early.
I'm not getting paid. I'm not. You would not see me like this right now. I got Stranger Things coverage. I got some anime coverage, some Fallout coverage. What else? I just dropped the Mandalorian and Grogu reaction for some new footage out of the not the same trailer, but just an extended version. I'm planning a Road to Mandalorian Grogu series of just rewatching the Mandalorian series, and then don't be surprised if in the next few weeks you get more Fallout, Stranger Things, anime, and some other series reactions out of my channel.
Oh yeah, Stranger Things is next week, isn't it?
Yeah, Christmas and then New Year's. New Year's is the finale, the full-on finale. We got what, 2 episodes or 3 episodes?
3 and then 1.
3 and then 1.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. William, what do you got?
You can find me at the Sci-Fi Center tomorrow or later on the day. Tomorrow, 2:00 till Eddie is going to be running a fundraising Harry Potter stream. He's going to be doing a lot of movies. I will be in and out, but him and Aaron are going to run that. They're the Potterheads. So if you get a chance to click on that and click on the donation and have fun.
Nice. Phil?
Can you mute William? Because I don't need him interrupting me when I drop my ats, please. No, I'm kidding. Everywhere except Twitter.
Tweet.
But you brought back your show, right?
Yeah, I did. I did a Friday Phil today about 2:30.
I was thoroughly entertained, by the way. Good job there.
Promote your YouTube channel, man.
I mean, yeah, just unfiltered. I probably should have put it there in my name. Yeah, you guys can check me every Friday. Well, hopefully. I don't know if I'll do a show on Friday because it's day after Christmas next week. I think I said I would, but I don't know. It depends on what happens. If there's anything that happens. The Eternal Night, me and my buddy Phil Walsh of Phil at the Movies talked about the whole Netflix Warner Brothers merger and how that may or may not affect Batman Part 2, things of that, and more Batman stuff regarding that. And, I've got a bunch of shorts catching shiny Pokemon on YouTube as well, too. So if any Pokemon fans out there want to just drop a like on that, that'd be great. But yeah, that's pretty much it. And of course, here every Friday, Council Creators every Wednesday, and Party Nation every Tuesday.
There you go. Ray, what do you got?
On Instagram and Threads at the Flightcast, on Blue Sky at Flightcast, and then I have my Flightcast YouTube page for my main show and Flight Chat, which is now weekends. Both of those are on weekends, the main show and the feedback show. A listener came up with a great idea last week. I might reverse them and do like the feedback show on Saturdays and the main show on Sundays to start the week. But right now, the biggest thing I'm doing right now is actually on my Patreon, because I'm doing for the second year in a row 12 days of flight review, where I am watching and reviewing Christmas movies, 12 Christmas movies up through Christmas Eve. Today I recorded and posted day 7, which was Scrooged. I watched Scrooge today.
Oh God, I love that movie.
Which is
top 5.
An underrated classic, but so far this year I have watched Batman Returns and finally determined whether or not that's actually a Christmas movie, and my reasons for it. I watched Jingle All the Way for the first time in a long time.
That's a fun one.
Great movie too.
I watched The Holdovers.
baby.
Yes. I watched The Holdovers, which I'd never seen before. Alexander Payne, Paul
I do
Giamatti.
gotta watch that one. That's a Thanksgiving
Giamatti.
movie more, I think.
For the first time ever, I watched unedited It's a Wonderful Life. So I finally saw that all the way through. Then I watched Gremlins the night before last. The fifth week. Oh, that's right. I also revisited.
People would fight on that. If is that a Christmas movie? Yeah,
it is. It's definitely. But also The Nightmare Before Christmas. I revisited that because I remember 30 years ago I didn't care for it, and so did my opinion change or not watching it again because there's too much stuff in that movie that I should like. So, but I revisited it as an adult. So yeah, those are the 7 I've done so far. I've got 5 more to go up through Christmas Eve. Tomorrow, just as a tease, the 2 movies that I'm doing this weekend are adaptations of 2 different adaptations of an animated special that is very near and dear to my heart. One of them is live action, the other is animated. And I've never seen the animated version, the second animated version before. So that's going to be a new challenge. Someone at work told me it's better than the live action adaptation, which is a bold ass statement. So we'll see how that goes.
Interesting.
And then I'll cap it off with some jolliest bunch of assholes this side of the nut house on Christmas Eve, because that's my favorite Christmas movie.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
I like it.
So.
I like it. Very awesome. But yeah, thank you guys for joining in. Thank you to Scott. Thank you to Taladia for also joining in. Thank you, Ronan. Thank you, William. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Ray. And like I said, no Vodka stream next Friday. Hope you guys have a great Christmas, and everybody here also have a great Christmas and a happy New Year. We'll see you in 2026. Should be another fun year of movie talk and absolute madness when it comes to everything. So yeah, we love you guys, and we'll talk to you later.